This page is the front cover of SEGA Saturn Magazine Volume 14. It's advertising the latest summer news for SEGA Saturn. Virtua Fighter 3 is prominently featured, highlighting an AM2 research report and a Road to Challenger Road guide. The cover also teases an exclusive scoop on a game called Down Classmate. Featured games include Fighting Hyper Boys, Street Fighter Alpha 2, Night Striker EMS, Virtua Fighter Kids, Enemy Zero, Ring Road Saga 2, Langrisser 2i, World Heroes Perfect, and Real Bout High School. There is also mention of Mechanical Biography, Clasier Skurasher, Heavenly War, Chronicle 2, in a special feature labeled Special Duel Starts. Spirit Beast War Machine, Vakarudia, and Albert Odyssey Gaiden, Legend of Eldian are highlighted. Smaller text on the right mentions other titles, like Sakura Wars, Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story, The Blue Destiny, Juke Saber Police Knights, Ultraman, Legend of the Giant of Light, and Mancala Drop 2, along with a SEGA Saturn Complete Guide. It seems to be promoting a wide range of games for the SEGA Saturn. This page features a striking image of a stylized, almost cybernetic-looking blue snakehead dominating the right side of the page against a dark background. The text, in bold red letters, simply states, "Expect the best." At the bottom, you'll see the SEGA logo, branding for SEGA Enterprises and SEGA Entertainment Universe, along with their website address. This page is a simple and impactful advert, likely for the SEGA Saturn itself, with the powerful snake image and confident slogan implying great things are coming for the system. This page showcases a visually striking continuation from the previous page, with the same blue, stylized snake design now positioned prominently on the upper left of the page. It's clearly an advertisement for the SEGA Saturn, announcing, "Coming soon for SEGA Saturn," with a release date of August 30th, 1996, suggesting this is a release date for Japan in 1996. The game highlighted is Fighting Vipers, with its logo clearly visible. The price of 6,800 yen is also listed, along with copyright information for SEGA Enterprises from 1996. At the bottom, the SEGA Saturn logo is displayed alongside information for the Tokyo Game Show 96, indicating SEGA's presence at the event and promotion of the Saturn. It seems this page is teasing the upcoming release of Fighting Vipers for the SEGA Saturn in Japan. The next page showcases the game Dark Savior, a title boldly presented with the English logo Dark Savior above the Japanese title. The page highlights it as a Super 3D RPG, emphasizing its graphical style and genre. To the left of the characters, a tagline in Japanese reads, "This adventure drama will never let you sleep in one go," suggesting a highly engaging and immersive experience. The image features two prominent characters, a blonde swordsman and a blue-clad female warrior, likely the protagonists of Dark Savior. Overall, this page is a visually striking advertisement, hyping up the upcoming release of Dark Savior, and promising an unforgettable RPG adventure. This page further introduces Dark Savior as a Super 3D RPG. It highlights the game's free-roaming, 3D polygon environments, which allows players to freely adjust the viewpoint, offering a new way to explore and solve hidden mysteries. A unique parallel scenario system is also showcased, suggesting multiple playthroughs are crucial to uncover the full story, and teasing an encounter with the final boss right from the start, asking if you can defeat them immediately, and what would happen if you did. The page emphasizes the game's unprecedented 3D structure in both visuals and scenario, designed to challenge players' intellect. It also mentions Hiroshi Naito, the chief programmer of Dragon Quest II-I and IV, dedicated 2 years to directing and main programming this ultimate Super 3D system RPG, with its release imminent. The game is compatible with the SEGA Multi-Controller and is scheduled for release on August 30th, 1996, at a price of 5,800 yen. Screenshots are included, showcasing a Blue Dragon enemy, top-down town exploration, character portraits, and a high-altitude platforming scene. This page is all about Policenauts for the SEGA Saturn, billing it as the ultimate interactive cinema experience and the final form of Policenauts. It's coming on 3 crew K-drums, a massive size for the time, and it's highlighted as a big title for the SEGA Saturn. The game is set in 2040 in old LA, where you play as Detective Jonathan Ingram, who investigates the disappearance of Kenzo Hojo, a case entrusted to him by Lorraine. It mentions that Policenauts was a hit on the PS version and is now eagerly awaited on the Sega Saturn, with this version being the culmination of the staff's efforts. There's a first-time press bonus mentioned, which includes a special package, deluxe photo collection, Vachigan decal, and power memory seal. The manufacturer's suggested retail price is 6,800 yen, excluding tax. The bottom of the page advertises a special Police Knots jumper campaign, where 100 lucky purchasers of the Sega Saturn version can win a special Police Knots jumper via a lottery. There are also details about Vachigan support and a jargon explanation mode being included in this version. The release date is clearly marked as September 13th. This page promotes Konami's Earn Soft lineup for the Sega Saturn, featuring two main games. On the left, it's all about Tokimeki Memorial Taisen Puzzle Dama. Described as a puzzle game packed with charming characters and gameplay. It's slated for release on September 27th, priced at 5,800 yen. On the right side, there's Sexy Parodius, a shooting game hyped as both enchanting and hilariously funny, with a release window of autumn 96 and a price of 4,800 yen. Both sections show game screenshots. Below these main titles, there's a popular software lineup section listing various Konami games for the Sega Saturn, including Tokimeki Memorial, with deluxe and special editions, priced at 6,800 and 9,800 yen respectively. Other games listed include Gradius Deluxe Pack, Contra, Legacy of War, Salamander Deluxe Pack Plus, Twinbee Yahoo Deluxe Pack, and Snatcher, all priced around 5,800 or 5,300 yen. Finally, there's a big hit notice announcing a Get the Soft campaign for Konami Sega Saturn software. This campaign involves scratch cards included with Konami Saturn games that can be redeemed for more Konami Sega Saturn software. The campaign period is until September 30th, 1996. This page showcases the game Yellow Brick Road for both Sega Saturn and PlayStations. It's described as an interactive fairy tale and a new type of digital entertainment that blends movies and games, offering a unique digital picture book experience. The game is set to release on August 30th with a price of 5,800 yen. The text emphasizes the game's unique genre, blending digital entertainment and fairy tales. It aims to be a new form of entertainment, appealing to families and women. The screenshots hint at an adventure game style, showing item collection, character interactions, and battle scenes, all set in a colorful 3D world. The text accompanying the screenshots explains gameplay elements such as finding items to progress, encountering characters for hints, and engaging in battles, all while enjoying the fairy tale setting. There are also some quirky cartoon radish-like characters, featured prominently at the top and bottom of the page, possibly representing characters within the game. This page is dedicated to Yellow Brick Road, highlighting its release on both Sega Saturn and PlayStation. The page introduces the quirky Kapukun brothers, these radish-like characters who seem to be central to the game and come in various colors and types. It then delves into some of the main characters. First, there's the Tin Man, described as a resident of the peaceful Maruta forest, who silently cuts down trees with an axe and is generally quiet but dependable. Next is the Lion, who appears tough but actually hates fighting and has a timid side, being courageous only when necessary. Finally, there is the Scarecrow character, quick-witted and talkative, sometimes a bit annoying, but overall a reliable friend to the Lion. The page uses screenshots to showcase the game's world, characters, and gameplay elements. These include scenes of outdoor environments and character interactions. It seems to be emphasizing the game's appeal to a broad audience, especially families and girls, as suggested by the icons at the bottom. The publisher is Acclaim Japan, as noted in the bottom right corner. Overall, the page serves as an introduction to the game's characters and its availability across both Sega Saturn and PlayStation platforms, positioning it as a family-friendly and charming adventure. This page is dedicated to Alien Trilogy on the Sega Saturn, boldly declaring that space terror never ends, and proclaiming it's the arrival of the Alien 3 trilogy. The page is filled with intense images, mostly in blue hues, dominated by a massive alien creature head. You can see gameplay screenshots showing the gritty, claustrophobic environments and terrifying xenomorphs players will encounter. It looks like a really intense first-person shooter experience. The text highlights zones like Hell Zone, Red Zone, and Dead Zone, setting the stage for the game's challenging atmosphere. There are also snippets of in-game text boxes, giving hints about gameplay and combat. The advert points out it was on sale from August 30th at 5,800 yen and is published by Acclaim Japan. This looks like a must-have for fans of the Alien franchise wanting to experience the terror on their Saturn. This page showcases a game called Grigbat, Japanese Special Weapon and Tactics Team, which is an action-shooting game for the SEGA Saturn. The advert shouts, "Emergency directive! Arrest the heinous criminals." It looks like you play as part of a police special forces unit tasked with infiltrating buildings and warehouses to apprehend criminals within a time limit. The description highlights that you'll have access to various weapons in a 3D environment, and mentions that the game features detailed settings for weapons and the thrill of real combat. The game was released on August 23rd and is priced at 5,800 yen. There are screenshots showing first-person gameplay, menus, and what appears to be a map or strategy screen. One of the screenshots has text asking, "Do you want to stand up and fight?" And another, "Is this good enough?" It seems like there might be a mode where you can review your performance or tactics after a mission. The advert uses film strip-style boxes on the side to show more action shots from the game. It's published by Banpresto and is for the SEGA Saturn console. This page is an advertisement for Albert Odyssey, Legend of Eldine on the SEGA Saturn. It's highlighting that the game is now on sale as of August 9th, 1996 for 6,500 yen. The advert features key art with the main characters and the tagline, "Heavenly War Dance, the one who inherits the heavens." There's also a section promoting the Sunsoft official fan club, Aquarism, encouraging sign-ups and mentioning members receive exclusive news and member benefits. As a special first-time purchase bonus, customers get a desk calendar and a gorgeous CD box specification. There is also a double chance campaign where you can win original telecards and telephone filing cases by answering a questionnaire included with the game. The bottom right corner also mentions a release campaign for Albert Odyssey Gaiden, but it's a very small section. This page is a promotional spotlight for Tournament Leader Golf on the SEGA Saturn, a game that aims to give you the feeling of being a pro golfer out on the green. It emphasizes the realistic experience of playing in world-class tournaments across 4 courses, with up to 4 players able to compete simultaneously, making it perfect for multiplayer fun. The advertisement highlights smooth and easy controls for hitting shots, along with features like replays and course rotation to adjust the difficulty. It boasts a variety of play modes, including tournaments, knockout competitions, and team battles to keep things interesting. The game also lets you play from different camera angles thanks to its camera switching function. The screenshots give you a glimpse of the in-game action, showing off the graphics and gameplay. You can also see a leaderboard display. Tournament Leader Golf is slated for release on August 23rd, priced at 5,800 yen before tax. For added realism, the game features course commentary voiced by TV Asahi announcers Keikichi Morishita and Yoko Oshita. This page is an advert for Body Special 264, a SEGA Saturn motion puzzle game. It features images of 3 women, Akira Kinuchi, Akiko Hinagata, and China Matsuda, seemingly as part of the game's theme. The advert highlights it as a body game and mentions it's currently available and a absolute must-have. The price is listed at 6,800 yen before tax, and it's for the SEGA Saturn. The publisher is shown as Landman Games. The next page showcases Zoop, a new puzzle game for both PlayStation and SEGA Saturn. The advert boasts it as a slippery puzzle game arriving from all directions, set to hook 100 million players. It's described as a 3D sensory puzzle game with shooting elements, where cute, colorful enemies gradually attack from all sides. You need to shoot beams to defend the central area and score points by eliminating rows of the same color. You can play strategically for high scores or just tap away steadily. With a whopping 99 levels, it promises to be engaging for everyone, from casual players to puzzle pros. The game is scheduled for simultaneous release on PlayStation and SEGA Saturn on October 25th, priced at 4,800 yen before tax, and is published by MediaQuest. Desire, Labyrinth and Strategy, Invitation to the Past, is a 23rd century time travel mystery adventure where time-related crimes are investigated by a special detective agency. Players take on the roles of Reidu Narukami, DD, a cool and skilled time detective, and Kiria Iceman, a brilliant but temperamental high school girl with time-riding abilities. The game focuses on solving complex cases using unique abilities to combat time crime. Special gene holders with unique powers, managed by schools, are also mentioned. Supporting characters include Rennie Lavalle, a quantum electronics expert, Richard Streiser, a wealthy and lonely nobleman, Merlin Shooter, Richard's adopted daughter, Matteo Verasco, an Italian businessman, and Maria Helsing, a singer, all seemingly connected to the Lorelei ship. The game sets the stage for a time-traveling mystery, with a diverse cast of characters and intriguing abilities. This page showcases Dracula Detective DD, emphasizing it as a CG cinematic adventure. It highlights the game's real 3D graphics that aim to immerse players in a cinematic experience. They boast about the powerful BGM and sound effects that amplify the immersive atmosphere, suggesting it's more than just visuals, but a complete cinematic experience. The page also points out the thrilling story that keeps you on edge until the ending, promising suspenseful developments and comedic interactions that maintain excitement throughout the game. Voice acting is also a key feature, mentioning prominent voice actors like Tomoyuki Morikawa and Megumi Hayashibara for the characters, and even highlighting the ending theme song, Sugiyuku Kisetsu, by Hayashibara. There are descriptions of two characters. Seiya Schmidt, described as a cynical reporter and a key person in the Lorelei plan, giving a cool and collected impression. Elvin Grunts is depicted as the new steward of the Lorelei, a beautiful young woman whose unpredictable mood adds to her charm. The page also advertises a soundtrack album called DD Sound Collection Volume 1, featuring game music and arranged tracks, and a DD Everything guidebook containing setting details, short stories, developer interviews, and unreleased info. The game is available for SEGA Saturn and PlayStation. This page is all about the high-impact action of Destruction Derby on the SEGA Saturn. The page shouts "Collision" in bold Japanese characters, followed by the tagline, "Next, destroy the Saturn." It's clear this game is about pure vehicular mayhem. It's advertised as a crash race game, slated for release in August 1996, priced at 5,800 yen. The visual features crash test dummies inside a car, emphasizing the destructive nature of the game. You can see the SEGA Saturn logo clearly displayed at the top and the SoftBank logo at the bottom, who seem to be the publishers in Japan. It also mentions the developers as Psygnosis Limited, the creators of the original Destruction Derby games. Essentially, this page is a straightforward, attention-grabbing ad for Destruction Derby on the SEGA Saturn, highlighting its destructive gameplay and imminent release. This page spotlights Master of Monsters, Neo Generations for the SEGA Saturn. It boldly declares, "Grand Strategy Simulation Game Advent," emphasizing the strategy aspect. The page announces that the game will be showcased at Tokyo Game Show 96 from August 22nd to 24th. It also gives a release window for the game in October 1996, with a suggested retail price of 6,800 yen. Excluding tax. The artwork features several characters that are likely key figures in the game. The bottom of the page mentions SystemSoft as the developer and Toshiba Imi as the publisher. Essentially, this page is an announcement and promotional piece for Master of Monsters, Neo Generations, highlighting its upcoming appearance at Tokyo Game Show and its planned release date. This page appears to be showcasing various characters and artwork, likely related to SEGA Saturn games. There are several anime-style characters depicted prominently. In the foreground, there's a couple. A man in a suit, holding a sword and embracing a woman in a school uniform. Next to them is a woman holding a card with a star on it. In the background, there are two larger female characters, with very stylized hair. The overall impression is a vibrant and colorful presentation of characters that are probably featured in upcoming or recently released games for the SEGA Saturn. It looks like a visually engaging page designed to draw the reader's attention to the diverse range of characters and game worlds available on the platform. This page showcases Nightruth, Explanation of the Paranormal, a game for the SEGA Saturn. It looks like a spooky mystery adventure, possibly a visual novel-style game. The story is described as beginning with a young girl's death and revolves around horror and mystery within a school setting. It encourages players to bravely open the door to the mystery and experience the unknown world. We can see screenshots from the game, depicting scenes of tension and drama. Below the screenshots, there is a section highlighting the voice cast, listing names like Ueda Yuji, Miyamura Yuko, and Kanai Mika, among others who are bringing the characters to life. The game is scheduled for release on August 9, 1996, and priced at 6,800 yen. It's a set content release, including a game software CD-ROM, a music CD featuring opening and ending themes, and a booklet of original artwork and setting materials. It seems like a comprehensive package for fans of paranormal mystery games. This page is dedicated to Super Real Mahjong PVI, advertising it as an original artwork and setting material collection. It seems to be geared towards fans of the series, promising high-quality animation scenes and character designs from Tanaka Ryoichi. The advert emphasizes that it includes a large pinup poster and hints at other fan-focused gifts being included. The release is scheduled for late August. We also see adverts for other Super Real Mahjong-related items: P2 and P2I Fanbook, PIV Original Artwork and Setting Material Collection, PV Original Artwork and Setting Material Collection, and a PV Paradise All-Star 4-person anthology comic. These seem to be various fanbooks and art collections related to different installments in the Super Real Mahjong series, offering more content for dedicated fans. This page features illustrations by Aizawa Miki, themed around Greek and Roman goddesses, presented in a 4 format for 1,800 yen. Also advertised are several other items. First, an Idol Fighter Tsuchipai 2 OVA fanbook offers character details, transformation scenes, a pinup, staff interviews, and a special gift. A 1,800 yen. Next, a Final Romance official setting material collection contains over 1,300 animation sheets, a pinup by Sugaya Teruhiko, and a first-time gift. A 2,200 yen. Additionally, a Keiō Yuge Kitai Katsugekihen strategy and setting material collection, B5, 2,500 yen, features illustrations, character settings, interviews, strategy info, and a card-ROM with game content. Lastly, Ryokuen Gakuen DX3, a gamebook by Yuki Hirose, explores the Ryokuen Gakuen DX world, including the School Garden Adventurous Tale. Remake Edition. A 1,800 yen. This page is the contents page for SEGA Saturn Magazine Volume 14, dated August 23, 1996. It previews the articles within this issue, starting with an exclusive scoop on page 48, titled Junior High School Students. The special feature on page 54 is packed with game coverage, including Fighting Vipers and Nights into Dreams, Street Fighter Alpha 2, Virtua Cop 2, Enemy Zero, Real Sound, K's No Regret, and Destruction Derby. It also features articles on Langrisser 2i, Riglord Saga 2, Real Bout Fatal Fury, Guardian Heroes, and World Heroes Perfect. Further game coverage includes My Dream, On Air Gamma Tenakut, Fist, Hawk's Adventure, Waku Waku 7, Melfetti Lancer, Alien Trilogy, Diary, Photogenic, and Dukyusei 2. Page 224 has a scoop for Sega Touring Car Championship, while page 225 is Sega AM2 Research Express Neo, highlighting Virtua Fighter 3 and Virtua Fighter Kids, with character technique guides for Virtua Fighter and Master Mode details for Virtua Fighter Kids. The magazine also comes with a special Tokyo Game Show 96 Guidebook Appendix, a feature on Variable Geo, and a double-sided poster for Albert Odyssey Gaiden, Legend of Eldine. The page also features artwork of Knights. This issue's game index for the Sega Saturn features an alphabetical list of titles, starting with A and running through WA. The index includes a diverse selection of games across various genres. The list encompasses fighting games, Virtua Fighter, Fighting Vipers, RPGs, Albert Odyssey, Langrisser, and dating sims. Other notable genres represented include racing, sports, and platformers. The index provides a snapshot of the Sega Saturn's extensive game library. This page showcases the game Slam Jam 96, featuring Magic and Kareem, for both PlayStation and Sega Saturn. It's advertised as a basketball game where you can play as legendary players Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. The tagline is, "It's showtime," emphasizing fast-paced, exciting gameplay with signature moves and 3D fast break perspective. It highlights features like pick and roll, alley-oops, and jump contests. The advertisement announces the release date as August 9th and a price of 4,800 yen, excluding tax, classifying it as a sports action game for 1 to 4 players. There's also a promotional campaign offering Slam Jam goods to 1,000 winners who purchase the game and send in the application card by December 31st, 1996. Screenshots of the gameplay are shown, emphasizing the in-game action. The bottom of the page features the Crystal Dynamics and BMG Interactive logos as the developers and publishers respectively. This page dives into a special feature titled The Road to Creator, focusing on game development as a career path during the summer of '96. It highlights that for those who've grown up with games, being a game creator is seen as a very appealing profession. The article poses the questions many aspiring developers have. What exactly should you do to become one? And points out the lack of clear guidance, stating, nobody teaches you. This special feature aims to address this gap by providing accurate and helpful information for those dreaming of entering the game industry. We see signatures from Yun Purota and Osamu at the bottom, and the tagline, Going My Dream, further emphasizes the aspirational theme of this feature. This page seems to be an introduction to a series of articles focused on guiding readers towards a career in game creation. In 1997, the game industry was booming, fueled by the Nintendo 64 and escalating competition. Software companies were actively hiring. A key challenge was acquiring and retaining skilled developers, leading to a high demand for human resources. The analyst emphasizes that finding truly talented individuals was difficult despite high salaries, with the potential for massive earnings, over 100 million yen, for those behind successful games. The interview also touches on game schools. The analyst is skeptical of their effectiveness, suggesting that formal education may not be the best path to creativity in game development, contrasting this with the Asena system for creative fields. Instead, they lean towards apprenticeship and practical experience. The page concludes with an advertisement for a job hunting textbook offering industry analysis and advice. This page continues the discussion about the high demand for talented individuals, or human capital, in the game industry, which is constantly struggling with a talent shortage. Hisakazu Hirabayashi, from JICC Publishing, now Treasure Island, and formerly of Interac, is interviewed here. He emphasizes the need for people with real skills and talent, rather than just bodies, to fill positions. Hirabayashi talks about the disconnect between game schools and the actual industry needs. He questions if game schools are really providing the right kind of education for game development. He mentions that while schools might teach technical skills, true talent and creativity are crucial. He suggests that practical experience and mentorship within game companies might be more valuable than formal schooling. He also touches upon the importance of fundamental skills like drawing, saying that even in the digital age, being able to draw well is essential for game creators. He mentions the idea of making students draw 100 pictures to hone their skills. He believes that passion and dedication are key, and that truly talented individuals will find ways to succeed in the game industry, regardless of formal education. He concludes by stating that the game industry should move beyond just looking for manpower and start valuing and nurturing true talent or love for game creation. The game industry features diverse roles, with 4 key positions described. The producer/director steers the game's direction, leading the development team, and requiring strong leadership and technical understanding. The planner creates the game plan and specifications, collaborating with programmers and artists, demanding creative and logical thinking, along with strong presentation skills. The scenario writer crafts the game's story, characters, and dialogue, requiring excellent writing skills and narrative abilities, particularly for RPGs and simulation games. Finally, the programmer brings the game to life through coding, implementing game mechanics, and requiring creative programming, user-friendly thinking, and significant patience and dedication. This article from a '96 Game School Special explores various game industry roles beyond the core development team. It details the responsibilities of a graphic designer, who creates all visual elements, and a sound programmer, responsible for audio integration. Advertising/public relations promoters focus on game awareness, while sales/marketing personnel handle getting games into stores, highlighting the importance of strong communication. Retail roles involve interacting with customers and showcasing demo versions. Finally, the magazine/editing section covers the creation of game-related publications, emphasizing the need for game knowledge and understanding user perspectives. The article stresses the diverse skills and contributions needed to create and distribute games effectively. This page focuses on the Digital Entertainment Academy, a game school backed by 11 major game companies including Atlus, Enix, and Capcom, established in May of '96. The academy aims to train the next generation of game industry professionals by offering a practical, industry-focused curriculum. The school emphasizes keeping pace with the industry's technological advancements and offers professional design training with both 2-year and 3-year courses. A teacher, Horse Race Seiji, highlights the importance of passion for games and understanding them as a medium, stressing the need for communication skills and self-motivation in students, even within a professional setting. Student perspectives from Hashimoto Chiaki and Hashimoto Chisa talk about selecting courses and the practical nature of the learning. One student mentions learning about sound and programming, emphasizing the comprehensive skills they're gaining. The page points out 3 key criteria when choosing a game school: a curriculum that reflects the real needs of game development studios, the ability to gain broad knowledge applicable to the industry, and personalized instruction from lecturers. Finally, there's a schedule of school briefing sessions across various locations like Tokyo, Osaka, Nagoya, and others during August and early September. These sessions are held at different venues in each city on specific dates. This page continues the focus on the Digital Entertainment Academy, highlighting its mission to cultivate genuine game creators backed by 11 major game companies. It emphasizes the practical and industry-focused nature of the curriculum, designed to keep pace with the rapid advancements in the game industry. The page mentions that the Academy is introducing a 3-year course in addition to the traditional 2-year program, alongside a multimedia course in the evening. There's a list of capital participating companies, which includes some of the big names like Atlus, Enix, Capcom, Konami, Compile, Square, Taito, Hudson, Banpresto, and Microcavin. Basically a who's who of the Japanese game industry at the time, showing the strong industry support behind this academy. Course details are listed under 2-year system, which includes creative specialist training, with courses in Program Expert, Graphic Design, and Music Compose. The 3-year system is for professional designer training, offering program specialization and graphic specialization. Finally, there's a schedule for school briefing sessions taking place in August and September across various locations like Tokyo, Shizuoka, Nagoya, Osaka, Hiroshima, Fukuoka, and Kagoshima. Application deadlines are also mentioned for September and October, with Tokyo sessions being held earlier than regional ones. It's all about getting the next generation of game developers trained up and ready to join the industry. The next page continues to delve into the Vantan Computer Information Academy, emphasizing its unique approach to game development education and its strong support system for students. The headline highlights the Academy's course structure, specifically designed to achieve higher levels of expertise in the field. The text explains that the Academy has been running game development courses for 6 years and prides itself on providing a curriculum that keeps pace with the evolving game industry. They offer specialized courses and value student autonomy. They also boast dedicated self-study rooms, equipped with both DOS/Versus and Mac computers, available for students to use anytime the school is open, even outside of class hours. This is presented as a major advantage, allowing students to deepen their skills and knowledge at their own pace. There's a section called Public Relations Announcement, featuring an interview with Kunosuke Kobayashi from the Academy's PR team. He talks about career paths in the game industry and emphasizes the importance of direct interaction with game companies. He advises prospective students to thoroughly research different companies and job roles to find their passion. He also stresses that while the Academy provides a strong foundation, personal motivation and effort are essential for success. The page also lists points for choosing a school, highlighting 3 key aspects: an environment that sustains motivation, a diverse range of courses, and strong communication with alumni. Finally, there's a table outlining event information for August and September, listing dates for school information sessions and mock exams. Vantan Computer Information Academy promotes its game development courses, emphasizing learning from industry professionals. Their key selling points include instructors who are current creators, professional-grade equipment, and a curriculum designed by industry experts. They offer 2- and 4-year daytime courses covering game design, scenario writing, graphics, programming, animation, and digital sound/music, plus a research course. The Academy boasts in-house software houses, internet access, and special lectures. For prospective students, they have information sessions, mock exams, and summer seminars in July and August. And they encourage inquiries for application materials. This page focuses on Daikoku Anime Gakuen, an academy touting its strength in CG visual graphics with a tradition in the animation industry. They emphasize that many of their graduates are active in the anime industry and that they focus on developing specialists in CG, animation, and multimedia, especially relevant in today's crossover between anime and games. They highlight their commitment to students from outside the local area, providing support and a dedicated dormitory. The curriculum is taught by industry professionals and covers specialized courses in 2D and 3D animation, game and character design, character moving, and CG animation in games. They boast a 98.6% employment rate, likely due to their long history and industry connections. Instructors emphasize the practical, hands-on approach, focusing on developing creators who can bring image ideas to life. Highlighting drawing skills are not essential, but passion and interest are. A student testimonial speaks positively of the school, mentioning they chose it because of high CG and CM output, and find the lessons and instructors interesting, focusing their ambitions on becoming a CG movie creator, especially in RPGs and CG movies. The page also lists points for school selection, which are having a reliable system for students' peace of mind, whether CG certification can be obtained, and if detailed career guidance is provided. Finally, there's a table detailing dates for experience enrollment and information sessions at various locations, which are mostly in August and September. This page continues the focus on Daikoku Anime Gakuen, which is advertising its academy specializing in CG visuals and animation industry training. They are really pushing their reputation in the anime industry and their dedication to cultivating experts in CG, animation, and multimedia fields, which they emphasize is super relevant for today's game and anime crossover scene. They're offering courses for CG anime and game creation, multimedia creators, game character and moving designers, game designers, and even game sound artists. They also list a wide range of animation courses covering everything from general animation and digital event artistry to background design and even SFX and voice actor training, plus manga, illustration, and music-related courses. They boast a very impressive 98.62% employment rate for graduates. The ad is highlighting free application guidance materials, free one-day trial enrollment, and free school information sessions to attract new students. They're also emphasizing a natural public certification qualification acquisition system, which seems to be about providing comprehensive student support, including 24-hour availability, health consultations, and financial aid. Basically, they are selling themselves as a top choice for anyone looking to break into the CG, animation, and game industries. This page showcases the game course offered at Osaka Electronics College, a computer-focused school. It highlights student creations, showing screenshots from projects like a 16-puzzle game, a light-out puzzle, and a Kyoto exploration map game, suggesting a focus on foundational game development skills. The ad emphasizes the course's comprehensive approach, blending information technology, electronics, and sound to cultivate strong creative expression in students. They have a learning pathway that goes from information to programming, then electronics and system design, finally incorporating sound and music into game creation. They are also advertising school information sessions and trial enrollment dates happening across August, September, October, and then again in November and December for potential students. And provide the school's address and phone number. The bottom image is of their modern school building. This page is an advertisement for summer special experience admission events at two schools, Tokyo Koge Professional Training College and Tokyo Joho Business Professional Training College. They are promoting a hands-on experience where you can become a multimedia expert. The events are scheduled on multiple days in late August '96 for Tokyo Koge and late July and throughout August for Tokyo Joho Business. They promise a fun day out with system-specific practical experiences, lunch provided, a bingo game, and consultation corners for advice. Tokyo Koge Professional Training College is highlighted for its computer graphics and multimedia departments, while Tokyo Joho Business Professional Training College is showcasing multimedia communication and computer design departments. Both schools provide contact details, including phone numbers and website addresses, and are located in Shibuya and Ebishu areas of Tokyo. There's a small map to show their location relative to those train stations. The ad features photos of smiling young people, presumably students, and a picture of a computer lab filled with people working on computers. This page looks like an advertisement for a school called Culture Brain Computer Art Academy, pushing their UN rank above education concept. It seems they are heavily promoting their courses with a focus on game development and multimedia. The page is dominated by characters from the Virtua Fighter series, with text proclaiming, "Virtual experience, you can meet Virtua Fighter." They are clearly leveraging the popularity of Virtua Fighter to attract students. The ad highlights 3 key points about their educational program. First, they boast about teaching cutting-edge techniques like 3D CG, polygon modeling, and interactive movie productions. Secondly, they emphasize small class sizes for personalized learning and support, with flexible open campus hours and follow-ups. Finally, they promise a 100% employment support system, mentioning guidance for job interviews and cultivating industry standard skills. The bottom section lists course offerings, including game creator, CG designer, and multimedia, all being 2-year courses, except for multimedia, which is 2 years and 20 students capacity. The ad concludes with the school's name, address in Tokyo, and phone number for inquiries. It seems to be targeting students interested in getting into the game industry, using Virtua Fighter and cutting-edge tech as major selling points. This page is also an advertisement for the ECC Computer College, continuing their theme of creative education. The page header is Inspiration, and it features a large light bulb graphic as a visual metaphor for ideas and innovation. The ad lists various courses offered by the school, categorized under Multimedia Design Department and Integrated Graphics Department. The multimedia design courses include Game Creator course, CG Animator course, and CG Design and Architecture course, all lasting 2 years and open to both men and women. There's also an Internet course, Multimedia Integrated course, and Multimedia Instructor course, again all 2-year courses, with the Instructor course specifically for women. Under Integrated Graphics Department, the courses listed are Comprehensive Graphic Design, A Graphics, Sci course, and Designated School Teacher Training course, all 2-year programs, open to both genders. The bottom part of the page provides location information, including a small map showing the school's location near various train stations in Osaka and Maeda. It also gives the school's address, phone, and fax numbers. The ad highlights that they are authorized by the Ministry of Education, Science, Sports, and Culture for CNG Arts and certified by the CNG Education School Association. The very bottom mentions creative event and game company direct game planning contest, along with past successes with companies like Konami and Sega and product commercialization pre-design contests. It's reinforcing the school's focus on career readiness and industry connections, again targeting those interested in the game and CG industries. This page encourages aspiring game creators to use summer holidays to develop their skills. It features a Game School Q&A section, offering advice on choosing schools, visiting campuses, and understanding course content. The curriculum emphasizes up-to-date skills and utilizes the latest technology. The page highlights the value of special lecturers, who are active industry professionals providing real-world knowledge and insights. It also recommends several books: Game no Daigaku, Analyzing the Game Industry, Game Over on Nintendo's Success, and New Game Design, offering practical game design knowledge. The page concludes with a focus on Hirabayashi, suggesting more industry expertise is provided. This page announces the upcoming Tokyo Game Show 96, which is happening from August 22nd to 24th at Tokyo Big Sight. It's the first ever computer entertainment software specialized exhibition in Japan, with 86 exhibitors showing off new games and related goods, things you won't see in game magazines. There will be special conferences, comic shows, and cosplay events too. Manufacturers will have guests at their booths, and the magazine includes a special guidebook as an appendix, with discount coupons worth 100 yen. At the SEGA booth on the 23rd and 24th, voice actress Ryo Ryoko and a big sports meet event are planned. In other news, Pepsi Man has appeared at SEGA. This mascot from the TV commercials apparently showed up to check out the progress of Fighting Vipers, which he stars in. His CD single was released on July 22nd, and more details are on page 58. Finally, Tokyo Joypopolis is proving to be a huge hit, reaching 100,000 visitors in just 2 weeks since opening on July 12th. People are flocking there to experience Sega's latest attractions and play Virtua Fighter 3. It's popular with couples, day and night, and the Fortune Museum is also a draw. Neo Geo World features the horror attraction 13th Jay's Wrath, starting September 1st, alongside its Cosmic Bowling Alley. A Memories event at SoftMap in Akihabara on September 15th promotes the Summer Color Memories CD with idol stars, offering photo opportunities. Mini-size CD Bros showcases a Chisato Matsuda photo CD from Jamaica and the video CD Nas No Life King. Upcoming CD releases include Hitomi's pop single By Myself, Vivian Hu's ballad 8th of Valentine, the rock album Rise Majesty, and soundtracks for The King of Fighters 96, Cyberdoll, and Duke You Say If. Also featured are Tokimeki Memorial Vocal Best Collection 2 and the Tokyo Ska Paradise Orchestra's Tokyo Strut, a 6th album with cover songs, viewable on Mac and Windows. Release dates are around August 21st, with the Tokyo Ska Paradise Orchestra on September 2nd. This page showcases the Sega Saturn software sales top 10 and the arcade video games top 5. Topping the Saturn software chart at number 1 is Tokimeki Memorial Forever With You, noted as a new entry with strong stock levels. In second place is Decathlete, another new entry, benefiting from the Olympic boom and selling well. Greatest 996 is third, praised for its updated data and controls. Nights into Dreams drops to 4th place from the top spot, still a popular title. Saturn Bomberman is at number 5, considered a bit slow in sales but great for 10-player multiplayer. Aquazone for Sega Saturn is in 6th, highlighted as a unique breeding simulation. 7th is Yaya Murasaki Mura no Hitobito, an adventure game. Sega Ages Volume 2 Space Harrier is 8th, recommended for mission stick users. Perfect Pro Baseball 96 Greatest 9 is 9th, a previous number 1 hit still selling well. Rounding out the top 10 is Shining Wisdom, noted for its reasonable price. Moving to the arcade video game top 5, Virtua Fighter 2 remains number 1, followed by Last Bronx Tokyo Bangaichi at number 2, Denu Senki Virtualon at number 3, Street Fighter 02 at number 4, and Decathlete again at number 5. The page mentions the upcoming release of Virtua Fighter 3 in about a month and a half, emphasizing its anticipation and showcasing latest information about VF3 on page 225. 2 user polls reveal Sega Saturn fan desires. The Want to Convert Top 20 list prioritizes ports of popular series like Last Bronx, Biohazard, Resident Evil, and Final Fantasy, indicating a strong interest in RPGs and fighting games. Upcoming Saturn ports such as Deuce 2 partially satisfy this desire. The hopeful new soft top 15 poll highlights anticipated new Saturn games. Enemy Zero leads, praised for its visuals and Kenji Ino's style. Dengeki Senki Vajrayan and Sakura Wars follow, the latter promising interactive choices and a dramatic story. Other popular titles on the list are Fighting Vipers, Street Fighter 02, and The King of Fighters 96. The page also showcases screenshots of Fighting Vipers and The King of Fighters 96. This page presents the Sega Saturn Readers Race Volume 27, revealing the latest user poll results for Saturn games. It seems like the readers have voted for their favorite titles, and the page is announcing the rankings. The odds table Saturn A section showcases the top games. Nights into Dreams is surprisingly in the top spot, followed by Virtua Fighter 2 and Sega Rally Championship. Other high-ranking games include Panzer Dragoon Zwei, Virtua Cop, and Virtua Fighter Kids, showing a diverse taste from players who enjoy fighting, racing, and shooting genres. Tokimeki Memorial Forever With You is introduced as a new super hit horse, and it's highly praised as a complete and immersive version of the game with voice acting and engaging scenarios, achieving a very high score of 8.7521 from the reviewers. The page highlights the upset of Knights, overtaking Virtua Fighter 2 in the rankings, noting it as a significant shift from previous polls where Virtua Fighter 2 was dominant. It seems the readers are excited about new titles making their mark, and the competition for the top spots is fierce. There's also a mention of the lowest ranked position, indicating even the less popular games are being discussed and potentially critiqued. This page of the SEGA Saturn Reader's Race Volume 27 rankings details lower ranking games compared to the previous page. The odds table Saturn B section lists various titles without any standouts. New arrivals are then introduced. Destiny Horse covers Decathlete, a button-mashing action game with fun gameplay despite its simple graphics and sound. It received a total score of 8.5882. Hidden Horse Introduction features Gameware Volume 2, 6.6666, a collection of short comedic games, and The Making of Nightruth, 6.3, a supplement for hardcore fans. Attention Horse Introduction reviews Pre-in-Battle Q, 5.3, a challenging quiz game, and Quiz 365, 5.1428, a more accessible daily quiz game. Finally, Super Noble Horse presents Super Deduction. Male Counterattack, 4.6363, a mystery adventure game praised for its audio. And Great Adventure Centaurs Remains, 3.4166, a classic RPG with dated graphics and gameplay. This SEGA Saturn magazine page features game reviews and reader engagement. Previews highlight games like Saturn Bomberman, praised for multiplayer, Greatest 996, improved gameplay, SEGA Ages Volume 2 Space Harrier, faithful arcade port, and Virtua Fighter Kids, easy to play and enjoyable. Reader interaction is present through sections like Off-Site Horse Racetrack, Popular Horse Voice, reader comments, Odds Table Saturn Peripheral Devices, ranked accessories, and Soft Saturn Review Corner, reader game reviews. The magazine also includes a reader prediction game, dress-up expected game with partner chance, and attention expected game with double chance. Sections detailing entry deadlines and prizes, including accessories and software. The odds prediction game for expected games explains the rules for entering the prediction game by submitting game reviews and predictions. This page announces Underclassmen, the brand new game from Elf, is coming to the SEGA Saturn. It's highlighted as a romance game, recommended for players 18 and over. The page emphasizes that this Saturn version is happening sooner than expected. Details like the release date and price are still to be decided. The page features a large illustration of a female character from Underclassmen, showcasing the game's anime style and likely the main heroine. It's definitely an exciting announcement for fans of romance games on the Saturn. The article previews the SEGA Saturn release of Elf's Underclassmen, a popular PC romance game. The protagonist is a popular, though somewhat annoying, high school junior with 13 potential female love interests, each with unique endings. The game features a burning expression system, where girls' reactions change based on the player's affection. The Saturn version, geared towards adults like the PC original, aims to preserve the core romance, including bed scenes, while slightly toning down the adult content. The developers focused on excellent voice acting and tweaked event scenes and graphics. Although screenshots are from the PC version, the goal is to deliver a realistic and engaging experience on the Saturn, allowing players to experience a full year of high school life and develop relationships with the girls. This page showcases 4 female characters, likely potential love interests from the game Underclassmen, mentioned on the previous page. Each character gets a profile with their name and a short description, along with a full-body portrait and smaller in-game screenshots. First up is Katsuki Marina, described as a classmate in the tennis club. She is intelligent, athletic, and from a nearby family, making her a childhood friend of the protagonist. The description suggests she is aware of the protagonist's feelings but doesn't take school seriously. Next is Hagiwara Mayumi, another classmate, Yaonda. She's described as light-hearted and popular, with a Kogel vibe and many male friends. She's experienced in romance and enjoys casual flirting. The text hints at a secret side to her personality. Then we have Kano Ryoko, a classmate in the art club. She's passionate about art, sometimes losing herself in her own world. She's described as cool and analytical, able to judge things calmly, but also sensitive to the protagonist's feelings. Lastly, there's Kamiyama Miko, a classmate from the same town and daughter of a shrine. She has strict family rules and a curfew of 5 p.m., living in a quiet environment. Despite her gentle personality, She struggles to keep up with the protagonist's upbeat conversations. Each character profile is accompanied by screenshots that seem to illustrate their personalities or suggest possible scenarios in the game, some of which appear to be more suggestive, fitting with the romance game theme mentioned before. This page introduces another set of 4 female characters, and like the last page, these are likely love interests from the game Underclassmen. We have Nandri AI, who is described as a lower-classman, deeply in love with the protagonist. She's portrayed as someone who is disliked by other boys, but is very friendly with Misuzu, and despite being warned against it by her friend Misuzu, she continues to admire the protagonist. Next is Ijima Misuzu, also a lower-classman and AI's friend. Misuzu doesn't quite understand AI's feelings for the protagonist, but she herself wants to be friends with him and looks up to him. She's described as belonging to the stairs area, and it's mentioned that the protagonist is popular with girls. Then we have Shindo Reiko, a classmate in the finance committee, and from the wealthy Shindo family. She arrives in a chauffeur-driven car and believes she and the protagonist live in different worlds. Her attitude and speech are described as arrogant, and she sometimes clashes with the protagonist. Finally, there's Minagawa Nana, a lower-classman in the tennis club, presented as having a childish personality. She refers to herself by name and retains a childlike innocence. She loves sweets, respects the protagonist, and is shy around him. Each character has a full-body image and smaller screenshots showcasing them in various in-game situations, some of which have suggestive undertones, reinforcing the dating sim genre hinted at before. This page introduces 4 new female characters, likely from the game Underclassmen. Mikatsuki Shizuka, a mature homeroom teacher with a hidden vulnerable side, presents a potential romance. Yamashita Minami, a college student working at a coffee shop, is insecure about her masculine appearance. Mochida Mayuko, a gentle girl working at a flower shop, has a specific item that could influence her feelings. Lastly, Midoriya Maki, a boyish and strong-willed fish shop worker, initially dislikes the protagonist, but has a hidden softer side. The suggestive images accompanying their introductions strongly suggest this is a dating sim. Underclassmen introduces several key characters. Tina, a transfer student and potential romantic interest, is depicted as approachable, but with potentially concerning actions. The protagonist's cousin, Goto Sao, is energetic and provides information about girls. Sasaki Haruhiko is a rich, antagonistic delinquent. Takada Kenji is a nerdy, supportive friend. Tim, Tina's wary younger brother, dislikes romance. The game's setting, Rabbit Moontown, is detailed with a world map. It features the school, various facilities, and amusement parks, designed for easy navigation. Rabbit Moon Station facilitates travel for dates. The school building and schoolyard are highlighted date locations, emphasizing the game's romantic focus. School events and club activities also take place in the school building, increasing the chances for interactions. This page is all about the Saturn version of Fighting Vipers, and it's looking seriously impressive. They're shouting about super latest screenshots and how the game is 90% complete. They're promising it'll capture the arcade experience perfectly, but with cool Saturn-exclusive features. They're running through some key reveals with sections called FV checks. First up is the movie demo being available. Then, and this is wild, they announce Pepsi Man as a playable character. They also give a glimpse of the full game mode and dive into the Arrange mode, which sounds like a Saturn-exclusive mode with balance tweaks and extra content. Finally, they highlight a match between BM and Pepsi Man, mentioning they're both incredibly powerful. Mark your calendars. Fighting Vipers for Saturn drops on August 30th and will cost 6,800 yen. Fighting Vipers for the Saturn is shaping up to be a complete port, featuring new content. The biggest announcement is the addition of Pepsi Man as the 11th playable character. Described as a strong fighter with powerful techniques, Pepsi Man's design and winning pose are in development, with strong combos to encourage beginner players. His alternate color is Pepsi Freedom, and he transforms with Pepsi Power. The Saturn version also enhances the usability of BM and Marler, who can be unlocked in arcade mode. The Saturn version boasts improved graphics, including a larger BM and a glossier appearance. The AM2 team emphasizes the distinctiveness of BM and Marler, despite their similar designs. The next page promises to reveal all game modes. The player select screen is shown, including familiar faces like Tokyo, Bon, and Grace. This page details the exciting game modes prepared for the Saturn version of Fighting Vipers. It highlights the volume of content available, pointing out the enhanced short replay feature, which now looks even flashier. Naturally, 1P and 2P modes are confirmed. The page then dives into 3 new modes prepared for the Saturn version. First is Original Mode, stated as a perfect port of the arcade game, maintaining the same moves and combos. Next is Arrange Mode, described as a rebalanced version for the Saturn, adjusting the game balance from the arcade version, addressing things like inescapable techniques. Lastly, there's Hyper Mode, which is based on the game balance of Arrange Mode, but features even more intense battles due to increased attack power when using hyper commands like P+K+G. A section titled Checkpoint 1 announces the unveiling of a new original movie for the Saturn version. This movie features Tokyo, Grace, and Biggie, and hints at other characters like Alpha and Spoon also appearing, suggesting a commercial tie-in within the movie. Finally, the page mentions the high-quality CG visuals used to depict the expressions of the Viper characters, emphasizing the detailed armor and cool character designs that are well integrated. The Saturn version of Fighting Vipers offers a wealth of game modes beyond the standard fighting experience. VS Mode provides 2-player battles with dynamic character animations and stage selection. Backup Record Mode tracks player statistics, saving verses, and time records for competitive analysis. Training Mode aids skill development by offering command lists and CPU control, ideal for practice. Playback Mode lets players record and replay matches with adjustable camera angles for strategic review. Furthermore, the game emphasizes its signature wall-breaking mechanic, referred to as FV-ness, adding an exciting element to the fights, particularly on stages like the Honey stage. Kataoka Yuji discusses the Saturn version of Fighting Vipers, nearing 90% completion. He highlights Hyper Mode for its speed and new movement options, and emphasizes the core armor break system. Adjustments to life gauges and CPU AI aim to improve accessibility for home players. Pepsi Man is confirmed as a hidden character, and Team Battle Mode is still being refined. The preview also details the quality verification process, ensuring the game captures the FV-ness and is worth purchasing. Screenshots showcase gameplay. Reviewers from SEGA Saturn Magazine praise the arcade-perfect graphics and intuitive controls, making special moves easy to perform. They rave about the increased fun compared to the arcade experience, and note the significance of Pepsi Man's inclusion. This page is all about Nights into Dreams, diving deep into the Alife system, and introducing a new evolution called Superphepian. It seems they're uncovering secrets about Nightopians, the little dream creatures in the game, and how they become leader-like figures called Supersepians. We get to see the different stages, from Nightphepian to Nightphemian to Meolopian, and finally, the king of them all, the Supersepian, complete with a crown. It explains how Nightphepians and Nightphepians, which are different types of these creatures, can combine to create Meolopians, and then, through some sort of evolution process, you get Supersepians who become leaders. There are screenshots showing the game in action, and it also lists the game as a Sega release, priced at 5,800 yen, confirming it's an action game and compatible with the Saturn multi-controller. The page is really highlighting this Alife system as a key feature and something to pay attention to in Nights into Dreams. This page is all about the sound evolution in Nights into Dreams and the Alife system. It's presented as a special interview with sound director Makino Shuei and composer Sasaki Tomoko. They discuss how the sound in Nights into Dreams changes as you play, thanks to the Alife system. Makino explains that when you have around 10 Nightopians in the game, the sound dynamically shifts based on what the player seems to enjoy. They talk about the programming side, explaining that they've created musical patterns which are categorized into sections like A, B, C, and D, and the game intelligently mixes and matches these to create a constantly evolving soundscape. Sasaki hopes players will really notice and enjoy the music, emphasizing the unity between the sound and gameplay. They mention the vast possibilities in music patterns and arrangements within Alife, with seemingly limitless combinations. The music dynamically loads and changes based on your progress in the game. Sasaki also talks about composing the music to harmonize with the game's themes and create excitement. There's also an announcement about the Nights into Dreams soundtrack CD releasing on July 10th. They expressed their excitement about players experiencing the changing sounds in the game and hopefully enjoying the soundtrack. Finally, at the bottom, they reveal the full lyrics to the theme song Dreams Dreams, crediting Tomoko Sasaki for both the music and the words. This page delves deeper into Nights into Dreams, answering fan questions about two key aspects directly to Sonic Team. It's revealed that Super Capians cannot be created by breeding Nightpians with each other. The page explains the Nighttopian and Nightmaren evolution garden, detailing how Nighttopians and Nightmarens evolve through interaction. It mentions that Nightpians, who are like angels, and Nightmarens, who are like devils, can crossbreed, eventually resulting in the ultimate Nightpian. The behavior of Super Sapiens is described as completely different from normal Nighttopians, aiming to delight players. Focusing on the Super Sapiens, it explains that this special Nighttopian is born when various types of Mesopians breed and inherit Pian genes. It's stated that only 100% Super Sapiens exist, and they are created by Nighttopians. Super Sapiens are said to live in the Nighttopian residential area of dreams, and are aggressive towards Nightmaren. The article also discusses the probability of Super Sapien appearance, and how players can increase their chances of encountering them by consistently breeding specific types of Nighttopians. There's a section showcasing the full lyrics to the theme song Dreams Dreams, reinforcing the game's musical focus from the previous page. Finally, a Nights High Score contest is announced, running until July 31st. It highlights top players from a previous contest and details the rules and prizes for this new competition, urging players to participate and aiming for high scores in various courses within a limited time. This page announces with excitement, 18 characters altogether! Finally complete? For the game Street Fighter. The page highlights that the game is near completion and mentions a release date of September 14th, priced at 5,800 yen, and categorized as a versus fighting game. The article states that all characters are ready, but development is slightly behind schedule, causing concern among readers. However, they reassure fans that the latest room sent to the editorial department confirms all 18 characters are complete, and the game is very close to finished. While training mode is still in development, other modes like CPU battles and option settings are mostly done. They've even tested versus mode, and say it's great, with damage settings adjustable, allowing for detailed arcade recreation. The page then focuses on two characters, Akadon and Guy. Adon, described as the Emperor of Muay Thai and Sagat's former disciple, is showcased with moves like Jaguar Kick, Jaguar Tooth, Rising Jaguar, and Jaguar Revolver. It explains his fighting style and special moves involving kicks and jumps. Guy, the 39th successor of Bushin Ryu, is also featured. The article highlights his swift movements and counterattacks. His moves such as Bushin Gokusaken, Bushin Gokumakyaku, and Bushin Hasoken are shown in screenshots, emphasizing his command-based special moves and super combos. This page moves on from the previous Street Fighter coverage to showcase 4 more characters, but this time it looks like we are diving into the world of Fighters Megamix. We get a look at Birdie, Rose, Rith, and Zangief, each presented with their character art and signature moves highlighted in screenshots. Birdie is described as a villainous powerhouse, relying on brute strength and weapons, showing off moves like Bullhead and Bandit Chain. Next up is Rose, the soul-powered fortune teller from Italy, utilizing mystical attacks like Soul Spiral and Soul Spark. Then there's Rith, who seems to be a blade-wielding street fighter, with techniques like Jock's Grave and Bust Buster. Finally, we see Zangief, the muscle-worshipping wrestler, correcting a potential mistranslation about him being the king of Muay Thai, and demonstrating his iconic powerful throws and strikes like Tiger Shot and Tiger Crush. The page gives a good overview of each character's fighting style and special moves, giving us a taste of the diverse roster in Fighters Megamix, going beyond just Street Fighter characters it seems. This page continues to explore the characters in Fighters Megamix, featuring 4 more iconic fighters. First up is Akuma, presented as the embodiment of the Satsui no Hado, showcasing his signature moves like the Shinku Hadoken and Ashura Senku. We also see glimpses of his devastating Tenma Gozanku and the Hyakishu. Next, it's M. Bison, the Psycho Power Tyrant, with his moves highlighted including the Psycho Shot, Double Knee Press, Somersault Skulldiver, and the Brutal Knee Press Nightmare. The page emphasizes his desire for world domination, fueled by his immense psycho power. Then we have Gen, the mysterious Hong Kong assassin, who is described as a master of various fighting styles. His moves like Senryu Gekiryu, Senryu Hyakuren-ku, Senryu Shura, and Iryu Jasen are displayed, hinting at his unique and deadly techniques. Finally, Rolento takes the stage. Depicted as a military-minded fighter who employs weapons like rods and knives, moves like Patriot Circle, Stinger, Mekong Delta Attack, and Take No Prisoner showcase his aggressive and weapon-based combat style, emphasizing his guerrilla warfare tactics. Overall, this page gives us a solid look at 4 very different and powerful characters within the Fighters Megamix universe, each with their distinct fighting styles and signature moves. The Fighter Stick X02, designed for SEGA Saturn fighting games like Street Fighter Alpha 2, aims to improve upon the standard controller. Key features include a durable cable, arcade-style microswitches in the stick and buttons, and a 2-row button layout for fast and complex inputs. Purchasing the stick includes a Street Fighter Alpha 2 character card and a Saikyo sticker. A separate campaign offers a full character card set for sending in 2 application postcards, with a lottery for 3,000 cards for single-unit purchases. The application deadline is October 31st. Reviews from various players highlight the stick's strengths. Users appreciate the design, button feel, and reliable lever. Positive feedback emphasizes ease of use for special moves and command inputs. Some users noted issues with button size or difficulty executing specific character moves. This page is a special report about Virtua Cop 2, announcing that Stage 2, specifically the left route, is being shown for the first time. It's mentioned the game is about 35% complete and almost finished, hinting at a possible release date being close. Gamers can expect to see the latest version at the Tokyo Game Show starting August 22nd. The article details the Stage 2 left route, explaining it starts from a passenger liner and branches off at a diner, leading through areas like a bar lounge and kitchen. It sounds like Stage 2 is packed with various objects and scenarios to keep players entertained. Interestingly, there's a section comparing the arcade and Saturn versions of the game, focusing on visual effects. The page highlights how the Saturn version is aiming for arcade quality effects, showing how elements like monitors and signs are being faithfully recreated to provide a similar experience on the home console. They even point out how objects from Stage 2 of the arcade version are being brought into the Saturn release, implying they are trying to make it as close to the arcade as possible. Virtua Cop 2 news highlights Stage 1's explosive police car and biker chase sequences, setting a high-action tone. Stage 3 is under development, with development chief Mr. Sumi promising a high-quality experience, particularly in vehicle depictions and programming. The ST band might feature in the diner stage, adding a musical element. Stage 2 introduces a bar counter scene with many enemies and civilians, and confirmed left route selection via a signboard. Stage 3 will be set in a subway and train, promising fast-paced action. The next issue will feature a compilation of Stage 1 and 2, and showcase 2-player routes. This text details aspects of the Enemy Zero creators' talk, focusing on game development at Warp. The discussion starts with the company's origins, the team structure, and praise for Gungrafon's cutscenes. A new project is hinted at. The core content revolves around Enemy Zero's technical aspects. Programmer Sato's background, including Unix and copy machine systems, influenced his approach. They discuss separating real-time movie elements, emphasizing analog stick controls, and prioritizing audio realism. The team explored image sharpness, the limitations of CG on the Saturn, and the network component. Memory limitations and user restrictions were development concerns. The talk concludes with a comparison of Saturn and PlayStation, highlighting the Saturn's advantage for software sharpness. This page features interviews with 3 key figures from Warp: programmer Naoya Sato, programmer Hideki Miura, and the president, Kenji Ino. Sato, with a background in Unix and even copy machine programming, discusses his approach to game development. Miura, a longtime Warp member of 8 years, talks about his extensive involvement in programming almost all of Warp's titles, except Dinner D, highlighting his cool and collected demeanor. Kenji Ino is introduced as a well-known creator whose current game criticism column is causing him some pain, and he humorously mentions his original manuscript sounds like it has hearing ringing. The interview delves into technical challenges of game development, specifically for the Saturn. They touch upon memory limitations, XIDROM speed bottlenecks, and comparisons between the Saturn and PlayStation, emphasizing the Saturn's superior image sharpness. Real-time movie elements analog stick control, and audio realism are key aspects of their development philosophy, particularly for Enemy Zero. They also discuss memory management tricks like flop-on world and aim for visually impressive games despite the hardware constraints. Games like Gungrafon, Prince of Persia in 3D context, and even influences like Outlaw Star and Berserk are mentioned in the discussion about pushing visual boundaries and game design. They reference creating arcade-style games at AM2 Research and the desire to bring that quality to Saturn. This page continues the discussion about Warp and their approach to sound design, specifically focusing on a new project called Real Sound, temporary name. It's described as a special report with key features like Warp, slated for release next year with an undecided price, and being a 3D sound role-playing game on 2 discs. The article highlights the desire to bring in Mr. Ogawa Takamatsu from EO to handle the sound, emphasizing his expertise in creating realistic and immersive audio experiences. The interviewer, likely I know from the previous page, expresses a strong interest in achieving sound that goes beyond typical game audio, aiming for a level of realism comparable to TV dramas or anime audio dramas, not just generic game sound effects. They discuss the importance of sound in conveying atmosphere and emotion, wanting to create worlds that players can truly feel through audio. The discussion touches upon the challenges of balancing realistic sound with player interaction and game design, acknowledging that focusing too much on sound might detract from gameplay. However, the reviewer emphasizes that sound is crucial for immersion and creating a deeper connection with the game world. They also mention the use of binaural recording techniques to enhance the sense of realism, highlighting the intention to create a very engaging audio experience for the player, even suggesting that the audio is so important that gameplay decisions are secondary. They also mention the Tokyo Game Show as a potential venue for more details about Real Sound. Petite Destruction Race, a SoftBank release for Destruction Derby, is a crash-focused racing game priced at 5,800 yen, launching September 20th. The game emphasizes destruction, with the tagline, "Crazy Joy is the world's #1. Players tune up junk cars and score points by crashing and spinning out opponents, prioritizing destruction over traditional racing." The game features a destruction derby mode in a circular stadium, encouraging chaotic collisions. Courses also present hazards, with intersections and narrow paths. The article highlights the game's unique exhilaration, tapping into a primal destructive urge. The review notes that real-life destruction derbies are popular, especially in the southern US and England. The game mirrors this with older car models and intense crashes, promising a thrilling experience where players compete to be the strongest. The tone is enthusiastic about the game's chaotic and destructive gameplay. Langrisser 2i, subtitled Angrisser, is coming to Sega Saturn on September 13th as an SRPG. The magazine report highlights the game's imminent release, priced at 6,200 yen for a special package. The article features a world map and details 4 nations: the Kingdom of Larkus, the Ligurian Empire, the Beryl Kingdom, and Velzeria. Introducing key figures and their motivations. Gameplay tips emphasize strategic spellcasting, area of effect awareness, and the limited save points. Enemy reinforcements add to the strategic depth, and city people hint at hidden elements. The special edition includes 3D phonograms, autograph cards, and minibooks. The report also emphasizes visual upgrades with enhanced CG effects for magic attacks and support spells. This page dives deeper into strategy for Langrisser 2, breaking down 5 scenarios. Scenario 1, Floating Castle Assault, puts you in a tough spot needing to destroy magic cannons to advance, but units are limited, and Geliol and his team are NPCs. You have to patiently wait for the Ligurian army to weaken the cannons, and then push forward to victory, gathering experience along the way. Scenario 2, Raphael's Madness, tasks you with reaching the map bottom while keeping civilians, including Layla, alive. The key here is to defend the town from approaching enemies like silver wolves, while making sure Diehalt, Liana, Tiris, and Layla escape to the map bottom to win. Scenario 3, Sad Blood Punishment, is about surviving waves of zombies and ghouls. The strategy is to hold the line with your townspeople and lure enemies towards Glob and other strong units for support, protecting the civilians like Royan and Tiris who are helping. Scenario 4, General Geyer, emphasizes utilizing surrounding units to your advantage. You need to figure out enemy movements and use allies to corner and defeat General Geyer efficiently. Finally, Scenario 5, Wise General Emmerlink, pits you against the intelligent Emmerlink. Unlike Geyer, Emerlink uses tactics. The advice is to take your time, understand Emerlink's strategy, and then launch a counterattack to defeat him and his Ligurian forces. The page is essentially a strategy guide, giving players hints and orthodox approaches for overcoming challenging scenarios in Langrisser 2, emphasizing tactical thinking and unit management. This page focuses on Langrisser 2I, showcasing it as the Holy Knight Chronicles side story. It's great news for fans, as they've managed to bring back color pages to the magazine. The page is a big thank you to all the Langrisser fans who have been patiently waiting. There's an interview section with producer Noriyoshi Ogreba, pictured on the right, who is expressing gratitude to the fans for their support and patience regarding the game's development. He mentions wanting to deliver an even better experience for the players. He talks about adding more depth to the battle scenes and enhancing the scenario and hero-villain relationship parameters. He also mentions that they've added a heroine system and hints at Tiras giving out useful information. Then we have some fun, fan-related corners. Messiah Afriko Corner and GirlCon and BoyCon feature fan art submissions, showing illustrations of characters like Liana and Tiras. The illustration corner continues this trend, with more fan-created artwork and artist names. It seems fans are really engaged with the characters and world of Langrisser. Finally, at the bottom right there's an afterword section, which might contain some closing thoughts or editorial notes. Overall, the page is celebrating Langrisser 2I and appreciating the fans' enthusiasm for the series. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn tactical RPG, Riglord Saga 2. It's being hyped as a major release and a sequel to the original Riglord Saga. The article is a special report, and it's showing off the game for the first time with screenshots. Riglord Saga 2 is set a few decades after the first game, and features Princess Mew of the Dragon Kingdom as the main character. The game is a 3D tactical RPG, just like the first one, where you control units on a map. It seems they're emphasizing strategic depth, with elements like height differences on the battlefield affecting combat. They're boasting about improvements to the world map, which is said to be 3 times larger than the original, along with bigger battlefields and more strategic gameplay. We get some release info too. It's scheduled for October, priced at 6,800 yen, and is labeled as a tactical RPG, suitable for all ages. There's a section that explains what Riglord Saga is, mentioning it was released in July 1995 and was known for its tactical battles and skill system. It was set in the Yamatai Kingdom. So for those who played the first game, this sequel seems to be building upon those foundations with a new story and enhanced gameplay. Riglord Saga 2's special report details enhancements to its characters and skill system. Detail UP characters introduces Mew, Dragonkin Dragon Knight, Rusty, Human Priest, and Asuka, Human Ninja, descendants of previous game characters, now with improved detail and realism in a world set a century later. Each character boasts unique attributes, classes, and skills, such as Rusty's Holy Magic and Mew's Dragon Techniques. The skill system power-up emphasizes expanded skill variety. The sequel retains the original skill learning system, but significantly boosts the number of usable techniques to over 200, exceeding the first game's 150. New skills promise enriched character development and skill collection. Screenshots showcase advanced skills like Asuka's Izuna Drop Throw and Rusty's Thunderbolt, visually demonstrating the enhanced combat. This page of SEGA Saturn magazine continues its look at Riglord Saga 2, showcasing the improvements to the game's presentation and gameplay. They are highlighting how the game uses polygon graphics to create real-time event scenes with dynamic camera angles, moving away from more traditional RPG event styles. The article explains that these viewpoint changes during events enhance the drama and storytelling within the game. You can see from the screenshots how the perspective shifts smoothly to keep you engaged in the scene. Furthermore, the page focuses on the newly implemented freely rotatable maps for battles. Because the entire game world is built with polygons, you can rotate the battle maps at will. This is a big deal, as it gives players a much better overview of the battlefield and more strategic control compared to the previous game, where camera control was more limited. The screenshots clearly demonstrate the map rotation feature, showing different angles of the same battle area. It's all about making the game easier and more comfortable to play with these improved viewpoints, really enhancing the overall player experience. This SEGA Saturn magazine report previews Real Bout Fatal Fury's key gameplay changes. The game introduces 4 primary mechanics: Aerial ZTURN, lets players flip behind opponents in mid-air with the Z button, enabling behind attack opportunities. Combination attacks simplify combos, indicated by the rush meter, increasing accessibility and versatility. Ring out introduces breakable stage barriers. Players can win by knocking opponents out of the ring. Finally, oversway, a simplified near sidestep, X plus forward, allows players to move into the background and attack. The Saturn version simplifies this to a single button press. The report aims to familiarize players with these new, streamlined mechanics, highlighting strategic depth and ease of use. This page details the basic and special moves in Real Bout Fatal Fury. It starts with the basic controls, showing the button layout with A for punch, B for kick, C for strong attack, and Z for oversway, which is described as moving behind the opponent in mid-air. The directional inputs are explained: covering, jumping, crouching, moving forward and backward, guarding, dashing, backstepping, and small jumps, and aerial guards. The page then moves into wake-up attacks and chase attacks. Wake-up attacks are performed when getting up from the ground and are specific to characters like Andy Bogard, Bob Wilson, Blue Mary, Franco Bash, and Yamazaki Ryuji. Chase attacks are follow-up attacks when the opponent is downed, available for 9 characters, and executed with down plus circa. It mentions that spacing and character selection are important for chase attacks. Finally, the page explains guard cancels, a technique where you can cancel a guard state into an attack when your power gauge is full. It lists specific guard cancel moves for Terry Bogard, Andy Bogard, Joe Higashi, Unknown Fire, Bob Wilson, Franco Bash, Blue Mary, Hanfu, Tung Fu Ru, and Kim Kafwan. The page is structured as a move list guide, providing players with essential combat mechanics and special move commands for Real Bout Fatal Fury. This page continues the move list guide for Real Bout Fatal Fury, detailing special and super moves for a range of characters. It covers Terry Bogard, Andy Bogard, and Joe Higashi, showing their signature moves like Terry's Burn Knuckle and Power Dunk, Andy's Zane Ken and Giki Hishuken, and Joe's Slash Kick and Hurricane Upper. It lists moves for Mai Shiranui, using the style of Unknown Fire, with her graceful attacks like Kachozen and Ryuenbu. Bob Wilson, the capoeira fighter, is next with moves like Rolling Turtle and Dangerous Wolf. Franco Bash, the kickboxer, has powerful techniques like Double Kong and Weaving Blow. Blue Mary is shown with her command Sambo style and moves such as Spin Fall and M Snatcher. Hanfu's Kung Fu techniques include Kyuren no Yomi and Hidden Goenkyu. Finally, Tung Fu Ru from the True Legend unorthodox martial arts style shows his moves like Makibishi and Gekirenhai. Each character's section provides a list of their special moves with the required button and directional inputs to execute them, focusing on advanced and powerful techniques. The next page continues the Real Bout Fatal Fury move breakdown, this time showcasing the deadly techniques of Kim Kafwan, the Taekwondo master, with moves like Flying Swallow Slash and Sky Sandstorm. Duck King, the martial arts street brawler, brings his unique style, with moves like Dancing Dive and Neo Breakstorm. Billy Kane showcases his staff mastery, with the 3-section staff middle hit, and the Fiery Flame, 3-section staff middle thrust. Next up is Yamazaki Ryuji, the brutal brawler, featuring moves like Snake User and Super Guillotine. The Kin brothers, Chonglei and Chongsui, both experts of the Emperor Fist style, share similar powerful techniques like Emperor King Divine Leg and Emperor King Heavenly Eye Fist. Finally, Geese Howard, with his ancient martial arts, demonstrates devastating moves such as Gale Fist and the iconic Super Raging Storm. Below the move lists is a section announcing a reader-submitted writer manuscript competition. This sounds like a contest for readers to create original character designs and stories for the game. Ultimate Revenge Attack Yura is a special report detailing new costumes for Eris and Sophia and a sneak peek at the opening movie, with the game 50% complete. The report features screenshots and an interview with the Takara developer. The interview focuses on refining the game's direction, especially music and sound, and getting the game into a debug state. The developer highlights the intentional use of the kaku-kaku animation style in the opening movie to maintain consistency with the in-game character art, a departure from previous titles. The PS version will feature 4 victory pose variations. Gameplay screens for Age and Tracy showcase their special moves, a familiar core system, and new stages, including a Grand Canyon location, promising increased stage variety. This page continues our look into the development of Psychic Force 2, this time with a focus on character costumes and fan interaction. We have a great illustration of Sophia looking very cool, highlighting the Psychic Force Sura illustration request, which is basically a call for fans to submit their own costume ideas for Eris and Sophia. The article mentions that Eris and Sophia's costumes are being updated, and they are already seeing early cosplayers at events, encouraging fans to send in photos of their own Psychic Force cosplay. The developer interview continues, touching on costume design changes and the popularity of cosplay. They mention that the costume changes were made to enhance the appeal of the characters and address some previous feedback. The interview also reveals they are keen to see Sophia cosplayers. There's a section discussing cosplay popularity, where they talk about seeing cosplayers at game shows, like the game show in particular. We also get to see more screenshots of the game, this time showcasing the Grand Canyon stage, highlighting some of the new locations. Finally, there are some smaller panels showing fan-submitted costume designs in chibi style for both Eris and Sophia, demonstrating the active fan participation they are hoping for. The next page is all about basic fighting game strategy, focusing on how to approach and engage your opponent in a typical versus fight. It starts by saying to learn the basics and fight like the manual teaches, which is a good starting point for anyone wanting to get better at fighting games. There's a simple flowchart showing the flow of a match, starting with spacing, then feints, anti-air, attack patterns, and finally, wake-up attacks. This is like a basic breakdown of the key elements you need to think about during a fight. Lesson 1 is all about spacing and dashing, asking the question, match start, what to do first. It explains that spacing is super important. It's about keeping the right distance so your attacks connect, but your opponents miss. It then delves into dash abilities, explaining the forward dash, back dash, and dash attacks, highlighting that forward dashes can be easily stopped and are somewhat vulnerable, while dash attacks from crouching are generally safer. The page gives tips on how to approach your opponent, suggesting walking, jumping, and dashing. Walking is safe but slow. Jumping is good for aerial attacks but risky against anti-air. Dashing is quick, but needs to be used carefully, as it can be predictable. The page is teaching solid fundamentals for any 2D fighting game. Even though it doesn't mention any specific titles, the screenshots give a classic 90s arcade fighter vibe. This page continues the fighting game lessons, now moving on to intermediate techniques, focusing on restraint and anti-air strategies. Lesson 2 is all about restraint, which is about controlling the flow of the match and space between you and your opponent. It's about using weaker attacks to keep your opponent at bay and create openings. The page details different ways to use restraint, like projectile attacks to zone from a distance, and moves with long reach to control space and punish approaches. It also explains how to break through your opponent's restraint by using guard and well-timed attacks, highlighting the weaknesses of relying too much on long-reach moves. Lesson 3 then dives into anti-air attacks. This is crucial for dealing with jump-in attacks and maintaining control of the ground. It stresses the importance of perfectly timed anti-air attacks and discusses what makes a good anti-air technique. The page suggests using both defensive and offensive anti-air approaches. For basic anti-air, it recommends using strong punch or kick. It also mentions other moves can be effective anti-air options too. The guide emphasizes that allowing your opponent to jump in freely is a big mistake, as it can lead to combos. Finally, it gives advice on how to find your own good anti-air attacks by practicing and testing in training mode, listing criteria for what to look for in an effective anti-air move. The screenshots on the page are from a typical mid-90s 2D fighting game, demonstrating these techniques in action. Lesson 4 focuses on crafting effective attack patterns in fighting games. These patterns should leverage your character's strengths and be enjoyable to use, adding strategic depth to combat. Attack patterns provide offensive consistency, helping you deal damage and gain an advantage. Understanding your character's abilities and adapting your patterns to exploit their strengths, while also considering your opponent, is crucial. The guide offers example patterns, emphasizing a dash attack, transitioning to guard, and follow-up attacks. It encourages the development of more complex patterns, including incorporating guard breaks. It also covers breaking into attacks, interrupting your opponent's offense by reading their patterns, and finding openings. Key combo techniques include aiming, precise timing, and cancel techniques, interrupting move animations with special moves, to extend combos and reduce recovery. Lesson 5 focuses on wake-up attacks in fighting games. It emphasizes the importance of both offensive and defensive strategies during this critical moment for shifting momentum. The guide covers offensive options like forward jump attacks, close-range melee jump attacks, guaranteed follow-up hits if blocked, and cross-up jump attacks to confuse opponents. It also details jump attack counters, allowing multiple hits and special move cancels. Defensively, the lesson highlights the effectiveness of guarding, the importance of predicting grabs after repeated blocks, and countermeasures for various guard breaks. X attacks and attack strings, weak to strong to strong, are also discussed, as well as utilizing the hero gauge for powerful moves. Screenshots from the Samurai Showdown series illustrate various techniques and scenarios. The next page showcases 6 unique anime-style female characters, each categorized by a distinct personality type. We have the energetic girl, the angry scary girl, the boyish girl, the Minaya-type gentle girl, the lonely and shy girl, and the cute loving mysterious girl. For each character, we get a snapshot of their profile including age, birthday, height, weight, blood type, and even their measurements. We also see their hobbies, fashion sense, and how they refer to themselves. It seems to be presenting a diverse range of girl personalities, possibly for some kind of dating sim or character selection scenario, and is titled My Dream on Air, hinting perhaps at broadcast or media-related dreams for these characters. It's a fun, character-focused page giving us a glimpse into different anime archetypes. This page is all about character design and features an interview with Mr. Hizuru Imai. We get a look at 2 more character profiles, continuing the girl theme from the last page. First up is the delinquent girl, a 20-year-old with a cool demeanor, followed by the bright, energetic type girl, who is a 16-year-old high school student. Both are packed with detailed stats like age, birthday, measurements, and even fashion style. The interview section with Mr. Imai Hizuru dives into the character design process. He mentions he focuses on making characters that are easy to draw, particularly children and slightly shorter women. He talks about the challenges in character creation, finding inspiration from idols and magazine clippings, and the importance of balancing design with in-game functionality. He also shares his favorite character types and what he finds appealing in character design. The page also introduces the game related to these characters, My Dream, describing it as a voice actor training simulation game that aims to break genre boundaries. It's all about training voice actors and promises an engaging experience with interactions with multiple characters and a rich storyline. Finally, there's a profile for Hizuru Imai himself, giving us his birthday, blood type, some of his manga and Kridron works, and even his favorite things like saunas and beer. This page is an exclusive interview with the development team behind the game My Dream. We hear from sound director Koji Tsujitani, game designer Tomohiro Nishimura, voice actress Nao, and public relations representative Hideaki Ito. The interview reveals that the concept for My Dream started from a fax, and the team wanted to create a voice actor training simulation game, aiming to break genre conventions. Mr. Tsujitani, responsible for sound and scenario, talks about wanting to explore voice actor development in a game format. Mr. Nishimura, the game designer, explains how the project grew from a simple idea to include RPG elements, focusing on character development and a rich storyline, moving beyond typical simulation games. And now, a current high school student and voice actress for the game, shares her experience of voice acting for the first time, voicing a high school girl character. She mentions her initial nervousness and enjoyment of the recording process. Mr. Ito from Public Relations highlights the team's enthusiasm for My Dream and their dedication to creating an enjoyable and engaging game. He emphasizes the focus on balancing character personalities and ensuring a compelling player experience. The team seems very passionate about this new title and keen to deliver a unique gaming experience. This page delves deeper into the character relationships in My Dream. The page presents a diagram titled, Character Relationships, Fellow Students? It appears to be a guide showcasing how the different characters interact with each other within the game. We see arrows indicating relationships like good friends and good group of friends, as well as bad friends. Looking at the character art, we have Character 1, Character 2, Character 3, Character 4, who is described as fundamentally kind and gentle, Character 5, called Neo, and Character 6 and Character 7. Character 6 is described as not very likable and always acting at their own pace. The relationships seem to be centered around Character 2, with connections to most of the other characters.
The interview continues to explore gameplay mechanics.
It's mentioned that players can make any girl a star in the game, and also conversely, players can be disliked by the girls depending on their actions. Player choices directly influence character relationships and story progression. The game is also described as having multiple endings, a happy end and a best ending being specifically mentioned. The development team emphasized that it's more of a training simulation than a typical dating sim, with a focus on event generation and information input. They are aiming to create a game where users can understand and enjoy good quality productions together. This page is a special report introducing the upcoming fighting game, Fist, from Imagineer. It's described as a versus fighting game, with polygon graphics featuring beautiful girl fighters. The game is about 70% complete at this stage, and is scheduled for release in November. Priced at 6,800 yen, it will support 2-player battles and is recommended for all ages. The page mentions that the game features a system where cute girls in various costumes will be fighting in a dreamlike polygon battle arena. It emphasizes that despite the appearance, the system is serious and aims to bring a fighting action revolution. We are introduced to 4 of the 8 playable characters: Momoyama Ai, Maria Cristel, Tokifuka, and Dozuki Masumi. Each character profile includes details like height, age, zodiac signs, and measurements, highlighting the focus on the female characters. Screenshots showcase in-game action and character art, giving a glimpse of the game's visual style. This page continues the introduction to Fist, highlighting the depth of its gameplay system and techniques. It emphasizes that despite featuring cute girl characters, the game offers authentic fighting game mechanics. The control scheme is described as PKG, punch, kick, guard, type, allowing for preemptive forward dashes and diverse strategic options. It mentions that even though the development screen shown might be incomplete, the final version will have improved graphics. The reviewer notes the game feels like a genuine, orthodox fighting game that fans of the genre will appreciate. The page also boasts about the voice acting in Fist,
declaring that famous voice actors are used extensively.
It highlights the use of well-known voice talents familiar to anime and game fans. The article names several voice actors lending their voices to the game, including Otani Ikue, Inoue Kikuko, Kuwatani Natsuko, Okamura Akemi, and Hiramatsu Akiko, noting Maria Cristel's voice actress is Inoue Kikuko. Finally, we are introduced to 4 more characters in detail. Bunnyme, a 17-year-old Libra, character with measurements of B86 W58 per hour 86. Aoki Manami, a 16-year-old Taurus, character with measurements of B85 W56 per hour 84. Then we have Arnie, a 24-year-old Leo character. And lastly, Andy, a 25-year-old Aries character. The page provides character art and basic stats for each, continuing the trend of focusing on the visual appeal and character design of Fist. LucasArts president Jack Sorensen discusses the company's partnership with SEGA. After searching for a Japanese partner for 18 months, they chose SEGA for its technological prowess and shared vision. They aimed to maintain their brand integrity, avoiding smaller partners that might diminish it.
LucasArts plans several Saturn releases, including PlayStation-compatible titles. They are prioritizing PlayStation due to its market dominance, but are committed to Saturn, potentially offering platform-specific versions. The report highlights Herc's Adventures, the first LucasArts title coming to Saturn via BPS in Japan. This action-adventure game, set in ancient Greece, tasks players with rescuing Persephone. Players choose from Hercules, Atlanta, and Jason, each offering unique abilities. Gameplay involves 2D quarter-view action, featuring combat, varied stages, traps, and 2-player co-op. Development is at 70% completion. This page reports on the LucasArts and BPS Business Partnership press conference held in San Francisco. It seems to be a report of a visit to LucasArts, giving impressions of the company and their facilities. Hank Rogers, the president of BPS, is interviewed and talks about the significant trust LucasArts has placed in BPS to handle their games in Japan. He mentions they spent a long time searching for a partner, and it's a real honor to be chosen. There's also an interview with Kyra Bosworth, the producer of Hermetic's Adventures. She describes it as an action game where you pick from Hercules, Atlanta, or Jason to rescue Persephone in a Greek mythology setting. The game uses a quarter-view perspective
and features two-player cooperative play. She highlights the exciting sound effects and mentions they are keeping the original Japanese voice and sounds for the Japanese release to appeal to a wide audience. They are aiming for a February release. The page includes photos from LucasArts, describing the offices as an impressive campus with fully networked systems, from programming to sound data management. There's even a playful image of someone arriving at the event in a limousine. Herka's Adventures is highlighted as an action game coming in February, supporting two-player simultaneous play, and priced as undetermined. This page is all about Sunsoft's new fighting game, Waku Waku 7, which is their second entry into the genre. It's described as a Waku Waku action game, meaning wacky or exciting action, and it will support two-player battles. The page highlights the official story, which talks about a legend in Waku Waku City's Waku Waku Park about 7 Waku Waku balls. Gathering these balls is said to grant any wish. The story begins with individuals who have obtained one of these balls, making their wishes. We get introductions to two characters, Makihara Arena, a cheerful middle school sports girl living in Waku Waku Town, and Dandij, a treasure hunter from Harahara Land, seeking the Waku Waku 7. There's a special report announcing the Saturn port of Waku Waku 7. Apparently this game gained popularity when it was exhibited at Amusement Expo 96. The team behind Galaxy Fight is developing this Saturn version, and Sunsoft has high expectations. The game is currently about 10% complete. Overall, the page is introducing Waku Waku 7 as Sunsoft's exciting new fighting game for the SEGA Saturn, showcasing its story and some of its characters in early development. This overview delves into the gameplay of Waku Waku 7, showcasing its unique zoom battle system with dynamic camera angles and smooth animation. Players collect 7 Waku Waku balls to make wishes, and the game revolves around these zoom battles. A Waku Waku gauge powers special moves, activated when filled by attacking and defending. Speculation surrounds the technical aspects, possibly utilizing advanced room or RAM technology. The page introduces new characters, including Slash, a demon hunter, Politan Z, a police robot, Marurun, a forest creature, and Tiz Tia Langray, an artificial doll. The article sets the stage for the Saturn release, highlighting the core mechanics and expanding the roster of quirky characters. This page dives into the world of Multi-Lancer, Galaxy Girl Police 2086 for the SEGA Saturn. It's described as an Imaginesia simulation game, expected to launch in November for 7,800 yen, and it's for single players only. Apparently, the Multi series is quite popular, originating on PlayStation, and this Saturn version will have exclusive content. The page introduces the 6 main characters, who are described as Beautiful Girl Police, or Lancers. We have Sylvie, a 17-year-old team leader and Earthling/alien hybrid, voiced by Yuka Imai. Then there's Angela, a half-human, half-biolizard, also 17, voiced by Yumi Tahuma. Melvina and Marilyn are twins, 19 years old, working in intelligence, voiced by Sakura Tange and Mariko Suzuki respectively. Sakura, an 18-year-old network specialist, is voiced by Kaya Matsutani. June, also 17 and a normal Earth girl, is voiced by Tomoko Kawakami. Lastly, Nana is an 11-year-old magic girl from another world, voiced by Haruna Ikazawa. All these voice actresses are popular, which is highlighted as a selling point. There's also a section covering a fan production announcement event that happened on July 28th in Tokyo. It seems there was a public recording for a radio drama related to Multi-Lancer, and it was a big hit with fans excited about the Saturn version announcement. This page talks more about Multi-Lancer, Galaxy Girl Police 2086. The game puts you in the role of a deputy police chief, training 6 new Lancer girls over a year to protect Earth's peace from nighttime evils. The schedule mode involves managing their missions and city safety, while meeting mode is about communicating with them, listening to their worries, and managing their stress with fun outings. It seems building relationships with these cute Lancer girls is a core aspect of the game. The page also details training the Lancers, emphasizing experience and honing their skills. They have parameters like physical strength and mental strength, improved through investigation training and mock battles. A screenshot shows in-game options like waiting missions, patrol, and rest, with characters Sylvie, Angela, and Sakura listed. Then it introduces Chef, a former space pirate, and the antagonist, hinting at a darker side to the story. Apparently, as the game progresses, more evil girls will appear, suggesting the plot thickens beyond just lighthearted interactions. The Saturn version boasts original events, shown through dialogue screenshots. These events seem to focus on deepening relationships and humorous moments with the Lancers. Lastly, it mentions a radio program event called Air, featuring listener questions and guest appearances by Sakura and Nana, showing fan engagement and highlighting the popularity of the series. This page is a special report diving into the game Alien Trilogy, a 3D shooting title based on the Alien movie series. The game puts you in the role of a Marine battling various types of aliens across 3 stages, aiming to recreate the movie's shocking atmosphere and intense combat. Stage 1 is set in a colony overrun by aliens, where you fight to secure civilian safety. The most common enemy here is the alien warrior, and you'll need to navigate dangerous environments. Stage 2 takes place in a prison crawling with aliens, including the tougher dog aliens, demanding more strategic gameplay. Finally, Stage 3 unfolds on an alien spaceship, the source of the alien eggs, tasking you with stopping their proliferation in a bizarre and dangerous setting. The page also highlights the appearance of the Queen Alien as a major threat. There's a section about discovering gold sleep capsules, referencing the movie, and hinting at potential facehugger encounters within. The page concludes by emphasizing the intense and violent nature of the game, referencing the iconic chestburster scene, capturing the terrifying essence of the Alien universe. Diary is a new Saturn simulation game centered on nostalgic love stories. The game, set in a Japanese high school, focuses on the core mechanic of diary exchanges to build relationships. The player, a second-year student in Tokyo, interacts with characters and chooses a girl to share diaries with, aiming to convey their feelings. The game features Japan animation visual-style graphics and offers options for dates and part-time jobs, affecting relationship development. Screenshots showcase diary entries and character interactions. The article introduces 4 key characters: Kaori, a cheerful athlete; Takami, a smiling tennis player; Miyuki, a popular drama club senior; and Mayo, a substitute teacher. Each character has a designated voice actor. The game emphasizes classic romance through diary exchanges, contrasting the fast-paced nature of modern communication. The next page introduces Photogenic, a romance simulation game from Sunsoft that revolves around photography. It's described as a pure love drama, where the player, a cameraman, interacts with 3 girls and captures their feelings through photos. The game mechanics involve taking pictures of these girls during a year-long story. The player aims to win photography contests and deepen their relationships. The article emphasizes how the girls' expressions and outfits change depending on the season and the player's actions. Ultimately, the goal is to capture the girls' feelings in photographs. The 3 girls are introduced with character art and short descriptions. Ami Sakurai, who loves cute things and is good at drawing; Aya Kitajo, described as ladylike and enjoys drawing; and Izumi Orihara, an introverted bookworm who wears glasses. The character design is highlighted as being done by Sugiyama Genzo, who also worked on Final Romance. The article also mentions that player actions and contest results influence the girls' emotions. Finally, it points out that both PC-98 and PlayStation versions of Photogenic will be showcased at the Tokyo Game Show 96 starting August 22nd, inviting readers to check it out. This page is a special report announcing Dukyusei 2 for the Sega Saturn, revealing it's currently 30% complete. It emphasizes that this sequel comes in response to passionate fan requests for the Dukyusei series. The original Dukyusei and its port Dukyusei If on NEC Interchannel were very popular, and this sequel is highly anticipated. The article suggests that user feedback from previous titles is shaping Dukyusei 2, aiming to deliver what players are looking for. It highlights that this Saturn version will offer enhanced graphics and potentially even stronger adult content, aligning with the series' reputation and targeting an 18-plus audience. The page features screenshots showcasing intimate scenes, reinforcing the mature themes of the game. We also see character artwork introducing some of the girls who will feature in Dukyusei 2. Key details bulleted at the bottom confirm it's an adventure RPG developed by NEC Interchannel for 1 player, with planned support for the Saturn Shuttle Mouse, and carries an 18 years and over age rating. The price and release date are still to be determined. This page continues the coverage of Dukyusei 2 on Sega Saturn. focusing on the dating aspects and introducing some of the female characters you can meet in the game. The headline mentions 15 love interests and more, highlighting the large number of potential partners available to the player. The page details the game's setting in Hachi Academy and emphasizes the diverse dialogue options players will have. It mentions the game system is similar to the previous title, Duke Yusei If, where actions and time progression are key. The reviewer notes the game aims for a more realistic dating simulation, where simply meeting someone doesn't guarantee a relationship, and player choices will truly affect outcomes. Character introductions are provided with pictures and brief descriptions. We see characters like Kozue Miyako, described as a typical lower-classman at Hachi Academy, who is cheerful and energetic. Yuko Minamikawa, who loves bikes and is described as a tomboyish girl.
Minori Katu, a quiet girl who wears glasses and keeps to herself.
Izumi Shihara,
who appears serious and older but is actually quite childlike and relies on others.
Miyu Shima, an 8th grade returnee who is described as mature for her age and has a part-time job as an idol. And finally, Yui Kasumisawa, described as a childhood friend of the protagonist who is worried about him. Overall, the page builds anticipation for Duke Yusei 2 by showcasing the characters and emphasizing the depth of the dating simulation within the game. This page asks, surely, what is Saturn version's selling point, and what are the original elements? And delves into what makes the Saturn version of Duke Yusei 2 special. It highlights additional scenario, high-resolution image, etc. as key improvements. The Saturn version boasts double the resolution graphics, going from 320 by 224 to 640 by 480 dots, and includes time-dependent background changes, meaning backgrounds will evolve depending on the in-game time. The graphics are also noted to be aimed at an 18-plus audience, suggesting mature content. Beyond visual upgrades, there's talk of original scenarios exclusive to the Saturn, enhanced voice acting, and additional alpha blending effects for visual polish. The game will feature day and night cycles that dynamically alter the backgrounds, making the world feel more alive. The page also teases, guest from previous work, one person plus alpha? Revealing that Tanaka Misa from Duke Yusei If will be making a return in Duke Yusei 2 after a 2-year in-game time skip. It hints that there might be even more guest characters from previous games, adding to the roster. Below, we get a further introduction to more female characters. These include Nagashima Kumiko, Nagashima Sachiko, Yasuda Airi, and Tanaka Misa in the top row. The bottom row features Katagiri Misa, Sawaki Misako, Sugimoto Sakura, and Nonomura Miori. These are likely additional potential love interests within the game, continuing the trend of a large cast of characters to interact with. Sentimental Graffiti, a love simulation game for the Sega Saturn, is seeking player input. The game centers on rekindling romances with 12 heroines across various Japanese cities. Developers are using reader suggestions from SEGA Saturn Magazine to shape the game. They're requesting ideas for date spots, local events, atmospheres, heroine catchphrases, and even fashion tips. Contributors can suggest unique locations and even act as girl reporters. Participants will be credited in the game and are eligible for a lottery to win ANEC Can Be PC. Submissions, including name, age, address, and potentially photos or videos, are due by September 12th. The page includes images of project representatives and early game screenshots. This page profiles 12 heroines from the game Sentimental Graffiti, each representing a different Japanese city. Honoka, Sapporo, is athletic and popular. Ayako, Aomori, is skilled in housework. Emi, Sendai, enjoys occult stories. Yuki, Kanazawa, is reliable and likes art museums. Ayaka, Yokohama, loves trendy goods and deals. Rika, Nagoya, is kind and has many friends. Wakana, Kyoto, is calm and in archery. Kanae, Osaka, is a fast sprinter. Yumi, Hiroshima, enjoys science and solo travel. And enjoys Patsu, is calm and enjoys poetry. Chi, Fukuoka, likes 70s rock music. Akira, Nagasaki, is thoughtful and enjoys shopping. These character descriptions, based on reader submissions, showcase diverse personalities and interests. This page is an advertisement for Gekiretsu Pachinko Gamble King, a 3D pachinko simulator that is being released on the Sega Saturn. This game appears to be a collection of various pachinko machines, with names like Crossing Fever Flower, CR Hana Sanmi, CR Shogun Sama, Dolphin 3, California Ozzy, CR Picture Scroll, and Rex, all being featured. The page also showcases screenshots of pachinko games and what looks like horse racing simulation games. It seems players can indulge in both pachinko and pacha-slot experiences alongside these horse racing games as they aim to become a gamble king. The game is announced for release on August 2nd, priced at 5,800 yen before tax, and is published by POW. This Reader's Station volume features reader submissions. One reader, BBC Ondu, dreams of representing Japan in Australia, possibly in games. Another, Me, is ecstatic about buying Saturn the Ice. A Tokyo reader enjoyed Natsu Iro Seijun and aims for a fighting stick, SS. Suzuki from Chiba discusses his evolving opinion of the Saturn's design. Fukuzawa seeks cosplay ideas for Honey from Deep Fear. Matuchi, bored of using only Wolf's neckcutter kick in Virtua Fighter 2, asks for advanced techniques. Finally, YY Balsar struggles with modem issues and expensive phone lines, considering giving up. Second Virtua highlights karaoke. Subasu is surprised to hear people singing Virtua Fighter theme songs and expresses a desire to sing Sega karaoke. He also comments on the difficulty of using screen tones in manga. This page highlights various reader contributions. One reader requests Sega create a mature crime drama game inspired by Taiyo ni Hoero, featuring intricate gameplay and a serious tone. Another expresses excitement for Fighting Vipers 2, hoping for gameplay improvements and avoiding past mistakes. A frustrated Saturn owner details a CD drive failure and advocates for a longer warranty. Lastly, a reader proposes a Saturn-themed TV game show utilizing popular titles like Wipeout and Fighting Vipers. The page also showcases reader artwork in the Saitama Gallery. The top prize went to Lights Tights, a space-themed hoverboard piece. Other featured art includes Knights and Fighting Vipers illustrations, with one artist's skills drawing particular praise. This R Station section focuses on Sega Saturn networking and online play, gathered from reader feedback. Readers express excitement for the upcoming Saitama homepage, detailed game introductions with videos, and the next issue. One reader questions if Sega Saturn Network Laboratory is being read, and hopes for more articles on online capabilities, including internet and email features. Another, frustrated with the need for extra cables for online play in games like Virtual Striker, wants simpler online solutions. A reader is excited about X-band-compatible fighting games and suggests genres that would be fun online. The next issue will focus on the possibility of expansion slots, specifically regarding cartridges, modems, and expansion slots, and solicits reader input. Two character illustrations, Honey from Fukuoka and Kyuvi from Kyoto, are also included. The webpage, Virtua is here! Everyone assemble! Explores diverse player experiences with Sega Saturn games. It features accounts like a 24-hour gaming session focused on Virtua Fighter 2, a graphical appreciation of Daytona USA Circuit Edition, and humorous interactions with polygon characters in Virtua Fighter. Other sections cover item hunting, in-game currency usage, and even analog controller use in non-gaming contexts. The page also celebrates the Saturn's maturity, highlighting games like Sega Rally Championship and Virtua Fighter 2, and touches upon its dangerous charm. It also mentions a successful port of Fantasy Zone on Sega Ages. The page concludes with reader-submitted comic strips showcasing everyday observations and gaming humor. Or Station features reader contributions. Two game ideas are presented: Mudage, a marathon simulator, and Bansai, a god-hunting game centered on love and sacrifice. The Gals Tilde section includes humorous reader comments about book coupons for PlayStation owners versus Saturn fans, a sticker photography mishap, and a family convenience store's successful stocking of SEGA Saturn Magazine. An information section includes a reader survey soliciting feedback on the various sections of R Station, offering book coupons as an incentive. Finally, the page provides the mailing address for reader submissions and a small correction notice for errors in previous issues, specifically regarding button inputs in Decathlete and Red Company Nishino City Avenue, and an image issue in Tokimeki Memorial. This page details Sega's prize goods development, focusing on the creation of items for UFO catchers. The AM development department produces around 30 new prizes monthly, with Disney-themed goods being especially popular in Japanese arcades. They emphasize rapid development, often cycling through ideas weekly, and plan approximately 6 months in advance, incorporating player feedback. The article mentions Virtua Fighter merchandise. The page also highlights latest SEGA information, including the SEGA Joy telephone, a phone news service, and SEGA Fax Club, fax updates. The picture section showcased upcoming plush toys, including characters from Nights into Dreams and Sonic. The article concludes by mentioning SEGA's video magazine, online content via various networks, and their website. This page features a queue and a section titled Sonic Stadium, where SEGA answers questions from readers. One question addresses internet services on the Saturn, confirming that SEGA is indeed running software sales through Saturn Communication, suggesting online game downloads are a service provided. Another question clarifies mouse compatibility for Saturn Communication, stating mice are supported but mainly for pad operations and screen layout, not keyboard input. The Tokyo Masaki Brothers and Sonic section discusses the game Nights into Dreams, specifically the question of what the announcer actually says at the start of aerial battles. It's confirmed to be, "Ooh, Nights." They also discuss the charm of Nights and related game elements. Moving to the SEGA News Flash, we hear from the magazine's editorial team. Bamboo-chan mentions the SEGA Saturn magazine is taking over the Fax Club and aiming to deliver new and exciting information, striving to meet reader requests. South Cloud-kun talks about recent arcade prizes and suggests checking out UFO catchers for SEGA goods. Honey Hanatani describes her summer plans involving relaxing by the sea and enjoying shaved ice. Gamarmiki expresses enjoying curry during summer and gives a shout-out to curry-loving readers. Finally, the SEGA Presents section highlights a prize giveaway of Nights into Dreams, special aroma balm, with 5 lucky winners. The Great Scoop Collection section encourages readers to send in scoops and news for potential prizes. There is also a small image for Cool Riders, possibly an advertisement. This page dives into the technical specifications of the Nintendo 64 in a section titled Cutting 64, Part 1, aiming to help gamers understand the hardware better. It presents a detailed technical breakdown of the 64, starting with an overview of the hardware's internal structure through diagrams and specification tables. The article highlights key components like the MIPS 64-bit RISC R4300 CPU, running at 93.75 MHz, and the 32-bit system bus. It explains the memory architecture, emphasizing the use of Rambus DRAM and its unified memory system, known as UMA, where CPU and graphics share the same memory pool. The Reality Coprocessor, or RCP, is also detailed, encompassing both signal processing and display processing, and its role in handling graphics and audio. The article touches upon advanced graphical features like Z-buffering, anti-aliasing, and texture mapping capabilities of the N64, aiming to explain the technical prowess behind the console and its unique hardware design approach. It's all about giving readers a deeper appreciation for what makes the N64 tick under the hood. The next page delves further into the technical aspects of memory architecture, continuing the discussion about the Nintendo 64's hardware. It contrasts standard memory configurations with the N64's unified memory architecture, UMA. The UMA approach, where both the CPU and graphics share the same memory pool, is highlighted in diagrams as a key design choice for the N64 to achieve fast data transfer and efficient processing. The page explains that while traditional systems separated memory for CPU and graphics, the N64's system allows for faster data access because both processors can directly access the same memory. However, it also points out potential bottlenecks if both CPU and graphics try to access memory simultaneously. The use of Rambus DRAM in the N64 is emphasized for its high-speed data transfer capabilities, reaching 500 megabytes per second, as illustrated in a graph comparing transfer rates of different RAM types. This speed is considered essential for the N64's advanced 3D graphics. A section called Dr. K's Hard Days offers a developer's viewpoint, discussing the challenges of game development, particularly memory constraints and costs. It mentions SNK software and the use of 8 megabit room cartridges and 4 megabit DRAM, reflecting on the cost of memory in the past and the trade-offs developers had to make to optimize game performance within hardware limitations. The column touches on the practical issues of memory bandwidth and efficient data streaming for graphics and games.
This page announces the results of the June 1996 Brain Battle Q quiz competition. The grand prize was 100,000 yen, and the competition was held within the Brain Battle Q game. The page lists the top 10 winners of the June competition. The top prize winner is named as Shoko Shiratori from Tokyo. The page also shows a man in a suit pointing at the reader, congratulating all the participants, especially the grand champion, and looks forward to the next competition. It mentions that the Brain Battle Q Summer Tournament is still ongoing in July and August, and encourages players to participate to win prize money. The page details the prize tiers, ranging from 100,000 yen for first place to smaller cash prizes and original t-shirts for lower rankings. The entry method involves playing Brain Battle Q, achieving a high score, and sending in the score on a postcard. There's also contact information for inquiries about the competition and the game Brain Battle Q. The next page is a sales advertisement from Creative Human, a store specializing in new games and Magic: The Gathering products. They are open year-round from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. and accept fax orders 24 hours a day. They list a few highlighted upcoming SEGA Saturn games available for pre-order at special prices, including Real Bout Fatal Fury releasing August 23rd, Policenauts due September 13th, and Street Fighter 02 for September 14th. They also advertise a range of SEGA Saturn games on sale now that are new releases for August, including Atlanta Olympics, Shin Megami Tensei Special Pack, Body Special 264, El Hazard, The Magnificent World, Tetris S, World Heroes Perfect, Dukusei If, Nightruth No. 1, Albert Odyssey Gaiden, Chase HQ plus Psy, Rensa Love Chain, Dark Savior, Alien Trilogy, and Destruction Derby, all at the same price point. The page briefly mentions membership benefits and advertises peripheral devices named Dispel and 3RAD. There's also an advertisement for video strategy guides for Virtual On, Fighting Vipers, and Last Bronx, available for 4,800 yen. Finally, they announced they have started handling Magic: The Gathering products and are considering selling game-related figures. This page is a continuation of the Creative Human Store advertisement, showcasing a massive list of SEGA Saturn and other retro games and peripherals for sale. It's essentially a detailed price list. Within the SEGA Saturn new software section, you can see a wide variety of titles, including Virtua Fighter 2, Daytona USA, Panzer Dragoon, and Fighting Vipers, all listed at similar price points, around 5,200 to 6,800 yen. There's also a section for older Mega CD games, all priced at 6,000 yen each, with titles like Sonic CD and Ray Earth. Following that, there's a section for Mega Drive games featuring classics, such as Columns and Shining Force. The page also lists various peripherals for both the Game Gear and Mega Drive consoles, covering accessories like power batteries, controllers, and cables. It's mainly a comprehensive catalog of available games and hardware from the store, giving a good overview of what was on offer at the time. This page showcases a large advert for Earthworm Jim 2 on the SEGA Saturn. The text highlights the game's return, emphasizing it's even more powered up than before and promises wild action with Jim using his head and whip. It mentions the game is coming soon, with a price of 5,800 yen excluding tax. The advert also promotes the game's presence at the Tokyo Game Show 96, running from August 22nd to 24th at Tokyo Big Sight, detailing ticket prices and sales locations for advance tickets. Visually, the page features the iconic Earthworm Jim character and a giant blue glove giving a peace sign with the words, "Take it easy." There are also screenshots of the game in action, including one with cows and another with Jim in a platforming level. This page presents a visually striking advert, dominated by the large yellow text, "Warp," spelled out in dots. It looks very futuristic. It clearly states, Warp presents an interactive movie, hinting at a game from the renowned developer Warp, known for pushing boundaries. The right side of the page features a prominent 3D rendered female character, suggesting she's a key figure in the game being advertised. There are smaller inset screens, showing glimpses of what seems to be in-game footage. Below the interactive movie text, there's a mention of SEGA Saturn 4 Creedrum and a price of 6,800 yen, not including tax, confirming this is for the SEGA Saturn platform. Overall, it's a stylish and impactful page, promoting a new interactive movie title from Warp for the SEGA Saturn, creating intrigue about the game's narrative and visual experience. This page is all about Enemy Zero for the SEGA Saturn.
It's clear this is another title from Warp, continuing from their interactive movie concept hinted at on the previous page. Enemy Zero is slated for release in fall 1996. Visually, the page is striking with a large, almost iconic, red PlayStation logo overlaying the title, even though the game is for Saturn.
This is likely a stylistic choice.
Scattered around the page are screenshots providing glimpses into the game world and characters. From the text snippets, we can see the game aims for a movie-like experience, mentioning Laura as a central character and highlighting the space setting as the primary stage. It all points towards an immersive and cinematic sci-fi adventure. This page is dedicated to Real Bout Fatal Fury for the SEGA Saturn. It's a striking full-page advert featuring the iconic villain Geese Howard front and center, sitting on a throne, looking very menacing. The tagline reads, "Real Bout Fatal Fury, Geese Howard, The Last Shout," hinting at a significant storyline point in the series, and mentions it's the latest installment in the Fatal Fury series for the SEGA Saturn. The page also announces a release date of September 20th, with a price of 8,800 yen. It also highlights that the game is compatible with the expansion RAM cartridge, emphasizing enhanced gameplay. There are a couple of screenshots at the bottom showing in-game action.
The overall tone is very dramatic, befitting the Fatal Fury series and Geese Howard's character.
This page showcases Ultraman Zukan for the SEGA Saturn, which looks like a comprehensive database or encyclopedia of everything Ultraman. It's broken down into 5 key sections. First up is Ultra World, focusing on the Ultraman heroes themselves, boasting a roster of 21 warriors. Monsters World dives deep into the vast bestiary of the series, analyzing a whopping 126 space monsters. Stories Digest is for fans wanting a recap, offering digest versions of all 39 episodes of the original Ultraman and 49 episodes of Ultra 7. Then you've got dedicated sections for Ultraman and Ultra 7, going into detail about each hero, covering everything from their physique to signature moves. The advert emphasizes, this is all to celebrate Ultraman's 30th anniversary, bringing the legendary hero back to life in video game form. It's slated for release on September 13th, priced at 6,800 yen. If you're an Ultraman fanatic, this seems like the ultimate SEGA Saturn companion. This page is all about Virtua Fighter 3 and related events. It's titled, Virtua Fighter 3 Rocket Continues, Let's Go Joyopolis. The writer talks about visiting Joyopolis in Tokyo, and mentions that Virtua Fighter 3 is still incredibly popular. They reminisce about playing at Shinjuku-jacker and discuss various gameplay tactics, like evasion and counterattacking, emphasizing the constant pressure and excitement of matches. They highlight the satisfaction of landing successful counters. The writer mentions asking game developers about Sarah's moves and being advised to counter with a counter. They feel Sarah might be too strong at the moment, but personally wants her to be weaker. There's also a section about a 100-man kumite in Sega Charlestown, which sounds like a special event. It mentions that it was crowded with people and felt like an at-home atmosphere. Apparently, 50 people participated in the 100-man kumite, with one person achieving 43 wins and another 10 wins. They say they'll continue to hold events like this until Virtua Fighter 3 is released. Finally, there's a small section called This Week's Hirokun, which seems to be a regular feature. It's a birthday celebration for Hirokun, who received a Disneyland present. They mention it's his 3rd time visiting, and he enjoyed Small World and Haunted Mansion. He seems very satisfied and is now walking on 2 legs. But they are still a little worried. It looks like a cute little update about a staff member's child. This page is all about Capcom. It kicks off with a D&D character popularity poll asking readers to vote. Fukumoto from Capcom PR is here too, in a section called, Hello, I'm Capcom's PR Fukumoto. He mentions the previous interview and thanks everyone, suggesting he's standing in for Takeuchi-san this time. He jokes about his face not being as recognizable as Takasuchi's and asks for continued support. There's a character popularity middle report showing the interim results for the D&D poll. Currently topping the charts are Elf, Magic User, Thief, and Fighter. Below them are Shin, Easer, Hordane, and others. There's also a section called Large Push Room, highlighting reader submissions. It seems like V-Hunter and Saturn are popular themes this time. Various drawings and comments are featured, including characters from Vampire Hunter, Darkstalkers, Street Fighter Zero 2, Street Fighter Alpha 2, and others, with playful comments about the art. Finally, there's a Super Puzzle Fighter 2X illustration contest.
They are looking for secret file illustrations for Puzzle Fighter.
Prizes include postcards and presents, and they encourage readers to submit their illustrations. The bottom of the page mentions prizes are Notes and Panfu, likely a product name, with winners announced later, including names like Rada Ramazaki, Takaho Minamoto, and others who will receive Hunter posters. There's also a story series special Fifth Bullet section, but it's not detailed here. This page covers various SNK news, primarily focusing on a King of Fighters 96 tournament held at Neo Geo World. The Neo Geo Free team won the publisher versus publisher competition, with exciting matches and player feedback. Notable comments include the losing team captain's disappointment and player discussions on zoning tactics and character usage. The page also includes The Road to the Strongest Gamer, featuring post-tournament discussions, particularly on the character Athena and her zoning abilities. Additionally, there's a section for Samurai Spirit's Bushido Retsuden, showcasing reader submissions like fan art and comments regarding the Samurai Showdown RPG. The page concludes with reader contribution areas like To You Who Are Interested Heart and SNK League Gathering Space, encouraging fan submissions. Tokyo Game Show 96's license space highlights Sega Saturn titles. Altron hosts a Mighty Hits tournament. Increment EP previews an unnamed autumn release. Virgin Interactive shows NHL Powerplay 96, Grid Runner, and Hyper 3D Pinball, alongside other titles.
ExArts focuses on quality with 2 playable games. GameArts features GameArts' Is Love, and previews Gyuwaran Bura Jikochushinya for mid-October. Koei presents Romance with Yumefuri Yumemiru Obihime. Jaleco hosts a daily event with voice actors. Data Polystar showcases the RPG Dragon Master Silk. Tomimi brings the Monster Commander series. Toho Emi distributes Saint Tail Portable Stars. Human announces Fire Pro Wrestling 6-Man Scramble, and Gals O, Run, Pop, Heart. Riverhill Soft offers pre-orders for Legendary Ogre Battle, with a limited tarot card set, and a planned Akihabara event. This page is a Sega Saturn software databank, offering a guide to games released between November 1994 and September 1995, along with some titles for 95 summer release. It's essentially a compiled list designed to help players decide what to buy, providing key details like release dates, publishers, prices, genres, and crucially, reviewer scores out of 10. You can see a wide range of titles listed here, from iconic fighting games like Virtua Fighter and its remix version, to adventure titles such as Myst and Wanchai Connection. Racing fans are catered to with Daytona USA and Sega Rally Championship. There are also action games like Panzer Dragoon and Clockwork Knight, and even some RPGs and simulation titles sprinkled in. The page serves as a handy reference for gamers at the time, offering a snapshot of the Sega Saturn's growing software library and giving a sense of which games were considered top picks based on the reviewer scores provided. It's a useful tool for navigating the expanding game releases on the platform during this period. The next page continues the Sega Saturn software databank, listing games categorized by release month, starting with 95 fall release software, then 95 December, 96 January, 96 February, and 96 March releases. In the 95 fall releases, we see titles like F1 Live Information, Pebble Beach Golf Links, Virtua Fighter CG Portrait Series, Rayman, World Series Baseball, and Dragon Ball Z, Idainaru Dragon Ball Densetsu. There's also Siberia, Death Mask, and Vampire Hunter, suggesting a diverse range of genres from sports and fighting to action and adventure. Moving into 95 December, we find Virtua Fighter 2, which is likely highly anticipated after the original success. Other titles include NBA Jam Tournament Edition, Panic, Funky Box, Bug 2, and Christmas Nights. For 96 January releases, there are titles like Pro Mahjong Gokuhi Hihoden, Kuryakuhen, Mahjong Gokuhi Hihoden, Gukai Raimeihen, and Street Fighter Zero, indicating a strong presence of mahjong and fighting games. 96 February includes Matsumoto Hiroshi, No Wonderful Fishing, Ninku, and RoboPit, offering a mix of fishing, action, and robot fighting games. Finally, 96 March features Shin Seiki Evangelion, likely referring to Neon Genesis Evangelion, The Tower, and
Gotha 2, Tenku no Kishi, suggesting a mix of adventure and strategy titles. Overall, this page is a continuation of the software listing, covering game releases into early 1996, and showcasing the expanding library of the Sega Saturn across various genres. It provides a snapshot of what gamers could expect to see on store shelves during this period.
This databank entry covers Sega Saturn game releases from April to June 1996. April saw diverse titles like puzzle games, Tu Doareru Koto Wasando Aheru, adventure games, Kyan Kyan Bunny Premier Emile, action games, Taiho Daisakusen, and RPGs, Yase no Mura Hitobito. May brought Tokimeki Mahjong Graffiti Tengai no Tenshitachi, Cubic Gallery, and others including Feda, Rebirth of Emblem Opus, Sustinio and Metal Black. June featured Darius 2, Hyper Reverthion, Night Striker Ys, and Tsukiyohana Genso Toriko. The page also reveals the top 15 best-selling games from January to July 1996. Segata Sanshiro Shinken Yugi led the pack, followed by Virtua Fighter 2 and Nights into Dreams. Other popular titles included Vampire Hunter, The King of Fighters 95, and Dragon Force. The ranking provides a look at the Sega Saturn's popular games in the first half of '96. This page is a databank index for Sega Saturn software, designed to help readers quickly find information about games within the magazine. It's organized alphabetically using the Japanese syllabary, listing game titles alongside a software no, which acts as a reference to locate the game's entry within the magazine. Think of it like a game directory, where you look up a game title to find its corresponding number, to then find more details elsewhere. It's a handy tool for Sega Saturn gamers to navigate the extensive game coverage in the magazine. This page showcases the new soft schedule for the Sega Saturn, essentially a release calendar of upcoming games. It's packed with information about titles expected from September to December. You can see release dates, game titles, prices, the companies making them, their genres, and what special controllers they might use. There's a good mix of game types listed, from action and RPGs to puzzle and simulation games, with some familiar titles like Daytona USA 2, Deep Fear, and Street Fighter 02 mentioned amongst many others. It looks like there's a wide variety of games planned for release, catering to different tastes, and supporting various controllers like joysticks, racing wheels, and even the Saturn mouse for some titles. It's a pretty comprehensive look at what Sega Saturn gamers could anticipate in the coming months. This page continues the new soft schedule for the Sega Saturn, pushing into winter and even early 97 and 98 release windows. There are a bunch of interesting titles listed, including games like Lunar Silver Star Story, Street Racer Deluxe, and Rayman 2. You can also spot titles like Daytona USA Circuit Edition and Deep Fear appearing here, promising some big releases ahead. The schedule covers a good mix of genres, with RPGs, action titles, and puzzle games all well represented from various developers. Towards the bottom, there's a section called Saturn Magazine Editorial Check. It sounds like the editors are excited about the upcoming Saturn games, especially noting the strong lineup of RPGs and simulation titles. They mentioned the Tokyo Game Show in August and the general buzz around Saturn games at the time, hinting at more exciting announcements to come, especially for Saturn RPG fans. They also mention Daytona USA Circuit Edition and Fighting Vipers in particular as titles to watch out for, along with a general expectation of many more Saturn software announcements in the near future. This document reviews Sega Saturn content, starting with a reader questionnaire. It then presents several tables. The first details articles from the issue, covering games like Fighting Vipers, Virtua Cop 2, and Sakura Wars. The second table lists Sega Saturn hardware, including models, accessories, and competing consoles like the Mega Drive and PCFX. The third, and most extensive, is a software list cataloging a wide array of Saturn games across genres: RPGs, action titles, racing games, fighting games, and puzzle games. Finally, a questionnaire seeks reader opinions on the issue's content, planned purchases, and favorite game types, gathering feedback on the Sega Saturn experience. This page highlights 2 game guidebooks from Sega Saturn Magazine books. The first one is The Birth's Perfect Guide, advertised as a guide to raise super idols. It seems to be for an idol simulation game where you manage idols for 2 years, aiming for new idol awards, and the guide promises to explain the simulation process with data. It's 96 pages and costs 1,100 yen. Below that is an advertisement for the Getsu Hana Ryu Gen Tutoriko official guide for the SEGA Saturn adventure game Getsu Hana Ryu Gen Tutoriko. This guide is described as Sega-approved and packed with content, including complete strategy maps and a mystery short story called The Curse of the Doll, written by Takeaki Takeya. It also features interviews with voice actors Ayako Takeya, Yumi Toma, Yuka Imai, and Naomi Shindo. This guidebook is also 96 pages and priced at 1,100 yen. This page is showcasing the latest and upcoming SEGA Saturn titles for this autumn. Under the new release title section, it lists a variety of games including Dragon Master Silk, Saint Tail, known internationally as Pac-Man 2, Graduation Cross World, and Ultraman Encyclopedia. There are also some more niche titles mentioned, such as Good Island Cafe, Ijima AI, featuring the celebrity Ijima AI, Hypersecurities Temp, Playboy Karaoke Volume 1 and 2, and Brattle Disc Volume 2, Uchiyama Yuki, featuring Uchiyama Yuki. Moving on to the Coming Soon Soft section, which highlights games about to be released, it lists a collection of highly anticipated titles. Among these are Sakura Wars, Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 1, Blue Destiny, Dark Savior, and Policenauts. Also mentioned are 3D Lemmings, Tri-Rush Deppy, Ultraman, Legend of the Giant of Light, Magical Drop 2, Heartbeat Scramble, and Tournament Leader. Rounding out the list are classics like Afterburner 2 and Outrun, alongside titles such as Ninja Jajamaru-kun, Demon Cutting Ninja Scroll, Galgen, Cyber Patrol, Ahonas, Kiaru Game Boss Heart, and Shin Megami Tensei, Devil Summoner Special Box. The page seems excited about the strong lineup of both new releases and upcoming titles for the SEGA Saturn. The image on the right side of the page shows a character, possibly related to one of the games mentioned, adding a visual element to the game announcements. This page is dedicated to a new release puzzle game called Pukun Pa from Athena, slated for release in September. It's highlighted as a two-player versus puzzle game suitable for all ages. The page emphasizes that the gameplay revolves around small balls, which are key to scoring points in this simple but engaging puzzle. The game is described as an orthodox falling object puzzle, where you line up 3 or more balls of the same color to clear them. What's unique is the small ball system. Apparently, small balls come in pairs and can evolve into larger balls. These small balls are crucial for creating chains and big clearouts. The page even calls it small ball equation, showing how important they are. It explains that the middle small ball in a pair can be rotated, adding a strategic element to placement. There are tips provided, like how small balls turn into big balls when you clear surrounding smaller balls, and advice on expanding ball formations vertically if horizontal placement is difficult. Visually, the page features screenshots of the gameplay in action, showing colorful balls and characters, along with anime-style illustrations to further showcase the game's cute and approachable aesthetic. The overall tone suggests Pukun Pa is a fun and accessible puzzle game, with a focus on chain reactions and strategic use of its small ball mechanic. This page showcases 2 upcoming games. First up is Dragon Master Silk, which only scored a 20%. It's supposed to be a dungeon-crawling RPG where you play as a magical girl named Silk on a quest to defeat a demon and get a wish granted. Classic stuff. They mention 3D dungeons and a comical story, but the reviewer seems pretty down on it, calling it lame. Then we've got Mysterious Thief Saint Tail, or Kaizei Saint Tail in Japanese, which does much better at 55%. This one's an adventure game where you play as the schoolgirl Asuka, who secretly becomes the Phantom Thief Saint Tail after class. It looks like it covers different parts of her day, from morning routines to school activities, and then crime fighting after school. Sounds like a decent mix of adventure elements and maybe some puzzle solving. This report previews 3 upcoming SEGA Saturn games. First, Rockman 8, Mega Man 8, is scheduled for December, introducing Rush the Dog for stage traversal and a screw collection mechanic for custom power-ups. The game hints at branching paths and a boss in the opening stage, with a new character named Dueo, adding intrigue. Development is 50% complete. Next, Victory Goal Worldwide Edition, Victory Goal 96, is a soccer game due in November, featuring 48 international teams,
triple the previous game, and using 96 rules, including a World Cup mode. Players can customize team and player names. It's also at 50% completion. Finally, World Series Baseball 2, World Series Baseball 96, is planned for the fall.
It features 28 Major League teams, authentic commentary, anthems, and ballpark songs, aiming for an immersive baseball experience. With 896 total players, development is currently 60% complete.
This page highlights 3 upcoming SEGA Saturn games. Good Island Cafe Ijima I, a multimedia title, puts players in the role of a director creating promotional videos for Idol Ijima, aiming for a realistic date experience. Development is at 60% completion. Hypa Security S, provisional, is a simulation game where you train girls to become security guards in futuristic Tokyo, tackling issues like traffic control and riot control. It includes car battles, dress-up features, multiple endings, and is 70% complete. Playboy Karaoke Volume 1 and 2 from Vic Takai offers karaoke with Playboy models, featuring pin-up visuals and movies. The game aims for a mature atmosphere and includes a practice mode. It's 100% complete and includes a selection of popular love songs. This page is advertising Pray Doll Disc Volume 2 featuring Idol Miyuki Uchiyama. It's a digital photo collection for SEGA Saturn. The page highlights the large number of photos, over 400, that are included, going beyond typical photo books, and even featuring tour motion videos and minigames. The magazine reviewer notes that this is a chance to see a different side of the idol not seen on TV or in magazines. Moving on to upcoming game news, we see Ultraman Zukan, which is a database game about Ultraman featuring data from Ultraman and Ultra 7, with 126 monsters and aliens, digest stories, theme songs, and other information. Next is Detective Jinguji Saburo, Unfinished Report, a detective adventure game where the latest scenario has been completed and is entering the Tokyo Game Show stage. It is based on the concept of a bar in Shinjuku where Jinguji visits. Finally, Graduation Cross World is an adventure game from Elementary School Productions, featuring characters from Graduation and Graduation 2. The story is about a boy who dreams of flying in the sky. The heroines are popular characters from the Graduation series, like Yuka Nakamoto and others, with 2 new characters also appearing. This page is showcasing Sakura Wars for the SEGA Saturn, highlighting the adventure part of the game. It mentions that the game is highly anticipated and selling well in pre-orders, so players should reserve their copies. The article focuses on introducing the flow of the adventure part, giving a glimpse into how the game's drama unfolds. We see screenshots of characters and gameplay. The text also seems to be introducing the theme song of Sakura Wars, titled Geki Teikoku Kagekidan, sung by Sakura Shinguji and the Imperial Opera Troupe, and provides lyrics for it, emphasizing the themes of love, justice, and fighting evil. There's a section called Toy Show Report, discussing the Sakura Wars booth at a show in June, featuring a stage event with a large crowd. Overall, the page is promoting the adventure and story elements of Sakura Wars, and building excitement for its release. This page is all about the opening animation of Sakura Wars. It's revealed here that after the Sega and Red Company logos appear, followed by credits for folks like Uji Hiroi and Noriyoshi Matsura, the opening anime sequence kicks in. They're saying it's about 1 minute and 15 seconds long and really shows off the staff's passion, making it a must-see. The screenshots we see are all taken from this opening animation, giving us glimpses of the characters and some dramatic scenes. We learn about the Black Nest Society, who seem to be the villains emerging from the darkness that Sakura is battling. There's also a section about the Kubu, which are the steam-powered mecha in the game, showing some action-packed scenes of them in battle. Finally, there's a question asking, what on earth is this character? Suggesting a character reveal of some kind at the end of the opening animation. It looks like they are really hyping up the opening as a key part of the Sakura Wars experience. This page dives into the first episode of Sakura Wars, titled Imperial Capital Flower Troupe. We're introduced to the setting, starting in Ueno Park. Apparently, Ugami Ichiro, formerly of the Imperial Navy, gets assigned to lead the Imperial Flower Troupe. The story kicks off with Ugami meeting Sakura Shinguji in Ueno Park. They're highlighting the game's Lips dialogue system here, showing a branching conversation where you have to make choices in dialogue. Looks like your responses affect how characters perceive you. The page then moves on to Ginza, specifically the Imperial Theater. They describe Ginza as a bustling area,
with streetcars, and the newly built Imperial Theater, emphasizing its grandeur. Sakura seems to be showing Ogami around the theater, specifically taking him to the main lobby. It looks like the initial part of the game is all about getting to know Sakura and settling into your role at the Imperial Theater. The page really emphasizes the atmosphere and character interactions that are key to Sakura Wars. This page offers a glimpse into the world of Sakura Wars, specifically focusing on the Imperial Theater and its characters. It highlights the expressive animations of Ogami, the player character, and his reactions to various situations. The page details explorable locations on the first floor, including the entrance hall, lobby, and dining hall, which are navigated through point-and-click controls. The lobby features Iris, a cheerful girl and Ogami's friend, and her bear companion, Yanpol. The Lips dialogue system is introduced, demonstrating how player choices impact the story and relationships. Examples include Sulemaier's dramatic request in the dining hall and Yonhanida's questioning in the chief's room. The office introduces staff members Fujieda Ayame and Kayama Yuri, hinting at interactions and administrative activities. Making thoughtful dialogue choices is emphasized to maintain trust with characters. This page continues the look into Sakura Wars, diving deeper into different locations within the Imperial Theater and showcasing more of the Lips dialogue system. We start in the chief's room, where we see Ogami, the player character, in a surprising state described as sloppy and even drunk. It seems he's not quite the heroic figure one might expect. Dialogue choices are presented where characters react to Ogami's unusual behavior. Next, we move to the lobby, where we encounter Iris. She's having trouble with her shoelaces and needs help. This section highlights the importance of gentle and considerate responses in dialogue to build trust with characters. Finally, we explore the backstage area, where we find Sakura. There's some commotion on stage and a scene where Sakura accidentally steps on someone's kimono. This situation again uses the lip system, presenting choices like stopping her or doing nothing. The text emphasizes that in Sakura Wars, bold and decisive choices in the lip system are crucial, especially when it comes to maintaining good relationships with the characters. Choosing the right dialogue options to build bonds is key to success. This page continues the Sakura Wars feature, this time showcasing more locations and gameplay scenarios. First up is the chief's room, and it looks like things are still a little unusual for Ogami. The text mentions Ogami is in a surprising state, perhaps still hinting at his earlier described sloppy behavior. The Lips system is shown again, with dialogue choices presented in speech bubbles, seemingly reacting to Ogami's state. Next we move to the underground command room. Here, it seems Sakura and the Imperial Combat Review, Flower Division, are being briefed. Ogami is present, and is described as receiving orders from the Imperial Opera Troupe. The text suggests this section focuses on explaining the battle preparations and the role of the Flower Division. Another lip scenario is shown, with dialogue choices related to the upcoming sortie. Finally, we are in the hangar. The Flower Division's preparations for departure are underway, and the Kubu mecha are being readied. We see scenes of the Kubu being loaded onto the Raidengu and moving along underground rails. The text describes the Kubu as equipped with thunderbolts and mentions the importance of teamwork and victory. The final lip section in the hangar depicts a command to prepare for sortie and deploy the Kubu, highlighting the urgency of the situation and the final checks before battle. The page concludes with a "to be continued" and a character image, presumably hinting at future developments in the Sakura Wars story. Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story. The Blue Destiny, a new SEGA Saturn game, presents an original narrative during the one-year war from a regular soldier's perspective. The game focuses on a mysterious blue mobile suit that decimated Zeon forces during the Odessa campaign. This suit utilizes the exam system created by Dr. Crust Moses, meant to emulate new Fire-type abilities. Originally unstable, the exam system evolved after an accident with Mary Welsh, capturing her combat data. It grants pilots enhanced combat abilities akin to new Fire types, but carries risks like pilot mental strain and potential system instability. The game features gameplay screenshots and a 90% completion rate indicator, hinting at a near release. A trial version has been distributed, promising powerful mobile suits later in the game. Bandai will release the single-player dramatic shooting game in late September for 4,800 yen, suitable for all ages. This page delves deeper into Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story, The Blue Destiny, on the SEGA Saturn, showcasing the RX-79BD Blue Destiny Unit 1, described as an original mobile suit. It is presented as a variant of the GIM, a ground combat unit,
modified to fully utilize the exam system. The text explains that the base unit is the RX-79, which has been completely remodeled for the exam system research and testing. To fully harness its capabilities, a high-output generator and magnetic coating on the drive system were implemented, despite it being in the experimental stages. Initially, RGM-79G models were tested, but the mobile suit capabilities couldn't keep up with the system, so the RX-79 was modified. Consequently, the head is the same design as the RGM-79G units.
The exam system aims to draw out maximum combat ability. However, the text points out a flaw. In its current state, the exam system places a considerable burden on the machine, often leading to overheating issues, about 5 out of 10 times. The color scheme is mentioned as blue, but the head remains similar to the RGM-79 GIM. The page also includes in-game screenshots showing the Blue Destiny unit in action, highlighting the HUD interface with HBOM 94% and look indicators, and another showing a different perspective of the cockpit view. The text near the bottom right emphasizes the exam system's immense power and instantaneous reaction speed, designed to give pilots a new type-like experience in combat. The next page showcases Gundam Gaiden Mission 13, Wasteland Death Struggle, continuing the Gundam action from the previous page. This time, the mission is set in a desolate wasteland environment. The screenshots give you a feel for the desert setting, where you'll be piloting your mobile suit against enemy mobile suits, including the Zaku. The page emphasizes tactical gameplay, advising players to utilize the map and radar systems effectively to navigate the large, open stages and gain a strategic advantage. It also highlights the importance of weapons like hand grenades, referred to as crackers, especially for mid-range combat against mobile suits. The reviewer seems to be pointing out that these are strategic battles, demanding careful planning and map awareness to succeed. This page continues our look at Gundam Gaiden Mission 13, Wasteland Death Struggle, and it's all about tackling those pesky Desert Zaku units. The focus is on coordinated attacks from multiple Desert Zakus, and the advice is to team up with your friendly units to deal with them. The article explains that even when you're locked onto enemies, these desert stages can be tough due to the wide open spaces and the enemy's coordinated attacks. So, teamwork and strategic cooperation are key to survival. They highlight the importance of using your map and radar effectively to navigate these large battlefields and gain a tactical advantage. Weapons like hand grenades, referred to here as crackers, are suggested for effective mid-range combat against mobile suits. The reviewer also mentions using high mobility actions like dashing and jumping to outmaneuver enemies and break through encirclements. There's a segment showcasing beam saber/shin attacks, getting up close and personal with your beam saber for powerful strikes. Finally, it introduces a new enemy unit called Gallop, describing it as a deployed enemy base positioned in the center of the battlefield, warning that it's heavily armored and capable of fierce counterattacks. Essentially, this page emphasizes the tactical and cooperative nature of the game, highlighting that strategic teamwork, not just going in guns blazing, is essential for success. This page is dedicated to Dark Savior, which is nearing completion, with development at 100%, and slated for release around August 30th. The article talks about the game's Troco system being revealed for the first time, and mentions developer interviews are coming soon. The focus here is on navigating the Director's House area. It describes this area as a puzzle-filled dungeon, emphasizing the importance of using lines drawn on the map as hints to find the exit. Players are warned that mistakes can be reset by leaving and re-entering the room, and that pushing blocks is limited to 1 square at a time. Pulling is not possible. The article details specific puzzle elements, using platforms to gain a broader view, facing a king guard in a vault, and employing magic to levitate and reveal hidden switches on the floor. It highlights the importance of observation and careful puzzle solving. The latter part of the page discusses escaping the vault. Once you think you've escaped, you'll find yourself locked in the vault, and someone mysteriously opens the door from the inside. The article poses the question of who this person is, and suggests it will be revealed soon. It also mentions a security system with lasers that can instantly kill the player, emphasizing caution and careful movement. The article concludes by hinting at the importance of a ward note acquired in the Director's House, suggesting it will be crucial for future puzzles and progression. This page showcases the Troco scene from the game Dark Savior,
Building on the previous page's reveal of the Troco system, it's described as a thrilling and powerful experience, a step up from 2D trolley sections in other games. The article explains the controls are simple, using the B button to jump and another button to switch views, aiming to reach the goal by jumping over breaks in the rails. The page highlights different aspects of the Troco scene, with screenshots, like the trolley rattling and making noise, the background music enhancing the atmosphere, and the player falling off the rails triggering an automatic restart. It mentions that in downhill sections, speed increases dramatically, making it very exhilarating. The article also points out that there's a first-person view in the Troco scene, which can be activated by pressing a button, increasing the sense of speed and danger. The bottom section is titled, Parallel 2's Adventure is Just Beginning, indicating that this Troco scene is just one part of the larger game. It mentions the game's large volume and dungeon elements beyond what was in the previous Parallel is, implying a much bigger game in Dark Savior. It briefly touches on the monster adventure aspect, showcasing some monster encounters and dialogue scenes, hinting at story elements and battles that are also part of the game's adventure. This page humorously dissects Dark Savior protagonist Ryuya's flaws, showcasing him in unflattering situations through screenshots and comical headings. A Q&A section addresses various questions, including the physics of floating objects, answered with sleeping pills, the pronunciation and function of Jilo, complaints and consultations, and the communication style of the murderous ghost Johnson. Other questions deal with handling the fire-breathing Me Too Ado, and the best sightseeing spots on Jailer's Island. Finally, a section describes the formidable combat skills of Jae-chan, with her rhythm-based fighting style and maracas, suggesting a potential fight between Jae-chan and Razine-born Ryu. This page is all about the upcoming Sega Saturn game, Dark Savior, and features interviews with the producer, Nishi Kyohei, and illustrator, Mikashino Jin. The producer talks about the game's world being a blend of serious and comical elements, drawing inspiration from Obake manga. He mentions the challenge of adapting these comical elements, especially Johnson, into the game. He notes that early in development, there were internal debates about certain aspects, and they tried to give logical explanations for everything, including floating panels in the game. He explains the floating panels are due to batteries and anti-gravity devices, ensuring they don't fall when characters stand on them. The illustrator, Mikashino Jin, discusses the character design for Dark Savior, focusing on the game's charm. He mentions that the characters were initially designed with a cold and ruthless bounty hunter image, but evolved. He talks about characters like Jae-chan and Tiger Sensei, and mentions a concept he had for a Galileo Troop character. He emphasizes that all characters in Dark Savior have detailed backstories, which players can discover in the actual game. There's also a small section called Jae-chan Newspaper, which includes a segment featuring a character named Dr. Dockel, described as a researcher from the Kultri-gen Research Institute, known for his eccentric nature. It humorously describes him as an alien, but clarifies he is Greek and is interested in Drana research lately. Policenauts for Sega Saturn is lauded for its perfect completion rate and engaging story, comparable to novels and movies. The immersive game world, particularly the detailed setting of Beyond Coasts, and the focus on human drama, including SSTV broadcasts, create a captivating experience. The game emphasizes scenario flavor over simple plots. Screenshots hint at a revenge narrative, space exploration history, the construction of a detective world, and character development. Scheduled for release on September 13th for 6,800 yen, it's a 3-disc adventure game for one player, suitable for all ages, and compatible with the Virtua Gun. The game is seen as a groundbreaking adventure game, with its name inspired by Snatcher. The Saturn version of Policenauts features an exclusive shooting trainer mode not found in other versions. This mode includes target practice, training, and scenarios from the main game, as well as a more challenging compact mode with civilian targets. A helpful in-game glossary is also accessible via the Start or Z button to clarify game-specific terms. The game begins with the bombing incident on Earth less than home greater than, setting the stage for the narrative. The setting is Beyond Coast, Old Lay, a city on another planet built by Earth immigrants. The story introduces Jonathan Ingram, a former policenaut who awakens after 25 years, and Lorraine Hojo, who is caught in a car bomb incident. Her father, Kenzo Hojo, a high-ranking executive, is reported missing after the bombing. This incident propels the story forward. This page introduces the setting of Police Knots, with a focus on Beyond Coast, humanity's first space colony. Beyond Coast is a cylindrical habitat designed to mimic Earth's environment, specifically the American West Coast, and is populated by Earth immigrants known as Beyonders. The page then introduces the Beyond Coast Police, BCP, the colony's police force. Based on Earth's police system, the BCP focuses on crime prevention and response, and utilizes advanced police, AP, suits. The narrative then details the arrival of Jonathan and his reunion with his former partner from Los Angeles, Ito Brown, now a chief in the BCP's WIN section. And Ito, a respected family man, leads a team including Dave Forrest, a gun enthusiast, and Meryl Silverberg, a skilled high-tech Special Forces veteran. The page effectively sets the stage for Jonathan's involvement within the BCP and introduces key characters he will work alongside. This section of the Police Knots review introduces more characters and concepts within the Beyond Coast Police, BCP. We meet Gates Becker, the BCP chief, who, despite limitations, hints at helping Jonathan with his investigation. Tony Redwood, the AP unit's ace, pilots and EMPs, a powered suit designed by Barshalon, offering enhanced movement, including space travel capabilities. The game also delves into Frozeners, individuals cryogenically preserved and revived for their genetic adaptability to space environments, including Redwood. The Investigation Division's Victor Jurgens analyzes evidence from Jonathan's case. He discovers capsules from Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals containing a common drug, and the herbs, identified as black lotus seeds, a type of illegal narcotic. The seeds, key to the mystery, are grown in a controlled environment, possibly on Earth. The investigation into Kenzo's disappearance leads detectives to Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals, where clues point to Beyond Coast Central Hospital, BCCH. Jonathan accompanies Lorraine to the Kitai residence, meeting Karen, who strikingly resembles a young Lorraine. The narrative then shifts to BCCH, where Kenzo sent drug samples. There, they encounter Drive Chris Godwin, a former model and now the hospital's director. Chris and Jonathan share a past connection, having been on a magazine cover together. Karen Kitai, a BBC reporter, is revealed to be suffering from a serious illness and in need of a bone marrow transplant. This page delves deeper into the Tokugawa building, mentioned in the previous page. It appears the detectives are investigating the Tokugawa group and its headquarters, the Tokugawa building, as part of their investigation into Kenzo's disappearance. It's revealed that a party is being held at the Tokugawa building, and while invitations are required, Jonathan and Lorraine might be able to get in due to Lorraine's past connections with Sadaoki of the Tokugawa group. However, it's suggested the party attendees might have suspicious backgrounds. The page introduces two key characters, Joseph Sadaoki Tokugawa and Salvatore Toscani. Joseph Sadaoki Tokugawa is described as the successor to the Tokugawa group and a key figure from the BCP era. He's portrayed as arrogant, secretive, and possibly racist, known for making questionable choices to increase Tokugawa Group's profits. Salvatore Toscani is also from the BCP era and served as a police inspector before retiring. He now works for Tokugawa in a security management role, apparently keeping Joseph in check. The text suggests both characters are not to be trusted and may be hiding something related to the investigation. There are also snippets of dialogue related to the party, hinting at intrigue and danger. One caption mentions Earth Mafia, suggesting criminal elements may be present at the party. The overall tone is one of suspicion and impending conflict, as the investigation into Kenzo's disappearance deepens within the Tokugawa Group's domain. This page shines the spotlight on 3D Lemmings for the SEGA Saturn, an action puzzle game described as having simple rules but surprisingly deep gameplay. They highlight the practice mode, designed for newcomers to learn the ropes and get accustomed to the 3D perspective. The page uses a sample stage to illustrate gameplay, where the goal is to guide lemmings from a tower to an exit using trampolines. The article emphasizes the importance of surveying the entire level before acting and encourages players to learn from their mistakes by retrying stages and experimenting with different approaches. It also mentions aiming to clear all 79 stages in the main game and challenging players to master all levels. A completion rate box proudly declares 100%. And notes that there are 100 stages on normal difficulty, giving a release date of August 23rd and a price of 5,800 yen. The screenshots showcase the 3D gameplay, various menu screens, and level environments. Overall, the page is a promotional piece aiming to get players excited about the 3D iteration of the classic Lemmings puzzle formula on the Saturn. This page introduces Tri Rush Deppy, an action-packed racing game for the SEGA Saturn. It's still in development and about 40% complete, but even at this stage, the reviewer is clearly excited. The game stars Deppy, a taxi character, in races that are more than just flat tracks. Key to winning is using turbo boosts and collecting oil, which seems essential for keeping your turbo charged. You'll be racing against rivals, and at the end of each stage, you'll face off against a big boss character. The courses themselves are varied, with different ground surfaces and hidden items to find, so it's not just about speed. Developed by Japan Create, Tri Rush Deppy is scheduled for release in October and will cost 5,800 yen, offering single-player action. The reviewer is already impressed by Deppy's energy and is eagerly anticipating the final release. This page announces the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Ultraman: Legend of the Giant of Light. It's being developed using a new twin advanced room system. The game is currently 40% complete and promises to bring the action and destruction of the Ultraman TV series to life. The twin advanced room system is explained as a way to use both cartridges and KaiDRAM simultaneously, allowing for larger game data, specifically mentioning over 32 megabits of RAM. This means faster loading and improved graphics and sound, pushing the Saturn's capabilities. The page highlights the character selection screen, noting it will feature a two-player versus mode, where you can choose from the Ultraman brothers to fight. There's also a story mode, where you'll face computer-controlled monsters. Screenshots show in-game action and the character selection screens, all aiming to capture the feeling of the Ultraman universe. The reviewer seems impressed with the technology and is eagerly awaiting the final product, expecting a really polished and engaging Ultraman experience on the SEGA Saturn. This page delves deeper into the gameplay mechanics of Ultraman: Legend of the Giant of Light. It emphasizes how accurately signature Ultraman moves and monster attacks are recreated in the game. We can see descriptions and screenshots of iconic techniques like the Specium Beam, Barrier, and Slash Light Beam. The page also highlights enemy attacks, specifically mentioning Baltan aliens' offensive maneuvers. Beyond special moves, it showcases the combination and throwing techniques, suggesting a variety of close combat options. A key feature emphasized is environmental destruction, labeled Buildings and Facilities Collapse. The game promises dynamic destruction of buildings like skyscrapers and towers, even trains, adding a realistic touch to the Ultraman battles. The reviewer notes that buildings crumble realistically, even leaning and breaking when toppled, contributing to a truly immersive Ultraman experience. The page seems to be highlighting the attention to detail in recreating the Ultraman universe, focusing on both combat and environmental interaction. This page is all about Magical Drop 2, highlighting that fast reflexes and pad skills are key to mastering it. It's aimed at beginners to the puzzle game, breaking down the basics of chain reactions and detailing different game modes. We get an overview of the arcade mode and special mode, noting that while the core rules are the same in both, the two-player battle rules and playable characters differ. Special mode offers Hitras mode, Taisen mode, Story mode, and Parame mode. It mentions that in Story mode, you'll face characters as bosses, and in special modes, Taisen mode, boss characters become playable. The page then dives into basic operations, explaining how to move your character, PRO, left and right, and throw or collect balls using buttons. The core mechanic is forming lines of 3 or more same-colored balls to erase them. It emphasizes using this for chain reactions to score big. There are also special orbs that speed up the game. A section on-chain example illustrates a simple 2-chain, explaining how to eliminate different colored balls in sequence to trigger chains. Finally, it introduces the must-learn late chain reaction, a technique where you strategically drop balls to create chains after an initial elimination. This late chain is described as crucial for increasing your score and attack power, suggesting it's a key to advanced play. The page emphasizes mastering these chain techniques for victory. Magical Drop 2 features diverse gameplay beyond its core mechanics. Story mode offers arcade and special modes, pitting players against CPU opponents while showcasing character animations and a story involving magical orbs. The game reintroduces characters from the previous title and introduces 4 new playable characters: Justice, World, Magician, and Strongs, each with unique personalities and attack styles. Beyond story mode, the game includes Hirameki mode, a puzzle mode focused on clearing orbs efficiently. Hitasura mode is an endless mode, with increasing difficulty, challenging players to achieve high scores. Players can utilize special orbs, such as bubble and arrow orbs, for strategic orb elimination. A ranking system judges player level and score, with level 20 representing a standard skill level. This page is focused on introducing the upcoming SEGA Saturn romance adventure game, Heartbeat Scramble. The game is all about realistic romance, featuring live-action photographs of locations and 6 attractive heroines. You play as a high school student, and the page introduces the 6 main female characters, who are described as maidens, that surround you, the lucky player. Each girl is briefly described, and their relationship to you is outlined. There's Yurino Sayaka, who's your current girlfriend, Kozakura Shinobu, your childhood friend, Suzuki Etsuko, your sister's friend who's a nurse, Takanashi Ritsuko, a police officer, Kawada Rimi, a quiet classmate, and Kazioka Mari, a mature young doctor. Besides the heroines, they also introduce a villain character, a senior student who's after girls. The game is advertised as being 100% complete, and is slated for release on September 6th.
It also mentions a special bonus included with the first edition, a telephone voice card.
Heartbeat Scramble for the SEGA Saturn is a romance-adventure game centered around school life, bikes, and romance, using live-action photographs to create a realistic feel. Players navigate the life of a young man by working part-time jobs to earn money for dates and gifts. The game incorporates school events, like festivals and trips to deepen relationships. Players can also enjoy resort trips, such as summer and winter vacations, to get closer to the heroines. Dates at amusement parks and aquariums are crucial for strengthening bonds. Bikes are a core element, allowing for romantic bike dates and touring, emphasizing the youthful and romantic atmosphere of the game. This page introduces Tournament Leader, a golf game being previewed as a coming soon soft title. It's highlighted as being 100% complete and described as an effortless golf game that uses polygons to create beautiful courses. The reviewer seems impressed, mentioning realistic gameplay, rich visuals, and the ability for up to 4 players to play together. The page details features of the game, starting with player registration, which is mandatory before starting. It then talks about practice mode, emphasizing its importance for mastering the game mechanics. A section on polygon unique features points out that the game uses polygons effectively to create realistic courses with shading, and allows for rotation of the course view during gameplay. Finally, the page explains the check before hitting features. This includes trajectory prediction to visualize the ball's path, and club selection, which is usually automatic, but can be manually adjusted. There's also an impact point adjustment feature shown, suggesting detailed shot control. Overall, the page presents Tournament Leader as a user-friendly yet deep golf simulation, with advanced features for shot preparation and course visualization, leveraging the polygon capabilities of the system. This page continues the preview of Tournament Leader, showcasing its Scotland's authentic courses. It details 4 different golf courses included in the game. First up is The Bowery, an amateur course in the woodlands of England, designed in 1866 by Ernest Ransom. Next is Kilmarnie, another amateur course, this time located on the west coast of Ireland, described as a technically demanding course built in 1927. For the pro players, there's Penpero, situated in southwest England, notorious for strong winds and numerous hazards. Lastly, Glenlockery is a pro course in Scotland, with an ancient design dating back to 1800, famous for hosting major tournaments and producing golf legends. Each course description highlights a specific challenging hole, the 14th for Bowery and Kilmarnie, the 3rd for Penpero, and the 2nd for Glenlockery, giving you an idea of the difficulty with course maps and gameplay advice on how to tackle them. The page also mentions that to be considered a pro in tournament mode, which uses the Bowery and Kilmarnie courses, you'll need to meet certain conditions. Overall, the focus is on the variety and authentic feel of these polygon-rendered golf courses. This page highlights the upcoming release of Afterburner 2 as part of the Sega Ages series. The game boasts 100% completion in development and aims to faithfully recreate the arcade experience with enhanced visuals and dynamic sound. It's described as a 3D shooting game where players can control their speed and utilize lock-on missiles to target enemies. The page emphasizes the thrilling speed and exhilarating air combat of Afterburner 2. Gameplay tips are provided, advising players to evade enemy missiles while shooting back, and to use afterburners when enemies get behind them. It also mentions that the bonus stages, including ground attack and tunnel stages, are faithfully reproduced. Screenshots showcase intense aerial combat and ground-level bonus stages, including racing sections reminiscent of other SEGA titles. Speaking of which, the page also notes the inclusion of elements inspired by other SEGA classics like Hang On and Outrun, possibly in relation to these bonus stages. Overall, the page conveys excitement for the upcoming SEGA Ages release of Afterburner 2, promising a complete and enhanced arcade experience on the SEGA Saturn. This page is all about Outrun for SEGA Ages, boasting 90% completion and priced at 3,800 yen, slated for a September release. The page is really hyping up the feeling of driving, describing Outrun as revolutionary, with its cool courses and focus on driving feel. They mention your red sports car and the blonde girl passenger, aiming to race through world countries. All familiar elements from the original. They highlight features like selecting music by steering wheel before starting, with tracks like Magical Sound Shower being mentioned. Stage branching is confirmed to be in, just like the arcade. There's talk about gear gacha, which seems to be a technique involving going off course and then slamming back in for a boost or drift. The graphics are praised as faithfully recreated, with even open-top cars and trailers appearing, as in the arcade. They're also showing off various stages, including nighttime cityscapes and scenic coastal roads, emphasizing that these stages are also faithfully reproduced. The reviewer seems very excited about this release, especially the complete arcade experience being brought to the Saturn. They even mention the crash scenes are still there for those who love them. This page highlights Ninja Jajamaru-kun, Onakage Ninpucho, as a coming-soon soft title for the SEGA Saturn, boasting a 40% completion rate. It's described as a 3D action game that revives the classic Ninja Jajamaru-kun series. The development team consists of staff known for creating numerous games, with Mr. Yasunori Tudu, representing Game Studio, in charge of game design, and Mr. Tomoyuki Sukanobe as the main programmer. The music is produced by Mr. Hideaki Takizawa. The page showcases the game's opening demo as complete and emphasizes its high quality, urging players to witness it themselves. It also introduces powerful boss characters, displaying various enemy designs like Kakutan, Daiganmen, Kumonjo, Azuki, Kaakun, Karasa, Macho, Kamura, and Kuroko, each with a brief description of their stage appearance and characteristics. Screenshots show gameplay in 3D environments, with Jajamaru-kun in action, jumping and running through stages. The reviewer seems excited about the 3D transformation of the classic series and the quality of the opening demo. This page showcases another coming-soon soft title, Gal Yan for the SEGA Saturn, now at 100% completion. It's described as a strip mahjong game, a genre that's apparently quite popular, even if it's a bit naughty. The game features two modes, Gamble Mode, which seems to be the main mahjong gameplay, and Normal Mode, which is described as a story mode with continues, allowing players to see the ending even if they aren't mahjong pros. The page highlights the opponent's star capture system, where winning allows you to strip your opponent. The rules are customizable, and the game seems to focus on quick matches with simple controls. It also emphasizes the chibi character stripping scenes that happen between mahjong rounds and stripping scenes, featuring cute, small versions of the girls that also get undressed bit by bit as you progress. A key selling point is the smooth animation achieved through a rotoscope technique, which makes the character movements in the stripping scenes very fluid and realistic. The page shows images of three girls, Ayano, Riho, and Fumika, each with a short description of their scenes and character traits. Finally, there's an early bird present campaign mentioned, offering original Galleon goods, including posters and phone cards, to early purchasers. It seems they are giving away 500 autographed production drawings and 1,000 original phone cards as part of the initial release promotion. This page announces the upcoming release of Cyberdoll for SEGA Saturn, which is now at 100% completion. It's celebrating the release with a focus on the works of Kiyohiko Azuma, who handled the character designs. Alongside the game's launch, a strategy guide and an original soundtrack CD will also be released on August 21st. The game is priced at 6,800 yen and is rated for ages 18 and up. The page features a striking image of the main character, a female cyborg in red armor, showcasing Azuma's unique artistic style. There's an interview segment where Azuma discusses his design philosophy for Cyberdoll. He mentions his concept was to create something simple yet stylish, inspired by what he calls cyberpunk, and a sense of violent run for the characters. He also touches on the cyberpunk theme, stating he incorporated elements of violence and love in his designs, leaning towards a classic mood while adding his own unique flavor. Interestingly, the page also highlights the production of figures based on Azuma's character and monster designs for the game. It mentions his illustrations are known for their chaotic and unique feel, capturing a sense of strangeness. A screenshot from the game is shown with the dialogue, "Disappear already," giving a glimpse into the game's atmosphere. Monster designs are also featured, further emphasizing the chaotic and unique artistic direction of Cyberdoll. This Sega Saturn preview details the characters of Cyberdoll. The game features a cast of 4 playable characters: a revenge-driven debugger raised by Marilyn, his amnesiac partner Layla, a 17-year-old girl named Monica, and the protagonist's rival, Gig. The enemy roster includes Sutrozek, Chromodora, Greed, Hide and Soak, and Queen. These grotesque enemies serve D versus and are designed for impactful action within the game. The review stresses that the true impression of these enemy designs will be revealed during gameplay, emphasizing their weighty movements over static visual appeal. Screenshots of both the characters and the game's user interface are shown. This page introduces Aponashi Girls, or InPose, a new type of gal simulation game from Human for the Sega Saturn. The game revolves around summoning girls from different parallel worlds to fight in battles. The story blends reality with a mystical element called Olipos, and the player, as the main character, summons these girls and battles alongside them. The page details the battle flow, starting with encounters with monsters and goddesses. Players summon girls to fight, with the outcome influencing the story and the girls themselves. Time management is crucial, as the girls' availability changes based on the time of day in the game. There's a girl card selection system where you choose girls from present, past, future, and fantasy worlds to deploy. Each girl has unique visual scenes and voice dialogue triggered upon selection. Nilvarna, a fairy, acts as your navigator. Gameplay screenshots illustrate the different stages: time selection, girl card selection, and the Chibi-style battles, where you utilize direct and indirect attacks. Winning battles and collecting girl cards seems to be central to progression, with bonus points awarded for successful summons. The page highlights that there are 20 summonable girls in total, and the story evolves based on the girls you choose to interact with and battle alongside. This page is about the Devil Summoner Special Box Set, featuring a bonus CD. It's described as a special package for those wanting to play Devil Summoner, including the Devil Summoner Devil Compendium and a special CD with developer talks and game music. The page includes an interview section with Kuji Okada and Kazuma Kaneko, who are described as the director and character designer. They discuss the special 8cm CD that comes with the box, which contains background music and talks by them. The interview covers the reasons for creating the special box, which was due to user feedback and the positive reception of Devil Summoner Devil Compendium. They mention adding extra value for Saturn users who may not have played the game yet. They talk about the content of the CD, including music from the game and a developer talk in a DJ style, making it feel like an all-night Nippon radio show. They also discuss the talk being mostly ad-libbed. Screenshots from Devil Summoners are shown, highlighting the gameplay. The Devil Public Relations Daily News section at the bottom has snippets about promotional activities with staff members dressed as Devil Summoner characters. It mentions staff members like Chibachan and Murata doing publicity. There's a photo of someone seemingly being launched into the air as part of a promotional event, described humorously as life-risking PR. This page is the cover for a Sega Saturn Software Complete Guide. The page features anime-style artwork of 2 characters and announces itself as a thorough guide to Sega Saturn games that were released. The page highlights a substantial strategy section, directing readers to pages featuring guides for games like Saturn Bomberman, Dukyusei, which seems like a dating sim, the RPG Albert Odyssey Gaiden, Legend of Eldian, the arcade driving game Chase HQ plus SCI, the adventure title Night Truth #01 Door of Darkness, the El Hazard, the Magnificent World game, and the sports game Decathlete. It looks like this page introduces a comprehensive guide to Sega Saturn games within the magazine. This page showcases a Saturn Bomberman stage certification contest, hosted by Saturn Magazine. It's encouraging players to submit VHS tapes of their Master Mode gameplay for a chance to win prizes, including a Satabon cooler bag, a Nepair Bomberman plush, a lunchbox, and a Bomberman clear case. The page also includes gameplay advice under the title Bomber Temple Bomber 20 Layers Heart, giving tips on how to play Saturn Bomberman well, like clearing all stages, aiming for all clear, focusing on technical points, and using hearts strategically. It then dives into stage-by-stage walkthroughs from Stage 1 to Stage 10, providing hints and strategies for each level in Saturn Bomberman. These tips cover things like bombing formations, enemy types, item usage, and aiming for high scores. It's a detailed guide for players looking to master Saturn Bomberman and participate in the magazine's contest. This page delves into the dating sim adventure game Do You Say If on the Saturn. The article starts by suggesting that once you grasp the basics, the game is about effort and patience, highlighting its summer setting and the fun to be had playing it. It points out that there are 17 dateable girls in the game, but you can't pursue them all at once in a single playthrough, mentioning that some girls have conflicting relationships. It gives examples of these pairings, such as the Saito sisters and the Makoto sisters, and visually shows in-game conversation snippets to illustrate this. The article further focuses on 4 specific groups of girls, where you ultimately have to choose just one to date. These pairs are visually showcased with character art, explaining that you can't date both within each pair. Examples given are Sakura and Kyoko, and the Saito sisters again. Finally, it briefly touches upon in-game locations, mentioning that some places are not essential to visit during gameplay, but that there are exceptions, suggesting events might trigger in certain optional locations. It includes map screenshots to illustrate this point about optional areas within the game world. Essentially, the page is giving players strategic advice, focusing on relationship choices and location awareness in Do You Say If. Do You Say If features intertwined scenarios. To romance a specific girl, interact with her and her friends. The game incorporates the Quiz Brothers, who, besides money, provide event hints, location and time, accessible upon correctly answering quizzes. Following these hints can trigger special graphical events. Dialogue choices are critical, especially in special events, as they significantly impact later events, even weeks later, so players should choose carefully. A short column details a writer's experience with a playtime reset. A final message advises deleting save data on the SEGA Saturn's data management screen, possibly related to save data corruption, likely for a different game. This page is a guide for Do You Say If, offering surefire ways to meet all 17 potential partners in the game. It highlights enjoying the early stages, especially focusing on Sakuragi Mai. To encounter mate, frequent visits to the school pool are essential, ideally during morning or afternoon sessions as she's in the swim club. Talking to her repeatedly is crucial, and remember she can also be found outside school at various locations. For Sakuragi Kyuko, she tends to leave school quickly. Your first encounter with Kyuko will be at the school gate. However, initially, she only shares her name. To meet her again, head to Fujieda Industries factory. Get close to Kyuko, and she might even initiate dates. Her romance progresses faster than other girls. After your pool dates with May conclude, chance encounters become less frequent, so you'll need to explore the downtown area. Success can lead to arranging a second date, with the amusement park suggested for the first. Just remember to behave appropriately on dates. This dating guide outlines how to meet 3 characters. First, Suzuki Minaho can be found at the flower shop, but the shop is closed from the 14th-16th. Check school locations like the broadcasting or science rooms, and trigger events at the Yabuki Town Movie Theater. Next, Tanaka Misa is easily found at school. Be gentle and caring in your interactions. Focus on frequent encounters, and a movie with Suzuki Minaho may impact your relationships. Explore school and town during the second week. Helping her if she's injured is key. Finally, Takano Midori is difficult to approach if you know her. Talk to her in classroom 3A during knitting time. Otherwise, your chances of meeting her are limited, with few opportunities outside of the school. This page continues the dating guide, now focusing on 3 more characters: Nishina Kurumi, Masaki Natsuko, and Sakuma Chiharu. For Nishina Kurumi, it mentions that girls suddenly become women, hinting at a character development arc. It suggests that a triangular relationship might be in play, and advises players to be thoughtful in their words, especially when talking to her. A key event seems to involve meeting her in Yabuki Town and going to the park.
Next up is Masaki Natsuko. The page boldly declares, "Sorry Kazuya, but she's mine," indicating a rival for her affections. The guide mentions receiving a call from Ichiya at the game's start and suggests being proactive in getting close to Natsuko and arranging dates. It emphasizes persistence in dating and taking the initiative before Ichiya does, with clothing stores mentioned as a potential location. Finally, there's Sakumachi Haru. The tagline says, "The relationship may be cliché, but the encounter is serious," hinting at a more grounded or realistic romance. Meeting her at the station, specifically in Chito's special town, is crucial. Like with the previous characters, the initial meeting is paramount, and missing this first encounter makes it very difficult to progress with her. This dating guide introduces 3 new characters: Satomi Kurokawa, Yoshi Aizawa, and Kaori Naruse. Satomi. Find her at her part-time job, the park, or when she runs errands at school. Check on her regularly, and if she's lonely, look for her by the river. Consider asking her to wear her uniform. Yoshi, a teacher, can be found in the staff room, broadcast room, rooftop, or around town. Check in with her after school or during family visits, but avoid late nights. Kaori can be met in Senzaki Town and at Cat's Eye. Don't rush things. Meet her in Yazukicho and experience adult play beforehand. Be prepared for expenses, and consider visiting red light district bars and the river for a romantic night. This page introduces 3 more potential partners in what seems to be a dating simulation guide. First up is Reiko Makunuchi, who lives in a mansion visible from the protagonist's room. She's described as quiet and rarely goes out, making encounters difficult. The text suggests gifting her shoes as a present, with a dialogue snippet mentioning brown shoes and how they'd suit her. Next is Yayoi Kusano, who you can meet while walking around Senzaki Town and Yazukicho. She's a nurse at Togetsu Hospital. The guide humorously suggests pretending to be sick to meet her, but Yayoi in a dialogue box says, "You can't come if you're not sick." There's an image of her in front of a hospital. Finally, there's Masumi Hori, who is in traffic control and can be found at Sentermachi Station, Yazukicho Park, public gardens, and even bars. She's described as someone you'll meet often in town. The guide hints at progressing your relationship over 2 weeks and listening to her worries. A dialogue box shows her saying Mafumin in a surprised or flustered manner, set in what looks like a bar. The page seems to be giving tips on how to meet and potentially date these 3 characters. This page introduces 2 more potential partners in this dating guide. First, we have Hiromi Tamachi, an office lady at Fujita Factory. You can bump into her at work or in coffee shops. The guide suggests starting with a chat in a coffee shop, aiming for a park date. Apparently, after a date, things get interesting with an event at a pachinko parlor in Senzaki Town. It seems after that, you're on your own to figure things out. Next up is Ayako Saito. She works at a pharmacy, and you can meet her there. She's also a school health teacher who frequents the pharmacy. The guide mentions chatting with her at the pharmacy, and then progressing to park dates. There's a kiss scene on an escalator, after which she seems surprised and goes home. But don't give up. The guide suggests continuing to visit the pharmacy to hopefully get an okay from her. It mentions she's a health teacher, often at the nurse's office, and sometimes visits the pharmacy. Apparently, her events are less frequent and might take some effort, but it's implied her scenario is also influenced by other female characters' storylines. This page from the magazine dives into the world of Albert Odyssey Gaiden, Legend of Eldine, focusing on items you can purchase in shops within the game. It seems to be a guide for players, detailing what's available in various towns. The page is divided into sections for different towns: Gigarl, Chestria, Welland, Tura, Goat, Bagneel, and Solus. Each town section is further split into Weapon Armor Shop and Item Shop, listing various items you can buy, their prices, buy, sell, who can equip them, like male or female characters, or specific classes like knight or archer, and their effects. There's a lot of item data here, including swords, armor, shields, and consumable items. For example, in the Gigarl weapon shop, you can find things like longswords and cotton armor. The Welland shop seems to offer stronger equipment like a falchion and a Byzantine mail. The page continues, listing shop items for each town, going through Tura, Got, Bagneel, and Solas,
showcasing the progressively better equipment as you travel through the game world. At the bottom, there's a key explaining how to read the item lists, covering things like item names, prices, equipment type, stats, and who can use them. It also briefly mentions item effects like attack power, defense power, and special effects. This is a practical guide for players looking to equip their party effectively in Albert Odyssey Gaiden. This page is a complete strategy guide flowchart for the first part of Albert Odyssey Gaiden, Legend of Eldian. It's presented as a series of connected boxes, each representing a location or event, guiding the player through the game's progression. The chart begins with the opening sequence and moves through various locations like Leah's Room, Harpy Forest, Well House, Solace Town, Got Town, Tura Elder's House, and many more, detailing key events and actions needed to advance the story. For example, in the opening, it guides the player to obtain the Fati in the bike room, and then go to Leah's room. In Harpy Forest, it mentions meeting Joe and Reg, and jogging with Jogging Ojizan. The flowchart uses arrows to show the progression path, and bullet points within each box to list specific actions or events that occur in that location, like meeting characters, obtaining items, or triggering battles. It seems to cover the initial parts of the game, providing a step-by-step walkthrough. The chart is designed to help players navigate the early stages of Albert Odyssey Gaiden, ensuring they don't miss crucial events or get stuck in their adventure. It's a visual guide to completing the first part of the game, essentially serving as a handy reference during gameplay. This page is a dungeon strategy guide for the Mountain Crossing Cave in Albert Odyssey Gaiden, Legend of Eldian. It's part of the first section of the game and provides a map and tips for navigating this area. The page explains the map symbols like entrance, room connections, item locations, boss, save points, and recovery springs. The guide mentions this dungeon isn't very large, but conveniently has 2 recovery springs. It directs players to start at the bottom left, move right, then upwards to reach the boss, a goblin. It advises caution due to multiple enemy encounters, suggesting players bring a party. Items highlighted for this dungeon are smelling salts, and the guide points out the 2 locations of recovery springs within the cave. The page includes zoomed-in sections of the map to clearly show item locations and points of interest within the Mountain Crossing Cave. This page is a dungeon guide for Frontier Castle. It looks like it's continuing the strategy guide format we saw before, but now we are tackling a new location. This dungeon is laid out over 3 floors, 1F, 2F, and 3Fs, and the map is marked with letters A through P to indicate points of interest. The guide points out some key items you can find in this area, including a black rosary, a demonic chime, a camp set, an aleph charm, pansy's tears, high-grade mint, 18 goat, and special mint. There's also a mention that using items like the black rosary and demonic chime should be done with care, as they might lead to unexpected encounters. It seems like this dungeon will offer some valuable items if you explore it thoroughly. This page continues the Frontier Castle guide, this time focusing on a location called Baran's Tower. The guide warns that enemies here are quite strong, emphasizing the need to level up and carefully consider your strategy. It even suggests stocking up on items before tackling this area, hinting at a tough boss battle ahead. It also notes that there aren't any save points on the map, so caution is advised. The page provides a detailed map of Baran's Tower, marked with letters from A to A, indicating different points of interest. There is a list of items you can find in this area, which includes 3 aleph amulets, 4 magic tomatoes, 3 power potatoes, 4 monkey rings, 3 Kika energy drinks, 1 super mint, 2 Saurus whispers, 1 amulet, 3 wonderful mints, 1 buster sword, 1 cockatrice feather, 2 helpful herbs, 1 miracle mango, and 1 holy symbol. The guide mentions that similar looking rooms continue, so you need to pay attention to your position on the map. It also points out that items outside of the map area are inaccessible. This guide details the fastest route through the Floating Ruins dungeon, starting from entrance A and progressing to the boss room at Y. It outlines the necessary switch activations, switch 1D, switch 2, X, and switch 3, V. Key items to collect include chainmail, mantle of light, flame cuirass, and Amazon dress. Room J offers a recovery spring and save point. The boss is challenging, so conserving MP and prioritizing defense and magic are recommended. Item locations are specified. For example, Flame Cuirass and Amazon Dress are found in V rooms. The page also includes a comic strip about Albert Gaiden's release, and an announcement for an illustration contest, with winners receiving limited edition posters and other prizes. The game has been on sale since August 1996. This page highlights the SEGA Saturn game, Taito Chase HQ Plus SCI, also known internationally as Chase HQ2. The page emphasizes that simply driving fast isn't enough to succeed in this racing action title, implying strategic gameplay is key. It's mentioned that fans of the original arcade game will find this version nostalgic and enjoyable, and the game is currently on sale for 5,800 yen. The article gives tips for playing, suggesting that players should focus on minimizing mistakes, especially avoiding collisions with other vehicles and obstacles, as these cause significant time loss. It advises players to learn course layouts, use brakes in dangerous areas, and effectively utilize the turbo boost, especially if struggling in the initial stages. Continuing with turbo power remaining is also noted as advantageous. Screenshots showcase different stages from 1 to 5, each with varying environments and challenges. Stage 1 is a standard road. Stage 2 features a desert or canyon setting. Stage 3 seems to be a city or urban environment. Stage 4 has a bridge or overpass. And Stage 5 appears to be a suburban or residential area. The overall impression is that the game offers diverse stages and encourages skillful driving and strategic turbo usage for success. This page is a guide for playing Chase HQ2, known in Japan as Taito Chase HQ Plus SCI, offering 3 key tips for players. The first tip emphasizes the importance of hitting runaway vehicles from the side, explaining that rear-end collisions slow you down. Hitting from the side, especially on curves from the outside, is more effective and safer. The second tip encourages players not to hesitate to use continues, as they are readily available in this game, even during countdowns after crashes, allowing you to quickly restart. The final tip is about turbo usage. For beginners struggling to catch up, it's recommended to save turbo for later stages once accustomed to the game, where its speed boost becomes crucial for overtaking after collisions. The page also highlights CI as standard equipment. Unlimited use of guns is mentioned, and it's presented as easier to play than Chase HQ. The game features diverse stages, from standard roads to desert canyons, cities, bridges, and suburban areas, as seen in the screenshots of stages 1 to 5.
Each stage starts with an emergency call from Nancy, providing details on features and items to look out for.
This page highlights Narrated One Door of Darkness, an adventure game from Sonic Computer Entertainment aimed at mature audiences of 18 and over. The page promotes it as the final door in the series and focuses on episode 03, titled Summoning. The text describes a scene starting with light from bullying, where a character named Narimi is in distress and seemingly vanishes after leaving behind cryptic words. 5 individuals, worried about Narimi, search for her, eventually venturing into the underground catacombs of an old school building. The summoning section details a ritualistic scene involving an old well, a shrine, and markings made with a knife. It hints at a disturbing ritual involving children's belongings and unsettling magical circles. The page poses questions about the fate of the teacher and the 5 characters, and whether the door of darkness will open again. Screenshots on the page illustrate scenes from the game, including characters in distress, rituals, and magical effects.
One prominent dialogue box reads, "That's why I told you.
I'm okay now." The page effectively builds suspense and intrigue around the game's dark and mysterious narrative, emphasizing its adventure elements and mature themes.
This page continues the discussion of Narrated, now focusing on number 02. Developers Nakajima and Ishii explain that number 02 centers on the character Dancing Butterfly and her perspective, starting from the deep layers of consciousness and using the Dancing Butterfly 1 script. While number 01 was from Maya's viewpoint, number 02 is solely from Dancing Butterflies. The game locations will include both past and present London, with segments on the Mary Celeste ship, and in locations like schools in the Vatican. They confirmed location scouting in London with local staff, even involving friends from their student days. Expect guest characters connected to the main story and Dancing Butterfly's family, alongside girls her age and about 5 male characters. The user interface is being simplified from #01, using full-color still image backgrounds and a wider range of character expressions, around 20 to 30 types. Illustrations are 80% complete, and Nakajima is refining the scenario, which is already outlined.
Branching storylines will be present in number 02. Finally, there are announcements for a signed Shikishi board giveaway, and a release event with a talk show and mini-concert for those who purchase the game. This page dives into El Hazard, the Magnificent World, revealing tips on how to make your chosen Ojo-sama character the heroine of your playthrough. It emphasizes that while the game has individualistic characters and a multi-story narrative, players can influence the story to make their preferred girl the main love interest. The article playfully suggests that even if you are liked or disliked by characters, you can still manipulate events to your advantage and sway a girl's heart with unexpected triggers. It presents examples of events that can influence character relationships. For instance, with Sheila, it mentions a scenario involving a quarrel with Kenka that leads to Sheila stopping it, which in turn deepens her affection if you show concern for her. Another example is with Inicial, highlighting an event where you give her a present when she seems troubled, making her happy. Lastly, for Argyle, there's a scene at the Arleman's Hot Springs, which is usually hidden, showcasing a rare glimpse of her in a bathing scene, emphasizing that seeking out these unique events is part of the fun and can lead to interesting outcomes. The page suggests that these less obvious events are key to unlocking deeper relationships and influencing who becomes your heroine in El Hazard. It encourages players to explore these hidden moments and see what unfolds. This article guides players on achieving the RL, ending in El Hazard, the Magnificent World. A contest, run by Saturn Magazine and Pioneer LDC, offers a signed Laserdisc box set and message tapes as prizes. To enter, send a postcard before August 23rd. Key advice for the RL ending includes: explore everywhere, especially the market. Collect all items, and don't be afraid to be firm. Pioneer LDC adds that understanding each character's abilities is vital. Finally, players must rescue our Pidal from danger when they see her. These actions will strengthen the bond with her and increase your chances of success. This page unveils the secret character, Mankichi, in the game Decathlete. It details how to unlock him. You've got to achieve a total score of 8,500 points or more in the 10-event decathlon mode using any character. Once you hit that score, hold down the X button and press Start to access the character select screen, where Mankichi Kazami will be waiting for you. The article describes Mankichi as a well-rounded, balanced character, contrasting him with the American-type character, Rick, suggesting Mankichi offers a different playstyle. They emphasize that he's enjoyable to play, with great action and appealing graphics. There are screenshots showing the character selection screen, highlighting Mankichi, a score table displaying a very high total score, and a gameplay shot from the Javelin event showing a world record display. Finally, the article delves into Mankichi's origins, explaining he's a character from a manga in Young Sunday magazine, focusing on 10 athletic events. The developers apparently included him because they were working on sports games aimed towards the Olympics and wanted to incorporate a hint related to setting world records. This page introduces Enchant Park, a new title in development described as a high-resolution, 6-player car battle game. It looks to be an action battle game where players control vehicles described as kuruma. The article highlights that battles can be played against the computer or other players, with up to 6 people battling it out. We get introduced to the main protagonist, a 17-year-old energetic and cheerful driver, and a supporter character, a girl who is described as the driver's sister and a mechanic. The graphic designer, Kodai Ayano, shares insights into the game's production, mentioning the use of software like 3D Indie, VF Paint, and hardware like Macintosh and X68000 computers. They discuss the challenges of 3D rendering and using 2D techniques to overcome limitations. They also mention their previous work on a game called Thor. Finally, the Jez Room editorial section expresses excitement for BattleBall, which seems to be another name for Enchant Park. The editor jokingly considers the genre as battle parking and expresses anticipation for the game, expecting it to be showcased at the upcoming game show in August. Voice actresses Yokoyama Chisa, Sakura Shinguji, and Takatani Madoka, Maria Tachibana, share their experiences with Sakura Wars. Yokoyama found Sakura a perfect role, highlighting her cheerfulness. Takatani focused on Maria's cool demeanor, fitting for a leader. Both actresses were initially surprised by the game's blend of Japanese swords, robots, and Taisho era, but found the concept captivating. They praised the game's detailed world-building and CG robots. Yokoyama enjoyed portraying Sakura's ordinariness and charm, while Takatani found Maria's hidden sadness and inner strength a compelling discovery. They both enjoyed the fun, troupe-like voice acting atmosphere. Maria praised the game's graphics, story, and music, and both expressed interest in a music CD. Yokoyama encouraged players to experience Sakura Wars on the Saturn, citing its graphics, gameplay, characters, story, and music. This page is titled, "Everyone, Do You Know Auto Ping Pong? Round of challenging to win by putting your pride on the line." It features an article about auto ping pong, describing it as a sports game similar to a baseball pitching machine, where a machine serves ping pong balls, and players score points by successfully returning them. The article highlights a challenge involving 3 individuals: Abebe, Kami, and Chiba-chan. Abe, despite being described as less experienced, manages to win against Kami and Chiba-chan, who are considered experienced players. The page explains the scoring system for auto ping pong, where successfully returning 60 balls earns a point. It also details skill levels from junior class to perfect player, based on scores. The article presents the challenge as a fun event within the gaming industry, emphasizing the competitive spirit and enjoyment of this novel type of ping pong. It mentions that this auto ping pong machine is located in Ikebukuro's Hata Sports Plaza. The page ends with a celebratory photo of Abby triumphing over Kami and Chiba-chan in a human pyramid formation. This page showcases the game Lunar Silver Star Story. It's highlighting newly obtained visual scenes from the game, mentioning that around 40 minutes of these scenes are included, which is more than expected. The reviewer is excited about how these visual scenes will enhance the overall game. The page features sections detailing scenes from Berg Village, showing a beautiful fountain, and Dine's tomb. Characters like Luna, Hyro, and Ars are mentioned as being present in these locations. There's also a section about a comical scene, where characters are falling, with emphasis on their funny expressions and the light-hearted nature of the game. Lunar Silver Star Story is an RPG scheduled for release in autumn, priced at 6,800 yen, and published by Kadokawa Bookstore. The reviewer seems impressed with the visual presentation, and is looking forward to experiencing how these scenes contribute to the gameplay. This page introduces voice actors for characters in Lunar Silver Star Story. Kiyoyuki Yanada voices Galleon, describing him as a refined and philosophical character. Yusaku Yara plays Might, finding guidance from the director and highlighting the character's silly yet meaningful nature. Satsuki Yukino voices Fakisha, a noble knight in a refreshing role after playing less human characters, and also voices Fakilia. Finally, Ayahara voices Lamelia and Zenobia, aiming to portray Zenobia's strength and wickedness while infusing love into her actions. The voice actors share insights into their characters' personalities, providing a deeper understanding beyond visual appearances. This page spotlights the GW Gameware Digital Gallery, a section in the magazine dedicated to showcasing user-created digital works. It's all about celebrating the fusion of new digital media and user creativity. The feature interviews Mr. Miyakawa, the GW producer, who mentions they're seeking user submissions of music, movies, and CG creations. He notes the overall quality of submissions is improving. He also highlights that while musical pieces are welcome, they lean towards movie submissions with music, and they appreciate works that are both interesting and entertaining. Apparently, parody works like Machine Gar Z are also appreciated, especially those with catchy background music. We also hear from graphic designer Tanaka Miyako-san, who gives advice to aspiring digital creators. She emphasizes character creation, storytelling, and the effective use of tools like Macintosh for image editing. The submission guidelines are laid out, welcoming dot pictures, 4-panel manga, and movies, which can be submitted on floppy disks or as hard copies for artwork. Movie submissions should be around 30 seconds long. It's a great initiative to get users involved and show off their digital talents. This article explores the game-like qualities in animated films, particularly anime. Director G.E. discusses how works like Nausicaa and My Neighbor Totoro present scenarios mirroring gameplay, enhancing the sense of reality. The article also links anime viewing to puzzle games like Tetris for their immersive qualities. The column section emphasizes originality in software development, specifically highlighting Virtua Cop 2 on the Saturn. Upcoming content for GW is announced, including news about GW3 and the return of certain series. Readers are encouraged to submit opinions and stories for a chance to win prizes. A postcard submission section seeks reader contributions, including game ideas and project proposals. Finally, GE is producing a Panzer Dragoon OVA with an original story and designs, supervised by Team Andromeda. The OVA, featuring a notable voice cast, is scheduled for release on October 25th, with autographed illustrations as prizes. This guide focuses on strategic gameplay for the arcade game Gunblade NY, offering tips for maximizing scores across 3 levels. For Midtown, the strategy centers on efficient enemy elimination, targeting weapon-carrying foes, and utilizing groups and trucks for high scores. The target score is 12,000. Grand Army Plaza emphasizes luring enemies towards explosive barrels, with a target of 13,000 points. Players should focus on enemies near the turret, be aware of weapon drops, and anticipate enemy emergence from boxes. United Nations Q highlights the Ninja Troop area as critical for points, also aiming for 13,000. Recommendations include destroying jeeps, targeting building corners with rockets, and leading ninjas towards explosive damage. The guide utilizes screenshots to visually illustrate gameplay and scoring techniques. This page dives deeper into the bosses of Gunblade NY, focusing on the stage bosses in particular. It describes the Times Square boss as an idol group in a trailer, mentioning it feels like a battlefield commander. Battery Park's boss is a Scud missile launching vehicle, emphasizing its destructive power despite low accuracy, and linking it to nations with shared territories or former communist countries, implying it's a weapon in a major sense. Brooklyn Bridge features a Hind E-type helicopter as a boss, pointing out its strong armor but weak attack power against small mobile helicopters. There's a section called Boss, showcasing concept art and in-game models of mechs, suggesting they are also boss characters, with the writer expressing intrigue about their strong forms. The page also includes Norimaki Today from AM3 Press, highlighting the upcoming VF3, Virtua Fighter 3, event and SEGA private show. It discusses the anticipation for VF3 and the promotional activities planned, mentioning the excitement and popularity of the game, hinting at a larger scale promotion than before. In the This Week's Treasure Present section, they're giving away posters and Last Bronx Pro, related merchandise to a limited number of lucky readers. Finally, a trick technique section teaches players to use missiles effectively in Battery Park, specifically against the boss, and then clear the stage normally, mentioning Scud missile firing. It also lists credits with names of people involved in the magazine's production. This page introduces Drive Watari's Cyber Troopers Virtual-On Lecture, Volume 11. It seems to be a feature explaining or teaching about the game Cyber Troopers Virtual-On. The page title, What's This For?, suggests an introductory or basic guide to the game. The imagery includes futuristic mechanical elements and lightning effects, fitting the theme of mecha combat. At the bottom, it mentions the lecturer as being from SEGA AM3 Research, suggesting it's an official guide from the game's development team. It also lists the chief director as Go Shigenobu. This page looks like the start of a lesson series focused on Virtual-On, aimed at helping players understand the game better. This page showcases the HBVO-5 Raiden, a heavy combat Virtucroid from the first generation of these mechs. The text highlights its overwhelming firepower and impenetrable defense, positioning it as a leader in attack power amongst its contemporaries. It's described as a Virturoid whose power is unmatched, setting the stage for legendary status. The page itself is visually striking, with the Raiden mech prominently displayed amidst dynamic lightning effects, reinforcing the high-energy, futuristic combat theme of the Virtual-On series. The SEGA AM R&D Department No. 3 Rush, heading at the top right, may indicate this is part of a series from the SEGA AM R&D Department, possibly focusing on different aspects of the game or game development. This page continues the deep dive into the HBVO-5 Raiden Virturoid. It delves into the development history of the machine, starting from its initial project codename XAVO-5 and its evolution through various iterations, like the XAVO-5 T01 test unit. The page details the design changes made to the Raiden, particularly concerning its weapon systems. Initially, it was planned to have an internal beam launcher, but this was deemed insufficient in firepower. This led to the adoption of the powerful laser cannons we know and love, designated as the Ali O2 A-type, which are described as short to medium-range compatible pulse lasers with significant firepower. The text also touches upon the issues and improvements made during development. Early versions of the Raiden, like Ali O2A, were considered too large and heavy, leading to redesigns to make it more compact and efficient. The development team faced challenges in balancing firepower and mobility, with the goal of achieving a high level of overall performance. The page also mentions production aspects, noting that initial production was planned at 120 units, eventually scaled down due to cost considerations, and the need for rigorous quality control comparable to Temjin-level standards. The article concludes by mentioning the ongoing efforts to refine the Raiden's combat capabilities and pilot training, with a focus on achieving an unparalleled level of combat readiness, suggesting the Raiden is still a work in progress aimed at being the best in its class. This page delves into the practical deployment of the Raiden Virtuoid in actual combat scenarios within the game Virtual On. It starts by emphasizing Raiden's unique position as a machine designed for both rarity and cost-effectiveness. The Legend of Raiden section highlights that while initially powerful, it has inherent weaknesses, requiring pilots to skillfully manage its capabilities. It mentions that during in-house VR battles at DN, Raiden was considered a challenging machine to pilot, needing cunning and understanding of its limitations to achieve victory. The page further discusses Deployment Situation Independent Special Task Force. It reveals that 26 Raiden units were deployed as a special independent task force, an unusually large number considering their planned rarity. The text implies that despite initial plans for smaller deployments, the Raiden proved more versatile than expected in various combat situations. The section also touches on unit composition, stating that typical deployments involve teams of 2 or 4 Raidens, with different unit compositions tested, ultimately settling on a 2 Raiden team for independent special task force operations. Finally, the page details a specific mission called Operation Moon Gate Raiden. This operation involves deploying Raiden units to secure the Palbaspo unit, presumably a critical asset. The accompanying diagrams illustrate map layouts and strategic points within the level, such as reactor blocks and shafts, offering a glimpse into mission objectives and level design. The screenshots show in-game action, showcasing Raiden in combat within these level environments. This page from SEGA AMR&D Department. Number 3. Rush focuses on the fighting game Last Bronx, Tokyo Bangaichi. It announces that all 8 characters in the game are getting new special moves and weapon changes. The page reveals a secret command to change character weapons during character selection by pressing the start button 13 times. 2 characters, Yusaku Kudo and Joe Kudo, are highlighted with their new weapons and fighting styles. Yusaku uses a Shinkansen, or bullet train rail, as his weapon, emphasizing a fighting style that utilizes reach and power with moves like Sonic Elbow. Joe, on the other hand, wields a Tomoro Koshi, which is corn on the cob, focusing on his long reach and combo attacks with moves like Slash Axle. The page includes move lists for both characters, showing command inputs and attack levels for various techniques, but these are presented as tables which we can skip over for brevity. The reviewer notes that Yusaku's new weapon and moves make him a powerful close to long-range fighter, while Joe's changes amplify his strength in reach and combo potential. This page introduces 4 more characters from Sega's Last Bronx: Lisa, Tommy, Yoko, and Kurosawa, detailing their fighting styles and weapon usage. Lisa, wielding an Otama and fry paddle, is agile and user-friendly, focusing on quick attacks. Tommy, with his deck brush, uses his size for mid-range combat, while Yoko employs aerial combos with her folding oar. Finally, Kurosawa, armed with a Harrison fan, is a grappler specializing in throws and combo attacks. Each character's fighting style is distinct, emphasizing different aspects of combat like speed, reach, verticality, and close-quarters grappling. This continues the game's theme of weapon changes. This page continues introducing characters from Last Bronx, this time focusing on Nagi and Zaimoku. Nagi uses forks and spoons as weapons, and is described as a well-rounded character specializing in mid-level attacks and aerial combos using rising kicks, emphasizing varied attacks. Zaimoku, armed with Maguro, Tuna, is a powerhouse who relies on throwing techniques, particularly his worker bomb, aiming for knockouts in 2 hits. The page includes detailed move lists for both Nagi and Zaimoku, showing command inputs and attack levels for various techniques, but this is quite detailed. Below the character profiles, there's a Raspro Illustration Corner Volume 2, showcasing fan art submissions with comments on the artwork,
featuring characters from Last Bronx. There's also an announcement for RAS Pro original t-shirts, mentioning that special Last Bronx t-shirts are being released, featuring reflective red-eye illustrations, with design changes possible, and sales starting soon. Finally, there's an Axia signboard search quiz, where participants find Axia signs within the Last Bronx game, and send in the stage names for a chance to win prizes like MD and cassette tapes. There's also a call for more fan art submissions for the Illustration Grand Prize corner. This page is all about SEGA AM1, the team behind Dynamite Deca, and they are unleashing 3 brand new titles. It's hyped up as Dynamite, suggesting big, exciting releases. They're introducing 3 new games to move beyond just fighting games. First up is Dynamite Baseball, which aims to be a baseball game for everyone, even girls and casual players. They wanted to make it easier to control and more fun than previous baseball games like their fighting baseball title. Then there's Magical Brain Power, a puzzle game that sounds pretty unique because it uses voice recognition. They're saying they've focused on sound input for this, to make it broadly appealing to all ages. Lastly, we have Wave Runner, a jet ski racing game. They teamed up with Yamaha and Type UP for this, focusing on realistic wave action and even body movement controls. They wanted to capture the feeling of actually riding a jet ski. In an interview, Mr. Nakagawa from AM1 talks about these games. He mentions Dynamite Baseball is simpler than their past baseball games, Magical Brain Power is voice-controlled and meant for everyone, and Wave Runner is all about realism and the Yamaha partnership. He also talks about wanting to make games that are both fun in arcades and enjoyable for a wider audience, including families and women, and hints at returning to classic arcade game types. The page ends teasing more info on these 3 games on the next page. This page is highlighting 2 titles from SEGA AM1, Dynamite Baseball and Magical Brain Power. Dynamite Baseball is proclaimed as the ultimate baseball game from the creators of Final Lap. They're bringing back the bat switch feature and emphasizing easy controls, realistic polygon graphics running at a smooth 60 frames per second, and detailed player visuals. The game seems to be quite popular already, as it's attracting a record number of advertisers. Screenshots showcase various in-game perspectives like batting, pitching, and fielding. Next up is Magical Brain Power, an arcade adaptation of a popular TV quiz show. The standout feature here is answering questions using a microphone, which they call Quiz Answers with a Microphone. Aiming to bring a fresh approach to arcade quiz games, it supports up to 3 players simultaneously and is being presented as a new age for quiz games. They mention game modes like Magical Shout and Magical Event Chant, and promise many familiar quiz question types will appear. Screenshots show the game's interface and characters. Both titles seem to be pushing boundaries in their genres with innovative features. This page showcases Wave Runner, a jet ski arcade game from SEGA AM1 utilizing the Model 2 board. It's being promoted as a thrilling marine sports experience, emphasizing realistic wave motion for an immersive feel, perfect for enjoying the Southern Sea atmosphere. The article highlights the game's popularity as marine sports are currently trending. Wave Runner aims to let players experience the thrill of jet skiing and wave riding directly. The graphics are described as beautiful, and the dedicated cabinet enhances the immersive experience. Gameplay is described as a time attack race format, where players navigate courses with varying wave conditions, including inland waters and open sea with larger waves. The page also mentions a collaboration with Yamaha Motor Company. Wave Runner is actually a registered brand of Yamaha Marine Jets, emphasizing the game's authenticity and realism by partnering with a leading brand in the marine sports world. Screenshots show in-game action and different camera angles, and also real people enjoying the dedicated Wave Runner arcade cabinet, which is designed to simulate the actual riding experience. The cabinet features moving parts and handle controls that mimic jet ski handling, allowing for dynamic cornering and wave riding sensations. The reviewer seems impressed by the realistic feel and immersive nature of the arcade game. SEGA Touring Car Championship, STCC, is a new arcade racing game focusing on touring car races with realistic production cars. The game emphasizes grip racing, tire squeals, and flicker lamps, with an aim for intense battles on public roads. Featuring original courses and up to 8-player simultaneous play, the game promises a rally-like experience. Producer Tetsuya Mizuguchi highlights drifting as a core element, with grip driving determining speed. The game will initially offer 4 car types from manufacturers like Toyota and Mercedes-Benz. The 60% complete version showcased understeer and challenging braking,
but the reviewer notes significant potential, particularly in the close racing combat. The game is currently in development with improved graphics and gameplay elements. The developers are aiming for a polished final product. Virtua Fighter 3 news from AM number 2. Featured in Express Neo Volume 27, reveals a private show for industry insiders before its September location test in Japan. The game, running on the Model 3 board, boasts improved graphics and character expressions. Screenshots highlight new stages like Akira's house, Lion Stage, and an industrial area, alongside a detailed look at the full character roster. An interview with Suzuki Yu and AM number 2 staff reveals the game is 70 to 80% complete. The focus is on enhancing gameplay, refining controls with a 4-button layout, punch, kick, guard, evade, and simplifying commands for accessibility while retaining depth. Stage elements like sand and gravel will impact gameplay, and costume options, potentially including time-based changes for female characters, are under consideration. The developers aim to create a game that appeals to both new and experienced players. Express Neo Volume 27 previews Virtua Fighter 3, focusing on gameplay changes. Key features include the crucial evade move, Kawashi, using punch, kick, guard, and direction, enabling dodging and repositioning. Stage elevation adds a strategic layer, with higher ground dealing more damage. Command inputs are simplified, particularly for throws and jumps. Throw escapes are now possible, a major change. Throw inputs use lever and button combinations like punch and guard, or punch, kick and guard. The game introduces new throw types: counter throws to reverse, crumple throws to break guards, and inashi throws to unbalance opponents. These changes significantly enhance the depth of throw offense and defense, and of overall gameplay strategy. This page delves deeper into Virtua Fighter 3, focusing on the new character, Ayoi Umenokoji. It labels her as an intermediate to advanced character, and highlights her fighting style as aggressive Aiki Jujutsu. Her profile mentions she's from Japan, born on an unspecified date, is 17 years old, and has blood type A. The checkpoint section emphasizes a doi as a technique-based fighter, showcasing new elements in Virtua Fighter 3. It suggests that players should focus on her grappling techniques, which are considered new and noteworthy in VF3. The reviewer notes that her throw techniques differ significantly from other characters, emphasizing spacing and timing for successful throws. They also mention her unique fighting style that mixes throws and strikes, creating a distinctive feel compared to other characters in the game. The rest of the page details various moves with screenshots and short descriptions, broken down into categories like clothes grasp, dual wave foot, hand extreme fall and throw, body shift entry throw, and others including Thunder God Blade, continuous thrust small knife, branch splitter, dragon's brow peak, flowing hand strike, and entwined snake dance. Each move section shows an image of the move in action and a brief explanation of its properties or how to use it. The page essentially serves as a move showcase for a Kureoi, giving players a glimpse into her arsenal in Virtua Fighter 3. This page introduces another new character for Virtua Fighter 3, named Takarashi, describing him as a beginner to intermediate character specializing in sumo wrestling. His profile reveals he's from Japan, age 27, and blood type O. The page highlights Takarashi's unique fighting style, emphasizing his powerful throws and grapple-based techniques. It mentions that he's designed to be strong and overwhelming with his throws, and notes his large size and weight as key characteristics in the game. The reviewer points out that he's different from other characters due to his size and fighting style, which may pose unique challenges for opponents. The page then showcases a variety of Takarashi's moves, with screenshots and descriptions. These moves include techniques like strikes, throws, such as breath throw, backdrop throw, and entanglement throw, as well as unique sumo moves like tis, thrusting palm strike, thrust down, and towering throw. The descriptions briefly explain the properties of each move and how they can be used effectively in combat. It's essentially a move showcase for Takarashi, giving players an overview of his sumo-inspired fighting style in Virtua Fighter 3. This guide focuses on Virtua Fighter 3, offering character-specific strategies for Akira Yuki and Kagemaru, drawn from AM2 research. Akira Yuki, an advanced Bajikwan user, is detailed with his Japanese background and specific moveset. The guide emphasizes his straight-line techniques and key control, showcasing throws like Ryumanji top throw and great spine throw. Kagemaru, suited for medium to advanced players, utilizes Jujutsu and Kagemaru-style Jujutsu. The guide spotlights his deceptive fighting style, highlighting moves such as vertical spin and Izuna drop-well throw. Both sections include screenshots and developer commentary, aiming to help experienced players master the character's new techniques.
This page continues the Virtua Fighter 3 move guide from AM2 Research, now focusing on Jackie Bryant and Sarah Bryant. For Jackie, the guide labels him as beginner to intermediate difficulty, highlighting his combo-centric fighting style and new moves. The AM2 developers mention he's strong in combos, especially incorporating spins and throws, and advise players to use delayed timings in combos and utilize moves like the somersault kick and throws to break through defenses. Key moves showcased include the knee straight, switch step, kickback knuckle spin, and several variations of elbow and knee kicks and spins, plus the double roller kick and lightning hook. Moving on to Sarah, she's described as intermediate difficulty. The AM2 team points out her combo-based style with improved mid-level attacks and rotational techniques in Virtua Fighter 3. They advise using throws and rotational moves against defensive opponents and mention new moves like the moonsault and dragon cannon are effective. The guide details moves such as tornado kick, round kick, combo somersault kick, neckbreaker card drop, spin heel kick, rose spin kick, full spin diver, moonsault, dragon cannon, and lightning knee smash. Both sections provide character profiles, developer insights, and detailed move explanations with screenshots, continuing the in-depth strategy coverage for Virtua Fighter 3. This page continues the Virtua Fighter 3 move breakdown from AM2 Research, now focusing on Pai-chan and Lao-chan. For Pai-chan, she's marked as intermediate to advanced difficulty. The guide highlights her evasive fighting style and emphasizes utilizing varied combos to keep opponents guessing. AM2 developers note that Pain is designed to be unpredictable and force opponents into a defensive stance. They recommend using her speed and diverse movesets to create openings. Some of her showcased moves include Flying Swallow Dive, Swallow Return Willow, Heaven Falling Head Drop, and Knee Hanging Wall Hang. Moving on to Lao-chan, also rated intermediate to advanced, the guide describes him as a character who can control the pace of the fight with strong mid-range attacks and powerful combos. AM2 highlights his ability to chain combos and suppress opponents. They suggest using his diverse moves to dictate the rhythm of combat. Key moves for La include Ground Hammer Blow, Continuous Spin Fang, Tiger Flurry Palm, Dragon Rolling Body Blow, Twin Tiger Demolisher, and Flying Swallow Flash Body Blow. Both sections feature character profiles and insights into their fighting styles, along with detailed move explanations and in-game screenshots, offering a comprehensive look at mastering Pain and Lao in Virtua Fighter 3. This page continues the Virtua Fighter 3 character breakdowns from AM2 Research, this time focusing on Wolf Hawkfield and Jeffrey McWild. Wolf Hawkfield is presented as an intermediate to advanced character, described as a pro wrestler with blood type O. The guide emphasizes his throwing techniques, stating he excels in close quarters combat. AM2 developers mention Wolf's throws are central to his style, and players should utilize various throws and strikes to keep opponents guessing and off balance. Some of his moves highlighted are the Tomahawk Chop, Short Range Shoulder, Thunderfire Powerbomb, Grizzly Suplex, and Capture Throw, all designed to overwhelm opponents at close range. Next up is Jeffrey McWild, also rated for intermediate to advanced players. He's described as a pankration fighter from Australia, blood type A. The guide mentions Jeffrey is a powerful character, good for overwhelming opponents with strong strikes and throws. AM2 suggests that Jeffrey is suited for aggressive play, using powerful techniques like the triple upper, killing toe kick hammer, and hell dunk hammer to dominate. Other moves shown include the middle stamp, Kenka upper, rising hammer, and Kenka hook, illustrating his forceful and direct fighting style. Both sections include character profiles, usage difficulty, and developer insights, alongside move descriptions with accompanying screenshots. This page continues the Virtua Fighter 3 character move breakdowns, now spotlighting Lion Rafal and Shundai. Lion Rafal is described as a character for intermediate to upper-level players. He's noted for his speed and rushdown style, excelling at overwhelming opponents quickly. Two developers emphasize Lion's swift attacks and combo potential, recommending players utilize his speed to pressure opponents constantly and mix up high and low attacks effectively. Some of Lion's moves highlighted include the 7-star Heavenly Fan, Falling Rock Hand, Piercing Leg Thrust, and Tumble Down Spin,
all showcasing his aggressive and rapid fighting style. Next we have Shun Dai, designated for upper-level players. He's presented as a tricky and unpredictable character, with a focus on deception and varied techniques. AM2 points out that Shun Dai is a character who requires deep understanding and reading of opponents, using his unpredictable moves to confuse and outmaneuver them. Moves showcased for Shun Dai include What Girl, Drunken Immortal Hand, Continuous Attack Palm Bottom, and Drunken Immortal Palm Strike, reflecting his unique and unorthodox fighting approach. Both sections offer character profiles, difficulty assessments, developer insights, and move descriptions accompanied by in-game screenshots, all aiming to guide players on how to effectively use these characters and their new techniques in Virtua Fighter 3. This page reveals secrets and tricks for the Sega Saturn game Virtua Fighter Kids. To unlock Crystal Dural, the final boss, beat arcade mode on the Tsuyoi hardest difficulty, completing all bonus stages. Crystal Dural is even tougher than the regular Dural due to her slow-motion, watery stage. For Cage in Kids mode, easily perform his needle bullet by holding up plus punch plus guard for a second, then releasing guard. Explore replays in Spectator mode by changing camera angles with the 1P controller, offering various viewpoints. In Record mode, access detailed battle data by pressing R at the character select screen in Versus mode. Within the record screen, pressing Start reveals usage frequencies and win rates. These tips help players analyze gameplay and gain an advantage. The next page continues the Virtua Fighter Kids strategy guide, focusing on mastering Kids mode, and especially the Combo Tsukuru Master mode. It explains that Kids mode is designed for beginners, simplifying controls with auto guard and directional inputs for moves. The real highlight is Combo Tsukuru Master Mode, a secret mode activated by pressing up 10 times at the character select screen when choosing Kids or Normal mode. This mode significantly eases combo creation by widening the input window. This allows for much more complex and satisfying combos compared to normal play. Using examples like Akira's Rush and Cage's Projectile, it showcases how Master Mode enhances combo potential. The page further explains the technical aspects, detailing command input timing and move execution, particularly for players interested in custom combos via Combo Tsukuru. Brief character descriptions also outline the fighting styles of characters like Pai, Lao, Wolf, Jeffrey, Akira, Cage, Sarah, Jackie, Shun, and Lion within Kids mode. This page is from the AM2 Research Institute Information Bureau, highlighting Virtua Surf and summer events. It seems they're running a fan letter and birthday gift campaign, inviting readers to send in presents. There's a section called AM2 Research Gallery, showcasing some cool illustrations, likely related to Virtua Fighter 3, and they are asking readers about their favorite female character from VF3. There are various smaller segments, including one mentioning Sonic the Fighters, and another about Kids Combo, which looks like a combo contest in Virtua Fighter Kids. They are also doing a t-shirt design contest connected to AM2 Research Express Neo. It looks like they are gathering reader feedback via postcards, calling it Hagaki Big Recruitment, and mentioning a special t-shirt plus alpha gift for participants. Regarding fan questions, it looks like they are addressing some inquiries about Virtua Fighter characters. For example, Honey and Vicky's nicknames, voice actors in games and anime, and character relationships between Akira, Lao, and others are being discussed. They're also asking if UFO catcher prizes for Virtua Fighter Kids are available. There's also a question about whether a Fighting Viper CM theme song exists, and if Bombing theme song is in the CM. The page also details an event related to VF Kids release day at Akihabara Messe Sano, mentioning a Virtua Coliseum event using communication battle software and Virtua Fighter Remix. It seems players could battle each other, and the event took place on August 8th at Shinjuku Jaki Center. This Sega Saturn soft review section presents impressions of 3D Lemmings and Japan Super Bass Classic 96 from 3 groups: Lady Users Group, Game Mania Group, and Guest Game Writers. 3D Lemmings reviews varied. Lady Users Group, despite loading time concerns, enjoyed its puzzle aspects, 6.3310. Game Mania Group found it enjoyable but gave it a 5/10. Guest Game Writers appreciated the puzzle element but noted operational difficulty, 7/10. Japan Super Bass Classic 96 received more consistent feedback. Lady Users Group found it relaxing and realistic, 6/10. Game Mania Group emphasized its realism and depth, 6/10. Guest game writers praised its tackle variety, 6/10. Both games received mixed to positive reviews, with 3D Lemmings showing slightly better scores. The groups are identified with specific members. SEGA Saturn Magazine reviews 3 new games. Honkaku Mahjong Dokusen Special, a Mahjong title, receives high praise from high rollers, 9, for its features, and from lady users and guest writers, both 7, for its appeal to dedicated players. Tournament Leader, a golf game, is well received by lady users and in-group, both 7, for its accessibility and tutorials. Guest writers are less impressed, 5, citing shallow gameplay.
Tokushu Kido Butai J-SWAT, an action shooter, gets mixed reviews.
If Adjusted gives it a 5, comparing it unfavorably to Doom. Squadron Leader awards an 8, finding it visually impressive. Guest writers rate it a 6, highlighting its captivating demo and near-future city setting. This page features reviews for 4 SEGA Saturn games from SEGA Saturn Magazine. First up is Alien Trilogy, which gets mixed scores. Female users found it scary and disorienting in 3Ds, scoring it a 6, while high rollers enjoyed the cinematic feel and satisfying action, giving it an 8. Guest writers also gave it a 6, finding it a bit derivative of Doom despite its good qualities. Next is Destruction Derby, which is much more positively received. Reviewers who like minicars gave it an 8, praising the chaotic racing and destruction. Those who like technical skill gave it a 5, feeling it lacked depth for serious racers. Reviewers seeking exhilaration gave it a 7, appreciating the destruction focus and enjoyable total destruction mode. Moving on. Playboy Karaoke Volume 1-2 is highlighted as a karaoke title featuring Playboy playmates in video footage. It seems to be a standard karaoke game with a sexy visual theme.
Finally, Fighting Vipers is reviewed very positively.
The editorial department general review calls it a super hit and a must-buy action game. The new software check section also praises it, comparing it favorably to Virtua Fighter 2 in terms of impact, and highlighting the smooth character animation and thrilling speed. They recommend it to players who enjoy flashy and speedy fighting games. This page dives into secret techniques and cheats for several SEGA Saturn games. First up is Super Real Mahjong PVI, revealing a cheat to unlock the reward room, which allows you to view all the game's visuals. The trick involves winning a game in game mode, then performing a button sequence on the title screen to access this special feature. Next, for Saturn Bomberman, there are codes to select your starting stage and even power-up right from the beginning. By entering specific button combinations on the title screen, you can jump to levels 1 through 5, or even release something, presumably all power-ups. Moving on to Puzzle Bobble 2X, there are multiple secrets unveiled. One section shows you how to select different characters in the single-player and versus modes using button combinations after each round. Another secret is how to access the Another World mode, described as the backside of the game, by entering a code on the title screen. Lastly, there's a bubble explosion effect and another backside unlockable using title screen codes, adding extra visual flair and potentially different gameplay. Puzzle Bobble 2X seems to be packed with hidden features. This page unveils secrets for SEGA Saturn games. In Tokimeki Memorial Forever With You, pressing buttons during playing in the room triggers sounds or counts sheep. Another trick in Tokimeki involves pressing the C button during the opening movie to trigger dialogue, and continuously pressing it during the confession scene on the 2P controller to hear I Like You. For Sega Ages Space Harrier, holding A, C, and start on the 2P controller at boot allows access to arcade mode via the diagnostic screen. Adding credits with the L button lets you play, though options are disabled. Finally, in Tokimeki Memorial, entering specific names affects the game. Naming your character Minna supposedly boosts the stress stat to 573. The page encourages readers to submit their own Sega console cheat discoveries for prizes, specifically for the Saturn, Mega Drive, and other Sega consoles. This page interviews light novelist Kami Nakamaru, known for his novelization of Langrisser 2. Nakamaru, after a period of part-time work and editing, became a novelist. His passion for games is evident, having highlighted it on his resume and later writing scenarios for games and drama cruds, including Langrisser 2 and Phantasy Star. The interview also promotes the Langrisser 2 novel, which expands upon the game's story and features the character FKO, appealing to fans of the game's art. Nakamaru embraces an otaku lifestyle, enjoying hobbies like comic hit, gaming, and relaxing at home. He describes his life as simple, valuing leisure and seasonal pleasures. He expresses a desire to continue writing game-related works. This page is a reader's giveaway from SEGA Saturn Magazine. There are 6 prize categories up for grabs. First, 20 lucky readers can win their choice of any SEGA Saturn game released before August 9, 1996. Next, 5 people can win a power memory cartridge, described as perfect for all the new summer game releases. Poster fans are in luck too, with 5 Real Bout Fatal Fury posters being given away, celebrating the climax of the Geese Howard storyline. For those into collecting, there are also 5 Tokimeki Memorial telecards featuring Mina Kuribayashi, and 5 Master of Monsters telecards, promoting the monster-raising strategy game. Finally, 10 readers can win a Galgen poster, featuring 3 anime girls and promising enchanting beauty. The page also lists the winners from the June 28th issue's giveaways. Looks like a lot of people won prizes all over Japan. There's also a heads up that the next issue will have a rank back cover attachment and news about big titles being announced at the 96 Tokyo Game Show. The magazine itself is coming out on August 23rd. This page highlights the Devil Summoner special box for SEGA Saturn. It looks like a premium release of Shin Megami Tensei Devil Summoner. The text emphasizes that Devil Summoner and Demon Compendium are now together in one package. The ad features artwork of 2 cool-looking characters, one standing confidently with a sword on his back, and another sitting pensively. There's also a cute little demon creature down at the bottom. The box includes 2 CD-ROMs and an 8 cm music CD, and is priced at 7,800 yen before tax. The ad boldly proclaims, highly acclaimed and on sale now. It seems like a great opportunity for fans to get their hands on this special edition of the game. This page is an advert for the SEGA Saturn game, Strikers 1945. It's got some really dynamic artwork showing off the game's World War II setting, with loads of fighter planes in action over a burning battleship. The text highlights key features like smooth gameplay with no loading times, an exclusive Saturn original mode, and the fact that it's a super hardcore shooting game set in WW2. You can choose from 6 different famous warplanes, and use option fighters for varied formations and attacks. Apparently, the game also features super weapons that weren't actually deployed in real combat, which sounds pretty cool. There are a couple of small screenshots showing the fast-paced vertical scrolling shooter action. It's advertised as a PlayStation and SEGA Saturn release, and it's already out and selling well. The price is listed at 5,800 yen before tax, and it's published by Atlas. The big text at the bottom really emphasizes the game as a super hardcore shooting experience set during World War II. This page showcases the SEGA Saturn version of Magical Drop 2. It's advertising the game as the definitive puzzle game experience, bringing the arcade hit to the SEGA Saturn. The page emphasizes that it's a perfect port, allowing players to enjoy the same gameplay at home. It mentions a story mode, where you can enjoy conversations between the 10 playable characters, and that the game visuals and character expressions are enhanced for the home console. There's a screenshot showing the mode select screen, hinting at different gameplay options. The advert also highlights the release date of August 30th, and the price of 5,800 yen. There's a catchy phrase saying, "It's not edible, but once you know the taste, you can't stop." The bottom of the page features standard Sega and developer logos, website addresses, and copyright information.